This is the place to talk about it. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights, an Odyssey sports station. Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Well, back in late May, Stephen Kwan was batting only 196 for the Guardians, and folks were wondering, what's the deal? However, in the month of July, Kwan is now batting 400 thanks to an RBI double during last night's win against the Twins. Kwan and how his teammates helped him out during those early struggles.
I've had good guys around me to keep me up as well. I can't do it by myself. It's been definitely a journey, not how you draw it up, but I think something good's going to come at the end of the year. Just got to keep pushing.
Guardians continue their series with the Twins side of Progressive Field. Slade Cecconi's going to get the start. He is 4-6, a 4.55 ERA. The Guardians trail the White Sox by a percentage point in the AL Central. The Guardians got some help from the Texas Rangers last night. Hope for a little more this evening as they will close out their series at home against the White Sox. Last night, Chicago pitching allowed Texas to crank out a season-high 18 base hits in the Rangers' 10-0 victory. Guardians outfielder Angel Martinez likely be in the lineup again tonight for AA Akron. The Rubber Ducks continue their series against Altoona. Martinez working his way back from that broken left foot on Tuesday. Martinez played 7 innings in center field and had a pair of hits, a 2-run homer, and a double. One final day of peace and quiet in Berea before the start of training camp. Rookies for the Browns set to report tomorrow for the beginning of camp, while veterans are set to arrive on Tuesday. Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders set to battle to be the starting quarterback, but both holding a joint passing camp with teammates last week in Miami. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Today is apparently Cleveland's birthday. Is that the deal?
Cleveland from Family Guy?
No, Cleveland from us.
Oh.
City of Cleveland.
Oh, happy birthday, Moses.
Birthday.
All right.
Supposedly, according to Jeff Thomas, and Jeff doesn't lie.
Okay.
How should we celebrate? Guardians win?
Yeah, Guardians win. That works.
Okay. How else should we celebrate?
Super Bowl?
Akron's favorite son returns home? Is today the day?
Are we going to sit here and do this again?
Well, maybe. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy Baskin wearing his Devo glasses, looking damn good again.
Feeling like Devo, Jeff. All right, so I got a phone.
Meredith Kane taking your phone calls. 216-474-0092. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Andy had something happen yesterday.
So let's go talk about this LeBron stuff that's going on, right? So, yeah. I mean, we get calls.
By the way, until he has a team, this is extremely relevant.
Yeah,
in our city, in Miami, Golden State, in Philadelphia.
Or any other city he might be looking at.
Maybe not Charlotte, maybe not Memphis, maybe not Houston, Dallas, but it's relevant here.
So you hear things, I hear things, we hear things all the time. I mean, like I've heard stuff of little things in the background that I'm like, all right, is that meaningful? And it kind of gives you think you have some kind of a tip on what's going on and where they're going with this thing. And you may not. I mean, it's always funny where you hear little things like, Todd Monken moving his horses, right? And that turned out to be true. Although he came back and said that he
doesn't own horses.
No. That
they're Great Danes.
No, that's not true. That it's just the story didn't play out exactly the way he had said it did, which is fine. And it kind of gave us. But he did become the head coach, right?
Yeah.
So you get to that point, and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. So. Here's what I was told yesterday about the whole LeBron situation. And I'll be honest, Jeff, you and I...
told by a reliable
source. Somebody who I trust.
Reliable source.
And we've been doing this a long time. Like, we don't just throw garbage out there, right? I mean...
Well, no, that's not the way we do business.
I mean, it's easy just to kind of put something out there and just go see what sticks. This isn't about what sticks.
Somebody click on that, please?
This is what I was told.
We don't do that.
All right, so here's what I was told. Last week... LeBron's crew was probably ready to make an announcement especially because they were in New York.
This is what you heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in New York. They,
That Fan Fest thing, right?
Yeah, and the world had their eyes on New York because of the World Cup as well.
Yeah.
And so that they were probably comfortable making an announcement as early as last week that they were there. But
before the World Cup final.
Yeah, before the World Cup final.
Okay.
That they probably were comfortable at that point. Remember, Rich Paul said we have the information we need.
Yeah,
right?
Nobody else needs to do anything.
Yeah.
No
and
campaigning necessary. We have it.
Yeah, so you get to this point, right? So they're in New York. They're probably comfortable. And then people were like telling them what to do. And if you go back, and we'll play it for you in a second, what Rich Paul said on his podcast the other day, there's a little bit of irritation. And they were not, irritated was the word that I was told, irritated by the commissioner, pushing them to say.
The commissioner irritating LeBron James.
Because we want to get this stuff out there.
We want to get the schedule finished.
And it may not just be LeBron, but it's more about LeBron's group together. And by the way, those guys have had his back through thick and thin through his entire career. And that's why
his guys?
Yeah, and you know that as well as I do from
Rich
our years.
Paul, Maverick Carter, Randy Mims.
Traveling with the team and being around the team, every day back in the day.
They've represented themselves extremely well.
So that the irritation got to the point they were like, well, you know what? We'll decide when LeBron is going to tell everyone where he's going. And if you think about it, and again, when we play what Rich Paul said, it makes sense. So they decided to hold back on making their next decision, their next move on where they want to play or where LeBron wants to play, let's be honest. And that the other part of it was they're now just sitting back, listening to sports talk in the cities that they believe he could be playing in, hearing what the fans are saying, hearing what the hosts are saying, and just kind of laughing to see what kind of garbage is out there and people who are making things up.
As opposed to, we're not doing garbage.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. So the speculation.
Stuff. We're doing stuff, not garbage.
So the biggest points out of this thing are they probably were comfortable last week making an announcement. They got really tired of people telling them what to do.
But who was doing that? Just the commish?
Well, I don't think
the commish.
So what I was told, it was probably a little bit more than the commissioner.
From reports, we've only seen that the commissioner has thought, "Boy, could you please figure it out because we'd like to, put together a schedule."
But that's the soft shoe version that we know. We don't know what.
We don't know what's going on.
Remember, they had a
the
private
scenes.
meeting.
Right.
They met with the commissioner, and the commissioner this is what I was told, that they met with the commissioner and that they were irritated is probably the nicest word, or probably the closest word that I was told to use. That they were
steamed,
irritated,
peeved
by the league and the commissioner telling them what to do. It's his career. It's his business. So when you go back, and I don't know if we can play Rich Paul one from yesterday, but go back and now that you know that, listen to what Rich Paul said.
None of these people know anything. Nobody knows nothing. And I say that respectfully because we haven't made it to where anybody knows anything. So I think it's important for people to understand we're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision or that choice. It's a business choice that he's making. And I think as an athlete, why is it that an athlete has to rush his choice? From a business perspective, you are making a choice between jobs, high-level jobs, and you've earned the right. You're a big-time executive that's with an unbelievable, arguably the best resume in the history of your job. Who's rushing you?
Okay.
Nobody.
And there you have it. So what Rich said, 100% truthful on his podcast, and especially when you hear what that they might be irritated or were irritated by the league office saying, "Hey, you need to," or "Let's get this done," because we want to put the schedule out. Because so I can understand.
They're trying to not use the word decision, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Which
makes sense.
I get.
Yeah. I give them credit for doing that too.
Yeah, I do.
Because they know. We know. I think
the decision had a bad connotation.
Yeah, especially
around the
for
NBA.
us here.
Everybody but in Miami.
Yeah. So I got to tell you, I mean, I kind of, you sit back and think about that. That all makes more sense right now. But I told you the other day, and the more I started thinking about it, if I was LeBron, I'd wait till January to play. Why? You know, what does it matter? Find the team. If these teams are still the teams you like, you're still going to be the best basketball player. It'd be like almost just like giving your body a chance to rest so you can play hard for the end of the season to go win another championship and then go out, on top if that's what you want to do. But who knows? He may want to play 1, 2, or 3 more years. It's on him, and he's earned the right to do any of that stuff. So
Can I go ahead? I'm sorry.
No. I'm good. I think I have a better perspective on that. I do think it's interesting if the second part of that's true, that they're just sitting back and I would be too. Wouldn't you? If you knew what was going on and you had, I don't want to say power, but it is power because he controls his own destiny on this stuff. Athletes don't get to do that very often. And to sit back and laugh at all the rumors that are out there or the things that, like with Miami that happened last night, who knows, that might have been true. And then Miami did a huge backtrack on the video release thing that they said they had the press conference coming up on the 27th with him going to Miami.
Yeah, let's explain.
Yeah.
Explain that real quick. The Miami Heat apparently posted a link to a scheduled live stream, and the title on the live stream for YouTube was LeBron James introductory press conference, followed by the date July 27th, and that was for its YouTube channel. And they took that down. They took that back.
Shocker.
And they said that the
who knows, it might be true.
Shams Charania on Tuesday last night said the club's social media department was preparing for the possibility. Oddly enough, the possibility included a specific date.
Dude, that was like back when we were doing news and you had to write the obit before you knew someone was gone.
Post was later deleted.
Hated doing those.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But you wanted to be ready.
Yeah.
You wanted to be like, hey, let's.
Well, I had to do the whole story. You had to put it together.
Yeah.
So that the minute that person was no longer with us, you play it on the air.
And they're like, wow, look how quick they put that together.
So that might have been.
It had been waiting for over a month.
Might
or 2
have
months.
been. Might have been the case there. You said wait till January.
I'm just saying, if I were him,
well, let me.
I mean, he could. He could stretch years out of his.
By
his
just
career
coming back and playing.
Coming back late, by playing a 41 game schedule rather than an 82 game schedule.
Well, he almost plays. He plays fewer games now anyway. One thought about that though, and you tell me, this is a little.
My fear would be rust and not having that competitive edge.
Well,
that happens
and
in the
see, that's what I was just going to say. A little deviation is, it at his age, do you want to sit out? Would that lead to losing it?
I don't know. Bit? That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
That's one question there that you've got to think about a little bit.
I think he's got a tough challenge because so many times we've seen great athletes walk out of the spotlight in a situation where it just kind of trickled away. They weren't the great player that they once were. They tried to hang on too long, and their end of the career is forgettable. It's hard to walk out on top.
Often, most of them are.
How many guys walk? Jim Brown walked out on top?
Most of them, yeah, most of them are forgettable. Okay. If they were truly ready to make a decision and then got peeved,
comfortable. I think they were comfortable.
If they were comfortable making a decision, then they already know.
Probably.
Then now are they just playing games? You wanted us to tell? We're not going to tell now. Now we're just going to string it out. Are they playing games, or are they still trying to figure some things out?
As Rich said, they have the right to wait as long as they want. So,
and some team,
Jeff,
any of the teams that involved would figure out a way to make it work, even if they waited a month.
Of course they would. I mean, they came out and said.
But if you wait,
Rich came out and said, "Don't wait for us. Go take who you want."
But if you wait a month, you're going to get buried in the entire build-up to the NFL season. That's not. And though Rich had said we're not seeking the attention, we're not looking to be in the spotlight, those were Rich's words. You can believe them or not believe them, whatever you want to do on that. But that's what Rich Paul said on his podcast with Max Kellerman.
You want the world to know you during the NFL season, you know when to drop an announcement. Tuesdays.
Yeah, but sorry, once NFL training camps get going and then Major League Baseball pennant races get going, I know it's LeBron, but I also know it's 41, 42-year-old LeBron. It's not going to be nearly as big of a story as if he said something today.
Maybe.
They announced today.
It's a great time to do it. I'll
It's
be
without question the story of the day in sports.
Mm-hmm.
If they do that today.
Is that what you want to be, though? The story of the day or the story of the year?
Well, if you do it during the NFL training camps and the Major League Baseball pennant races, you're the story of the afternoon.
You'll share in cities.
You'll share it.
Yeah.
Without question. And cities not named whatever it is, that he picks or the ones that he doesn't pick.
You'll be a headline in headline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, so, but if they're not looking for notoriety, if they're not looking to, be as relevant as possible, then go ahead and wait. That's okay. And you're right. He's earned the, he can do anything he wants.
He can do anything he wants.
But
and by the way, he's doing this at 41, 42 years old. That's the other thing. And that the interest level is still through the roof for him, no matter what. There aren't a lot of athletes that have been able to play that.
It's not nearly as, I don't think it's nearly as high as it was, 10 years ago. But why would it be? Instead of a 31 or 32-year-old guy in free agency who's at the prime, he's still an extremely valuable basketball player, but he's 41, 42. That's just the reality of this thing. Folks, you heard what Andy said. You heard what Andy heard. They were comfortable making a decision, but don't tell us what to do. How's that sit? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps.
They didn't want to be told what to do.
Yep. How's that sit? It's Baskin and Phelps.
All right, I'm here with Ari.
Want to get your highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk with Joe Noga, who, along with Paul Hoynes, covers the Guardians for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Hoynes will be busy this weekend, so Joe will be doing all the coverage as Hoynes going to Cooperstown, baby.
It's going in.
Way to go, Paul. It's our guy right there.
We knew him when he was just a beat reporter.
It's our guy. And at 12:20, Aaron Schatz from FTN, an ESPN NFL writer. FTN Almanac is out right now. It's for the numbers, and Aaron does big-time football information, so he's going to join us at 12:20.
Hey, that means Hoynesy gets his picture up in like every press box in Major League Baseball, doesn't he?
I hope so.
I think that's the way it works. I
hope so. That's great.
Most press boxes have those guys that have reached legendary status.
Can I make a suggestion before we get back into some chatter about your favorite?
The good thing is to be alive
forward.
while you're up there, by the way.
Well, that's really true.
Yeah.
Let me throw this at you. Terry Pluto wrote a story about Hoynesy.
Oh, okay.
And it came out late last week, and it was outstanding.
I didn't see it. Now
Terry did a great job with it, and Hoynesy was great in the story. Some of his thoughts. Hoynesy, very self-deprecating, but Paul said, "Look, this is about the only thing I can do reasonably well." And he didn't say he was a good writer. He goes like, "I'm okay at this, and it's about the only thing I'm okay at." And he said, "I don't do mechanics. I can't fix a car. I can't do this. I can't do that." And then Terry gave a Hoynesy story about how the truth about that. And Paul said, "We had a toilet upstairs that we were having some problems with. So I went up and tried to fix the toilet. And, I thought I fixed the toilet and got it all working right. And, whatever was wrong with it, Hoynesy thought he fixed it. He's on a road trip right afterwards. And he said his wife called him and she said, "Hey, Paul, that toilet fell through the ceiling and landed on the dining room table."
Oh, my God. Could you imagine that?
So go read Terry's story. Google Terry Pluto, Paul Hoynes, toilet, and I'm sure it'll come up, and you can read it. Hoynesy fixed the toilet, and it fell through the ceiling and onto the dining room table. Joe Noga is going to join us at 1. We'll talk some Guardians. Andy got a phone call last night. Information about LeBron. Summing it up quickly.
Yeah.
They didn't seem happy with some of the news coming from the commissioner's office. Like, could you figure things out and reach your choice, not decision?
Sure.
And because we'd like to put the schedule out, it didn't seem to sit well.
The bigger part of that,
from what you were told.
No, it didn't sit well at all. And it may not. It sounded like it may have been more than the commissioner. Like those clutch guys were getting pressured to make the announcement. And,
by whom?
Well, one of which, the only place that I in that conversation was that they didn't particularly appreciate the fact that the commissioner's office was saying, "Hey, let's," and we saw that, right?
Yeah,
we saw that. The commissioner said, "Boy, we're kind of hanging back because we want to release the schedule." And by the way, look, if you're the commissioner's office, you have billions of dollars of pressure to get this schedule out, to get the TV schedule out, because
that's a big deal. People don't understand that.
You've got the networks putting pressure on you. They want to be able to set their schedule. They want to be able to set the Christmas schedule. And
then you're doing, as soon as that stuff's all done, they're doing promos. There's a lot of work that goes into this that gets done way ahead of time.
Yeah, but
they want to get on it.
So I see both sides of it. Like, and as well as we've been there before. Like, networks they'll pressure teams, they'll pressure leagues to get things done, and then in return, they're partners.
Yeah,
they're partners, and I think that's something you have to remember when it comes to that stuff. So if the commissioner picked up the phone and said to Rich, "Hey, look, we got a lot on the line here. with what's going on. Let's get this decision made, or whatever you want to call it. Choice. Let's get this choice made.
All right.
Maybe this time we'll call it the choice.
Well, that's what they're calling it.
Yeah, the choice.
When Rich mentioned decision twice in that little clip we heard in the last segment, but he corrected himself both times and said choice, because they're trying to obviously distance themselves from what the TV show The Decision was. I do think, what was the Miami Heat posting the scheduled live stream with the title LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, July 27th, YouTube? Was that just a slip? Were they just planning, trying to be ready? You don't have to reserve a link to just try and be ready in case you're one of four.
You remember?
I think there's some smoke here.
Do you remember before the Indians became the Guardians? There was a link for the Spiders. Remember, I was like, look at this, guys.
Yeah.
There's I can't remember. It was Cleveland Spiders, MLB or something like that.
I'm sure somebody.
Someone said, "Oh, you can go in there and
it.
change the URL on anything." And I was like, "Oh, all right."
Which might be the case.
But that's not a URL mistake. That's somebody actually typing in LeBron James press conference and putting a date to it.
Exactly.
That's not AI
randomly putting
out
a date, which would be a week from 2 days ago. So it would be next Monday.
So just to get, again, all the information out there, Anthony Chang, who covers the Heat for the Miami Herald, had this an explanation on the LeBron James introductory press conference video that has taken over social media. It was a mistake by the Heat social media department while preparing for the possibility of LeBron picking the Heat. There is no validity to it right now.
Okay. And that's exactly what the Miami Heat are going to say. So let's also follow it up with that. What is the Heat going to say? That's exactly what they're going to say.
Of course they're going to say that.
So that's
a big deal. What's that cost them? An apology?
Right. I mean, you can say there's no validity, but that was put out there, followed by a date. And by the way, if we know LeBron and his guys, all that would do is make them mad. Probably not mad enough to change teams if that's his choice in this situation, but there's that. I was thinking, and yesterday, Andy, we went over where would be the best basketball situation for LeBron. Best basketball situation. And I personally think the best basketball situation where if he wants to play a bigger role, and that's what it was, where are you going to be the most needed would be Miami or Golden State, followed by Cleveland, followed by the 76ers.
Well, I guess the question of being needed in Cleveland comes down to, is he the difference between winning in the finals and not? And I don't know because they got swept by the Knicks. I think if it was a close battle, I don't think there'd be any question. You'd be like, yeah, if they would have lost that series 4-3, and it was just a matter of a play here or a play there, yeah, I would say LeBron is 1,000% the difference in that scenario.
He clearly would be a fine addition to any of those teams. Let's get that out of the way. Throughout this whole saga here, as we're waiting for the choice, Rich Paul has said, hey, this isn't about attention. We're not seeking attention. We're not trying to be out there, relevant and everything else. And he's been adamant about that, and that's fine. You can take Rich at his word. But I do think that these choices come with a different level of relevance from a basketball standpoint. And yesterday it was, we were chatting about actual on-the-floor stuff. As far as perception goes, Andy, what would be a bigger story, night in, night out in the NBA for LeBron? And I think the least big story, night in, night out for LeBron would be in Cleveland. And I say that for this reason.
Okay.
Oh, he went back to Cleveland. That's really nice. And there's Donovan, and there's James Harden, and there's Evan Mobley, and there's Jared Allen, and that's swell. And he's back in Cleveland for a third time. Mm-hmm. And though that is a great story, and you would be relevant, I think that's the least relevant spot for him. If he's just looking to be relevant, you know what I mean? From a relevant standpoint, being the number 2 guy with Giannis Antetokounmpo, going back to Miami where he's won 2 titles in 4 years, with Bam Adebayo, that to me screams relevant. And Giannis and LeBron, night in, night out, would be the number 1 NBA headline story on ESPN. I think that's
number 1 NBA story.
NBA story. I think that would be, if you're looking to be relevant, I'm teaming up with Giannis, and we're going for it in Miami, where I used to play for a while. To me, you just flat out looking for the biggest story night in, night out during the NBA season, it would be in Miami with Giannis. And LeBron becomes the number 2 guy in that team ahead of Bam.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. I don't think there's any question. I think what you have laid out is correct. I think when I think about LeBron going back to Miami, it makes me, I think Clevelanders will always, Northeast Ohioans, let's put it that way, will wrap their arms around LeBron, understanding that they won a championship and made it to multiple NBA finals. History may look back on LeBron as, from a bigger perspective, as, a guy who played for Miami. And maybe in some ways, Cleveland becomes forgotten if they go back and win another championship. I'm just saying this historically, not to any of us here.
Yeah.
Like here, I think it'll always be, he won a championship. He helped this city win a championship for the first time in half a century, and that's important to anyone with a Cleveland tie. But I think if you're looking at it from a big picture, national, worldwide perspective, a 3rd title in Miami defines his career.
With Giannis.
Yeah.
With Giannis. Relevant scale, folks. I think it's Miami number 1 and Cleveland number 4 on where he might end up. The other 2 teams will give you some thoughts on that.
You're saying that based on basketball stuff. You're not saying that.
Based on storyline. Based on storyline.
But you have to give some consideration.
I think all 4 of them are good. All 4 of them are good storylines.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest, if you're looking for national headlines, night in, night out, and being relevant, I think it's going to Miami and playing with Giannis. What do you think? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for my friends at the Valley Automotive.
Well, did do a joint passing camp with some teammates last week down in Miami. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
If LeBron is looking to be relevant, extremely relevant, in whatever team he chooses to go to, what team is it going to be? I think the most relevant spot for him, and I mentioned it last segment, is Miami. You're playing, he's the number 2 guy with Giannis. You could even say you're right there, equal billing with Giannis. LeBron and Giannis trying to win an NBA title, and there's Bam Adebayo. They're having fun and grabbing rebounds for you. Jeff in Cleveland sent me a text. He said, they don't have any shooters. I said, doesn't matter. They'll find somebody who can knock down a shot or two.
Pat Riley will. I do think it's interesting. Like Rachel Nichols has been on.
And that's almost, and that the forget the makeup of their team. That doesn't really matter on the relevant scale. You kidding? LeBron and Giannis on Christmas Day? LeBron and Giannis? I mean, that's marketable.
Yeah.
More so than the other situations, I think.
Here's another Miami thing, right? So I don't know if you've seen, Rachel Nichols has been all over social talking about a lot of this NBA stuff with LeBron and then Miami. And then she said something that I thought was really interesting about, obviously Pat Riley was not happy when LeBron came back here. I mean, he was as mad as
he was steamed.
He was as mad as we were when LeBron went to Miami in the first place,
that is
right?
Correct. Yeah.
And if LeBron could patch things up to come back to play to Cleveland, he surely can patch things up to go back and play with Pat Riley.
Right.
So,
and they just happened to send out a message about a YouTube introductory press conference that was July 27th. Tom's in Menor. Hello, Tom.
Maybe it was a time traveler that did that.
That might have been it.
Hey, guys. Yeah, he's definitely going to Miami because, like you said, that YouTube thing came out, and, it's already dated for the 27th, which happens to be a Monday, which is the day before the veterans show up to camp.
Mm-hmm.
So it's perfect timing. He's definitely going to – that is so – BS that they said that, it was just a mistake. Everything. No, it has the date and everything on there. It's a done deal. He's gone.
Tom, I think there's credibility to that. I don't think that just happened by.
Who knows? If they
may
were ready
have been released by accident, but it wasn't put together by accident. If you were just getting ready, why would you put a date?
Because you were making a slate to put it in the archive? I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know either. Ryan is in Lyndhurst. Hello, Ryan.
Righto.
Hey, big stick. Oh, man. Ooh, as the world turns, man, with this stuff. Oh, God, I hope you're wrong, Jeff and Andy and everyone. And, again, I hope this is all just smokes, just coming from all angles when it comes to, obviously, teams wanting to, have him. And obviously Adam Silver, et cetera, getting – disgruntled with, come on now, let's get this going. At the same time, everyone out there listening, we have a lot of things as fans that we like, all right, get this over with. This is annoying. One of them is going to be in August. One of them is obviously rookies not signing with their team. That's going to be a conversation. The other one is preseason games. Like, why are we still in preseason? So every year this happens. What I mean by that is after LeBron finally decides, we're not going to remember this annoyance of obviously him taking his time. In fact, I think he personally should have his due diligence of this. Arguably, in my opinion, biased perspective, the greatest player to ever play in the NBA when it comes to obviously longevity and all the accolades and everything still on the forefront. With that being said, as a Cavs fan, woo-wee, man, I'm sorry, Jeff. I disagree. And again, I'm taking the Cavs goggles off right now.
No, go ahead.
I look at the big picture. I know you alluded to obviously the Miami scenario, the storyline. There's a lot of great storylines, Philadelphia, et cetera. I mean, I know Andy was all in on like, hey man, that is a really, really awesome fit there. Obviously, not saying you want him to go there.
Well, no, I don't know. Like, my question is, if he comes back here, is that the difference between a championship or not? Where does that take this team?
I feel confident that it is. He's a 20th best player. I'm going to mark him down as 20th, not the 200th, 20th best player. We made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Yes, we got laughed at. We did have a big lead in Game 1, et cetera. But I feel that it is not over. all the scenarios right now, it's obviously with LeBron going there and Miami, et cetera. I'm going to be living in Florida. I'm still not going to go drive down to Miami to watch him play. I'm not going to be a fan of LeBron. I'm a fan of the Cavs. LeBron, first time he left, was like, what is going on here? Why is everyone so anti-against me? He realizes that, yes, we are fans of him when he's wearing a Cavs jersey. So, again, that is like another scenario, obviously, with us as just NBA fans. I just feel like I'm hopeful and not thinking positive. I'm just hopeful he decides not to go elsewhere. But hey, guys, lastly on Hoynesy, man, I'll be in Cooperstown on Sunday, man. They are just giving you guys.
Dude, I want your sports travel budget.
I do
That's what
too,
I want.
buddy. That's awesome.
Hey, it's free. It's free. The parade and all that stuff. Andy, Jeff, you guys need to get there because that's right. And Hamilton last year, the standing ovation from the fans and Randy Johnson and Derek Jeter all applauding him. And obviously Hoynesy this Sunday, man. You guys in Cleveland, just sports writers and commentators, national Rose, etc. Man, you guys are all over the place and kicking butt. Hey guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Ryan.
Thank you. He's all over the place.
I think that's awesome. Think about, I just think LeBron next to Giannis is a huge storyline that the NBA would eat up. The other two teams, and again, I think the Cavs, and it's only on the relevant scale, would be the least relevant situation, despite the fact that it's a great story, coming back to Cleveland. But, take a look at our team. James Harden at one time was a big-time star in the NBA, still is a huge name, but not like Giannis. Donovan, nationally, though he's great, not like Giannis.
If they beat the Knicks,
like Giannis.
It's a different story. If they beat the Knicks last year, I think Donovan becomes a different story.
What's a bigger deal from a relevant
Giannis. Yeah.
Okay, from a relevant factor. 76ers, where a lot of eyes are going to be on that team.
Yeah.
With Jaylen Brown there. People don't know Tyrese Maxey as well as they will, I would think. Joel Embiid is a big story. But put LeBron with Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid, if he's still there, and Maxey, I think that's a big deal. And I think going to Golden State would be a big, big deal. Because can LeBron and Steph Curry and Draymond pull this off? And Jimmy Butler is still there. I mean, that's a team to pay attention to. And I think people would, despite their age. It'd be like, hey, can they get it done? And that's why, and I don't mean any disrespect to our situation, but I think it would be the least relevant. Because it would be like, oh, he went back home again. Okay, that's really nice. And now he's playing with Donovan and a nice team, and let's see what they do. But the other three have more juice to me.
If they play well, though, they're like, what? I mean, Harden, LeBron, I don't know. Giannis still sounds better. But Mitchell, Harden, LeBron.
See, they're all good situations, Andy. It's not like any of these is bad. I just think the one that the NBA would be giddy over is Miami. I think the NBA would eat that up. And I think they would, in knowing the NBA and the way they hype things, a Philadelphia team with Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, and LeBron, and Tyrese Maxey might be the best guy on the team, but people don't know him yet. They'd go nuts over that. Golden State with Steph and Draymond. Can you imagine how many times they'd be on national television?
That would be interesting to watch. I think that would actually be kind of fun to watch.
And again, our situation's great.
I'm trying not to be a homer.
But I don't think the NBA would be quite as giddy about it as they would be about the other three. Jimmy is in Talmadge, home of the Blue Devils. Jimmy.
How's it going this morning?
Very well.
I want to go back to the Heat YouTube thing. With all this Calstri and Paulie market stuff, I don't think there's anything stopping somebody like that, an intern or somebody young and stupid, to put a bunch of money on the Heat and doing something like that. And the Heat also are hiring a new director of YouTube as of late last night.
Are they really?
I think your first part
apply,
of that is
Jimmy?
very valid.
About a half hour ago.
Did you apply?
It's on LinkedIn.
Oh, well, okay, good.
Did you apply?
No.
Okay. Well, we'll see about all that. If they hire a small forward or a power forward from Akron, Ohio, that's a bigger story to me. Ken's in Brooklyn. Kenneth?
Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Guys, the CBS Sports app just announced the grades for the East and West teams in the NBA.
Okay.
For what?
Off-season?
Their activity in the off-season here.
Okay.
All right. Do you know what the grade the Cleveland Cavaliers got?
Tell me.
F. How's that sound?
D+.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay.
See, aim low, reap the benefits of D+.
Well, they haven't done much yet, Ken.
Well,
Except Blues guys.
Well, hello. I've got a big deal. I got a 6'3" guard that was awarded the first team summer league team. This team is beginning to look, as far as I'm concerned, like Swiss cheese, because they haven't addressed what they need. All right, not wishing for a guy that's going to be 42 years old in December. They need to go out there and get some people, because, as I said, it's starting to look like Swiss cheese because they've subtracted and not added, as far as I'm concerned.
Ken, it's not as far as you're concerned. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Kobe, let's get to the stick. Okay. Let's do something. I worked at a place one time, and I was an assistant lead on a night crew, and this guy says to me, Ken, do something, even if it's wrong. Do something. Just do something. Get the people excited, even in the off season here, that you're going out and addressing your needs, not wishing on a star.
Ken, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. With Ken's thought in mind, I have a name for you. Because the Cavs, if the Cavs don't bring back LeBron, Ken's absolutely right. You've got some work to do. There are some guys who are available, easily available. One of them, I just did a little looking, and I thought, I wonder if that guy works here. I'll tell you who that is coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Cavaliers haven't made many moves this offseason, other than say goodbye to some fellas. Larry Jr., it's been fun. Thank you very much. Dean Wade, love it. We developed you, turned you into a relevant free agent the teams wanted.
I can't believe.
Good luck.
I'm sorry, man, but when you said we developed you, all I can think about is that lady talking about Le'Veon Bell and then what he's gone through the last couple of days and what's going through on in his world. And then that woman saying, "We made you who you are." Life's too short. Keep going.
Apparently it is.
Yes.
Apparently it is. Apparently it is. So then Dean Wade goes to Philadelphia. Good for Dean. So, there could be a destination for LeBron. And, Keon Ellis, hey, we're going to trade for a 3-and-D wing. Okay. Well, you did. Then you didn't play him when it mattered most, and he leaves and goes to the Brooklyn Nets and the Cavaliers.
There are moves they make I just don't get sometimes, especially when teams bring in a player late in the season and you think they're going to help, and then they rarely use them. It's almost like the general manager and the head coach weren't on the same page when they bring guys in on that.
But there are still moves. Let's say LeBron goes somewhere else. There are still moves they can make that I think might be able to help. And I have one guy that I'm not saying this should be the guy, but I want to talk about it in a second here. Cleveland's in Cleveland. I want to get to you, Cleveland. Hello.
Hey, Cleveland.
Hey, how are you? How you guys doing?
Very well.
Thanks for calling.
I disagree with you, Jeff, though. I got a couple of questions I want to ask you.
Sure.
In 2025, did the New York Knicks get swept at the end of the season?
In 2025, I think they did. Yes, and it cost Tom Thibodeau's job, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so and then they won the championship that following year, 2026, correct?
So that means it's going to happen this year with the Cavs?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just bringing up some facts, okay? And the other fact is, who coming out of the East this next year, even without LeBron, would be the healthiest starting five that you would think of, and would closer to win a championship than the Cavaliers, who would be healthier wise out of all the teams like Miami and the 76ers, who would be healthy?
You're assuming Joel Embiid's not going to be healthy. So if Joel Embiid's healthy, I would say it's the 76ers, but you can't you can't predict health. So there. Did Cleveland hang up?
Must have.
Okay. I think the Cavs are in a group of teams that could compete for the NBA Eastern Conference Championship, Cleveland. I don't think the Cavs are down on the list, but I think they have a lot of company. And I think if they don't put a little bit more into the roster, I don't think they're gonna be the top 2 or 3 teams. I think Detroit is certainly a team you can't ignore. Especially, they'll get Duran back. He's a restricted free agent. Philadelphia is certainly there. Never count out Boston. Sorry. Especially with Jason Tatum back and healthy. And I know they lost Jaylen Brown, but they were doing just great without Jason Tatum when they had Jaylen Brown. And I think Tatum's a better player. So they're certainly there. Teams like Indiana and Washington.
Indiana's the one I am not sleeping on. Indiana.
They're both coming up. Sorry.
We learned the hard way that 2 years ago. And we'll see how Halliburton looks. But
anybody think that with Giannis and Bam Adebayo, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra aren't going to figure out who to add to that team, how that team can be good? They're going to be a factor. There are just a lot of teams, and I think the Cavs are certainly one of them. With that thought in mind, though, if LeBron doesn't come here, there are still things they can do, and there are still guys that you can throw out there. And I mentioned there was one guy that I just thought about today a little bit, and I'll give you that name in a second. But Jonathan Kuminga is still there.
Yeah.
The Lakers and the Cavs are the two teams most closely associated in contract talks. Remember, Harden hasn't re-signed yet. So if Harden hasn't come back yet and LeBron doesn't come here, they still have the opportunity to go get a guy like Kuminga. And, Kuminga's career has been up and down. He's still a really young guy. I believe he's 23 years old. He's still a really young guy. In games that he has started in his career, Andy, and again, the Golden State thing just didn't work. And that to me is weird because he looked like a guy who I thought would fit there and it would work out well. And for whatever reason, it always seemed that he and Steve Kerr were not on the same page. Kuminga was with Kenny Atkinson at Golden State. Maybe they have a great relationship. I don't know. But Kuminga as a starter in his career has averaged 28 minutes a game and 15 points and 5 rebounds. If you put that at the Cavaliers' 3 spot and tell him, go get your points and go play some defense, I think he's in a good situation, and I think he'd be terrific. DeMar DeRozan is still out there.
Just hang on before you go to some of the reports on Kuminga, it sounds like the Lakers now have a new kind of approach to trying to, like a couple days ago, it looked like they weren't even close on trying to figure out a deal, and they might be a little bit closer today, just reading through some of the reports.
Well, I think he'd be a great.
Yeah, Yahoo's got.
That'd be a great spot for him.
Lakers, Jonathan Kuminga decision revealed after Thibault, is that it? Signing.
After who?
After they made the signing.
I can't see what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know. So they signed. I'm just trying to figure out if that's what it is, and if the Cavaliers let someone like Kuminga slide away to the Lakers while they're waiting for LeBron, that's what I worry about.
Okay. So the Lakers signed Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah.
Who is a guy that could have come here to Cleveland and done something. He's a good 3-point shooter, and I actually had him on my little list of guys to talk about today. I didn't think I don't think he's the kind of guy who would have been a great fit here. Probably not quite tall enough, maybe big enough, but he just signed a 1-year deal with the Lakers, so that works. But DeMar DeRozan, I don't know is a good fit here, but again, Cavs got to add something to the team. DeRozan is in his later 30s, does not have much of a 3-point shot, but can still flat out score. And maybe he becomes your key guy coming off the bench.
We have enough guys that can shoot 3-pointers, don't we?
Well,
at least attempt.
Do we or do we not?
Or miss 3-pointers.
And if you're going to have Donovan Mitchell and James Harden on the floor together, you better have somebody out there who can hit threes, because they're going to have the ball and they're going to be kicking the ball to somebody behind that 3-point line. It's not going to be Jarrett Allen. You're not going to think Evan Mobley's that guy, but DeMar DeRozan is not known for threes. He's known for scoring in the mid-range, and I think he's outstanding. He always has been. But that doesn't mean they couldn't come up with a scheme where they could incorporate him. There's some buzz about he might want to go back to Toronto. There's a guy that I think is an interesting player, and this is the guy that I was talking about, and it's Jeremy Sohan, and he's from the San Antonio Spurs. He's only 23. He got let go last year because he wanted a bigger role than what he was getting in San Antonio. And they let him go, and he went to the Knicks, and he didn't play much down the stretch. But Sohan was with the Knicks when they won the championship. He is only a 28% 3-point shooter. Okay? He's only 28%. But he's a young guy. He's 23 years old and known as a tremendous defensive player. Well, I'll take a 6'8" guy, and there's not like one guy here who I think is the answer. But if Sohan goes, let's say he comes here. He's 6'8", he defends the wing. He gives you a defender to go along with Mitchell and Harden, who aren't great defenders. You're going to get plenty of points out of Harden, Mitchell, and Mobley. Scoring shouldn't be a factor. You put a 6'8" guy known for his D out on the wing and let him play, and he's 23 years old, he did average 11 points a game in each of his first 3 seasons in San Antonio. And then last year kind of fell out of the rotation in San Antonio.
Yeah, there was talk.
And he's a free agent.
He was going to get a ring either way at the end of the season. Yeah. So either because he had enough games with San Antonio at the beginning of the season and with the Knicks at the end that no matter who won the finals, he was getting a ring.
And he's not a guy I had thought of very much, but I was looking over all the available free agents, and I just thought, you know what? That guy might fit here real well because he doesn't need the ball. He's extremely athletic. He can run the floor like crazy. You know Harden and Mitchell are going to have the ball. Because the one thing about LeBron coming here, we've all thought, okay, can they figure out a scheme where all 3 of those guys get to handle the ball enough while not killing Evan Mobley? Well, Sochan wouldn't do that.
No.
He'd play D like crazy. He'd rebound. I think he would be an interesting guy to keep an eye on. And he fills the bill. 6'8" defender. You want a wing defender? Now, he's not a 3-and-D defender.
What do you got to pay him?
I don't know. He's unemployed right now, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know what he...
I don't know. But, was the number 9 overall pick in the draft when he was taken by San Antonio. If you put an athletic 6'8" guy on the bench, even if you don't start him, and he's known for his D, thank you. I think this team could use a guy like that. The other day I threw out, they have 4 guys on the team who are over 6'6". They need some size. They could use some more athleticism. Keep an eye on Jeremy Sochan. So there.
I'm watching.
Jim's in Cleveland. Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Well, good.
Jeff, I want to ask you, do you think the fact that, he comes home and, we kind of fade in the relevance thing, do you think that's TV marketing?
Well, Jim, hello? I didn't hear you were muffled on
was
your
that
list.
TV marketing is what it sounds
As far as relevant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's what the NBA would be giddy about. And, I could see them marketing Giannis and LeBron together like crazy. The market size in the TV doesn't matter, as we saw the last time when he was here, Jim. They market superstar players like crazy. And over the last 10 years in the NBA, have there been 2 bigger superstars than Giannis and LeBron? Maybe not.
And he marketed in Milwaukee and Cleveland.
Yeah, and they were in Milwaukee and Cleveland. And if you put the 2 of those guys together in Miami, the NBA would be giddy.
They would. I'm a homer, grew up in the Akron area, Chicago Falls, and LeBron's like a hero to me. And
did you go to Falls or Woodridge, Jim?
My son, and it's just amazing.
Jim, did you go to Falls or Woodridge?
I went to Falls. I went to Walsh Jesuit for a year.
There you go.
And that's where my football career started, as a 100-pound statistician in the 9th grade.
Nice, congratulations, Jim. Thank you very much.
Nobody moved a pencil the way you did, man.
And we're proud of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Congrats.
All right, Jim. Thanks, buddy.
That took a good turn.
Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I like that.
I was sitting there going, man, this is going to be boring.
Yeah, I like that.
And then all of a sudden, he dropped the statistician.
That was beautiful. Greg's in Medina, home of the Bees. What's up, Greg?
Hey.
Hey, how are you guys?
Okay.
We're good.
Hey, so here's the thing I was looking at. So Rich Paul came out and said that nobody else needs to sway LeBron or move to try and sway LeBron, right?
They've heard everything they need to hear.
Yep.
So who's to say that the Miami Heat didn't drop this to try and sway other teams into moving on from LeBron? Because we know we can't sign anybody until we know what's going on with LeBron. Because if we went for Kuminga or anybody else, that puts us over the second apron, which we already are. So we know that with LeBron's legacy, Miami and Cleveland are the 2 teams that make the most sense. We won't see him going to Philadelphia just because the fan base, if they don't win the title, they'll eat him alive. He's won a title with Miami. He's won a title with Cleveland. We know those, to me, those are the 2 teams that make the most sense. Miami drops this to try and get Cleveland to move on from LeBron and sign him. That's why they put the date on it.
Greg, it's an interesting conspiracy theory. I don't think the Cavs will move on from LeBron. I think they will wait to hear one way or the other, as if they don't already know one way or the other. I think they'd wait to hear before they did anything. I would think LeBron is still choice number 1 for the Cavaliers and choice number 1 for the Miami Heat. But hey, whoever doesn't get LeBron, man, they're going to throw a lot of money at Jonathan Kuminga. Or give it the best. Give it their best shot.
If I'm Kuminga, I'm waiting. I'd wait if I was Kuminga before I'm committing to Lakers.
Yeah, I would think that's really true. Yeah. If anything happens with the LeBron saga, we will keep you posted all day long right here on 92.3 The Fan. In fact, the afternoon guys will do a fine job of talking LeBron.
Oh, they're excellent when it comes to that. I can't think of a better tandem that
they'll be all over.
Especially, when you're
they'll be all over that. So stay tuned right here at The Fan all day long. And we'll have you covered if anything pops with LeBron.
As long as they're not talking about Shedeur.
Guardians are winning. Guardians are winning. And what's been the key to the season? We'll tell you next on Baskin and Phelps.
2026 season. Rookies set to report to Berea tomorrow for the start of training camp, while veterans are scheduled to report on Tuesday. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hang on. Oh, okay. There, the intensity broke. That thing just keeps building, Dan. I don't want to talk over it. But once the intensity broke, it's okay to jump in there. Aaron Schatz, ESPN NFL writer, FTN Almanac as well. He's going to join us coming up at 12:20. We're going to talk a little defense with him. And Joe Noga, who covers the Guardians for the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com, along with Paul Hoynes, joining us at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk a little Guards right now. And the Guardians have won 2 straight games. I think they're fun to watch despite their lack of offense on given nights. They've been real solid. They've been, I think, entertaining. I like watching how they build a team despite the fact that they don't spend money in free agency and they don't have the hitting that other teams have right now. But this team, to me, has been, I won't call it fascinating, but I do think it's been entertaining. And the reason, one of the key reasons why, is something that Chris Antonetti said they were going to do that made everybody go, ah. And he said it numerous times. We're not signing free agents this year because of a couple of reasons. Number one, when we've done it in the past, it hasn't necessarily produced the results we wanted. But also, we want to keep a clear runway for our young players. And when everybody said we want to keep a clear runway for the young players, when Chris said that, everyone was like, oh, come on, man. That sounds like an excuse for not wanting to spend money. And my golly, I think he was right. I think Chris was right. The way this thing is playing out right now, the way it is playing out, I think he was right, and I think it's paying off. And I say that for this reason. Take a look at their everyday lineup. Chase DeLauder. Isn't that guy exciting? Doesn't he do something for you? He does for me. It looks like they have a guy there, if he can stay healthy, who is going to be a really good hitter for this team for a long time. Travis Bazzana. All right, his defense might be a little shaky. His offense is fun, and he can play, and he can hit, and they've given him the opportunity. Little longer to get here, Andy, than you wanted, but he's here.
It worked out.
And he's doing
the
the job.
Team, so.
Khalil Watson. They've slowly brought him along.
Boy, what a catch to end the game last night.
Slowly.
Yeah.
And he looks like a guy, at the very least right now, with Khalil Watson. At the very least, you want to see more of him, do you not?
Oh, I love watching him play.
At the very least, that's what I think we can say about Watson right now.
I just hope he doesn't get sent down. That's all.
Well,
I hope he's here for the season.
And there might, maybe something happens and he does get sent down. DeLauder and Bazzana aren't going anywhere. They're here. I mean, I think they have clearly established themselves as Major League ball players, and unless they fall off the cliff, they're not going anywhere. Khalil Watson, I think on his way to maybe doing the same. But again, we'll see with him. Petey Halpin looks like a guy who you thought, well, he's a nice fourth outfielder. That's great. He can steal you a base and he can play some D. And then he pops 2 home runs the other night. It's like, wait a minute. You got somebody else here? Somebody else? Cooper Ingle came up, and we didn't see, I don't think we saw the best that Cooper Ingle has to offer.
No, but then he went right back down to Columbus and started smashing the ball again.
And that's why I think.
But maybe that part of that is confidence of coming up here, seeing big league pitching, and then going back to AAA at that point. And I think it probably feels like things slow down a little bit when you go back to AAA compared to being in the bigs, and maybe that's why he's having success again when he head back. I know the first game back he crushed it. So I agree. You look at all these rookies, and
it's fun, Andy.
It is kind of fun. And then especially if they stick with these guys for a long time, you'll be like, oh, I remember when DeLauder came. Remember DeLauder came up during the playoffs? What? Wow. And then and then it was his rookie year. That's weird, man. Weird.
Well,
but look what he's been able to do. He is worth the price of admission for me.
DeLauder
and Rocchio right now.
Bazzana, Watson, Halpin. All 4 guys have made their major league debut this year. Petey did last year, didn't he? Petey was up just a little. I take that back, I think. Cooper Ingle.
Well, that was his first home run.
Yeah,
the other night, so.
First 2. Cooper Ingle, we'll see him again. Those are just the position players. On the pitching side, Parker Messick's the real deal. Now, he did start 7 games last year, but Parker's the real deal, and he's fun. And they have developed another good young arm to add to more good young arms. So that's outstanding. We've seen Will Dion come up and pitch in relief. Franco Aleman looks like, ooh, that guy's going to be a back end of the bullpen guy. And we've seen some of Daniel Espino for the first time, and that's a great story. And we're going to see more of Daniel as the season goes on. So, Andy,
Jeff,
and I don't think I even got them all, but Messick, DeLauder, Bazzana, Watson, Halpin, Ingle, eventually.
Is it the rookie?
Dion.
Like when you look at the
Aleman, Espino.
Yeah, you look at the story of the season, and you kind of say to yourself, what's the story of the year? Is it the rookies, right? Is it the rookies that are the story of the year, or are there other stories within this that you're trying, or is it just DeLauder? To me, I can tell you what I think the story of the year is, because we are unbelievably blessed at one spot that knocks my socks off every time that I think about it, especially where the franchise was. And that's Cade Smith. And I know that's not a rookie story.
Well, but that's part of this team's DNA, Andy. Have a good rotation and then a knockout bullpen. And Cade Smith looked this way last year, but he didn't look this way last year all season as a closer. Not until Clase had his issues.
Remember the beginning of the year this year wasn't exactly a bed of roses. I mean, he had to kind of find himself again in the beginning of the year to get to that point and to be able. But again, you go out and watch him again last night.
We expect perfection out of a closer because Clase was near perfect, until playoffs.
It's got 29 saves. I don't know how much more.
I know he's been terrific. But I have to give them credit because this year, Chris Antonetti said it. People might have scoffed at it, but by gosh, here it is. I mean, the young guys who they gave the opportunity to, created the runway for by not clogging it up with veterans, has been lights out. And I don't mean they've become superstars, but they've done the job. And I think that's outstanding. I really do. Now, is it enough to make you a power in the American League? No, I don't think so yet. But you're on your way.
I feel like we have to rethink baseball. I used to all season long. I'm like, man, it seems like we can't hit. We're minus. The number's never green on the plus minus for this team, but they're kind of sticking around. But go back to the conversation we had yesterday. And just look at the American League and look at how there just aren't that many good teams in the American League. Yes, Boston is on a roll, right? They've won 14 straight. The Yankees have been there all season. The Rays are always there, right? But beyond that, Jeff, I mean, first of all, the fact that the White Sox are even tied for first place this late in the season might tell you how low the American League is this year for the standard of what you consider excellence. I mean, they were brutal last year. They were brutal before that.
Teams get better.
Yeah, and I agree they get better, but it's not – the White Sox are plus 42, by the way. I look at them, and I'm like, wow. I mean, are the White Sox truly for real?
Well, yeah, I don't think there's any question. But so is our team.
As real, yeah.
Our team's the real deal.
But I also think that the standard to kind of not get frustrated when you look at your lineup and – the majority of the guys are hitting 230 or less, it's not even worth getting frustrated for because it's not just us. For a while there, I'd watch it and I'd be like, God, we suck, man. We can't get a run across the plate. We score 2 runs in a weekend. But then I go back and I look at the standings the next day and I'm like, all right, well, maybe we don't suck. Maybe our offense isn't as bad as I think it is. Or it's just the entire American League. Do I think they'd get smashed by the Yankees in the playoffs? Yeah, I do. But who knows? It's a series. It's baseball.
And
we have great pitching. So
I was going to say, if those guys, if your pitching goes out and does the job, Andy, you win a series.
You have to play perfect baseball, though, in that scenario. There's no room for error. Literally, no room for errors in those kind of games when you get to the end of the season.
If you're looking down the road, and by golly, we look everywhere here at Basket and Phelps. If you look down the road, it would appear to be only a matter of time until Ralphie Velasquez is your starting first baseman.
Probably.
And that might not be next year, but it would certainly be the year after. And I'm assuming, no labor unrest.
That's a bad assumption.
I know. Ralphie's in, but I'm just assuming they're playing next year. That's why I say that.
Okay.
Kyle Manzardo and Rhys Hoskins appear to be guys to me, Andy, and I like them both. They appear to be guys who need to get their act together quickly, continue to get better, continue to hopefully produce more, because not too far down the road, there's a first baseman who's on the way here who will probably be your everyday first baseman. And if you want to roll either on this team or the next team you go to, you better get the bat going a little bit more.
You probably have to put Schneemann in there too, don't you?
I think Daniel.
I've seen him come up with some big. I mean, I still like watching him play.
And his glove is good wherever you put him.
Yeah.
See, that's the one thing about Daniel. Put him in the outfield, he's pretty good. Put him anywhere in the infield, he's pretty good.
I got to believe Martinez is close, right? He played in Akron again last night.
Yeah, you would think he's back sooner rather than later. So take all those rookies we just talked about, Andy. Bring back Jose. Mm-hmm. Bring back Angel Martinez. Put Angel, and the way Steven Kwan is playing now, put Martinez where? Where do you like him better, left or center? Where do you like Kwan better, left or center? I would assume left, but if they think Martinez is better in left, regardless, DeLauder, Kwan, Martinez, there's your outfield, which is going to make Khalil Watson a fourth outfielder on this team. And then you put Jose back. That puts Schneemann and Arias back in the utility role. Now somebody's going to have to go down, right? Somebody's going to have to be moved when you activate those guys.
Yeah.
Rocchio, Bazzana, you've got Manzardo and Hoskins. I mean, all of a sudden, if some of these guys continue to go, DeLauder stays healthy, maybe that offense gets cooking a little bit more. With Kwan setting the table more than he has all year long, if Steven can keep it going, there might be a little offense in the future here for this baseball team. We're going to talk more Guardians coming up. Joe Noga, who covers the team for the PlainDealerCleveland.com, joining us at 1 o'clock. Headlines next here on Basket and Phelps.
On YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up at 12:20, Aaron Schatz, ESPN NFL writer. Also with FTN, and the FTN Almanac is out right now. Aaron's going to join us. He's been with us before. Good guest, very knowledgeable. And Joe Noga will talk Guardians with us at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin.
Yes.
And my buddy behind the glass, getting ready to hit the button, Dan Mennigan.
From the county-wide leader, in fact, 5 county-wide leader in sports, here's Dan Mennigan.
Even if I can name 5 counties.
I can. You can.
Well, I know. I figured you could. You pride yourself on such things. I pride myself in finding my way to work every day.
That's outstanding.
Well, again, if you set the bar low enough, you're never truly disappointed.
And getting to work these days is quite a challenge. So if you make it, congratulations if you're working downtown Cleveland.
No kidding. We had a triple play yesterday in Major League Baseball, gentlemen. The Marlins turned the first triple play of the season on a good old-fashioned 5-4-3 triple play type of thing.
Those are the biggies.
It was fun. It was very, very fun to see. All right. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. Just off the top of your head. On things you don't see every day at the ballpark. We'll go the cycle, the triple play, 15 strikeouts in a game, and let's say 2 home runs in a game, 3 home runs in a game. Let's go 3 home runs in a game.
Yeah, 3.
Where does the triple play rank for you? On like just cool oddities that take place at a ballpark that you'll never forget being in the stands for.
Out of the one you mentioned, number 1.
Number 1?
Yeah, what was your,
I think it's just fun.
What was your very first thing you said?
Triple play.
No, you said something else, too. You said triple play, 3 home runs in a game, 15 strikeouts. You had a 4th one.
Cycle.
The cycle. I don't know. If it's my home team, I think I would rather... I think I'd rather see this... I don't know. Triple play is a cool play. I got to go triple play number 1.
I remember being at the ballpark to see the triple play that took place there. I think that had to have been like 10 years ago or something like that. There was a triple play at Progressive Field. And it was like one of those, like, it will still stand out in my mind forever watching that take place. I go, oh my gosh, I just saw a triple play. That's awesome. You know? And may have seen cycles in between. Don't totally remember those, but I do remember the triple play. So
I'm trying to think of like the best oddity that I've seen in a game. My favorite oddity was when the Twins played in the old Metrodome, and Subway had a sign that said "Hit it here," and it was a bullseye, and you had to hit the ball into the bullseye to win some kind of big prize. And Travis Hafner hit it through the hole. And he was kind of bummed out after the game because he thought he won something. But it must have been a fan that won something. And he was just, oh, okay. But that was like one of the coolest things I think I've ever seen. That he actually hit the ball through a hole in a mat up against the wall. Hit it here. It was pretty cool.
I think you have that at the Cuyahoga County Fair, don't you?
I didn't see anybody slide. Now, what would have been cool
and
is
then Mr. Phelps goes into the bucket.
Yeah, if they what if you would have hit it into the hole and the mascot in Milwaukee then fell down the chute? Now that would have been cool.
Now you're onto something.
Yeah.
Now you're onto
I
something.
wish we had
Bernie
something
Brewer.
like that. Wouldn't that be cool?
It would.
We don't have enough oddities like that.
Yeah, baseball has so many cool ones, and they're slowly but surely going away. Like I was the weirdo. I loved the hill in center field in Houston. I thought that was so different to put a hill. What was it, Tiles Hill? I think it was called.
Yeah.
In the old, it was Enron Field at that point. I don't know what it was
named
called.
after Tal Smith.
I believe that was the
former
case.
general manager.
Sure, but I loved that stuff. Like, and then they got rid of the hill because people were hurting themselves.
Shooting off the fountains in Kansas City for home
Love
runs.
that. The spinning. Oh gosh, I can't think of what they're called for the White Sox.
I thought the hill in
spinning
Houston,
wheels,
though unique, was stupid. What a way for a guy to get hurt.
That's why they got rid of it.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
I thought it was weird.
So
I thought it would have been more fun to have like a train go through rather than above, but through the outfield like Brewster's Millions. Like, that's the way you should have to play, is stop the game for a train to come through.
Good idea, Andy.
No problem. And no one's tripping on the tracks.
Yeah.
That never happened.
Good idea.
So an Angel Scout, according to The Athletic, have you guys paid attention to this story at all about the Angel Scout, the baseball spy who was going to practices around the place and spying on teams for the Angels?
No.
Uh-huh. So a gentleman by the name of Jason Princeton was spotted filming coaches for the Padres in the San Diego dugout in an April series at Petco. The Padres took 2 of 3 from the Angels in Anaheim, so clearly his work was very highly regarded. The similar thing took place with the Rockies as well from a seat in the stands. He was filming them for the Angels. Now, mind you, the Angels
was he doing like meta glasses or?
I don't know, Andy. That wasn't in the piece.
I'm sorry, man. Okay. I always like to get to the deeper part of the story. Okay, keep going.
It wasn't in the piece how he was doing. I know at one point
Andy's
he was
worried
using
about
his phone.
technology. Dan's worried about cheating in baseball.
Well, more
I'm
like,
sorry if he was stealing signs, anybody else could see it, and that's a part
I
of the
was going to say
game.
more like wasting your time in baseball. Like everything that takes place here, there's nothing in baseball where you're worried about a set play. Like, oh, they run the wheel differently. Let's make sure we have that written down.
First and third, that's it, right?
Like, there's nothing that you could garner from this, even in the world of PitchCom. This is the most pointless cheating scandal I have seen in a very long time. What are you getting from this?
Welcome to do anything we can to try and get an advantage.
But what if there's no advantage you're gaining?
Well,
Now
you're trying
just
anyway.
Wasting your time.
You're giving it a shot.
Football, you kind of get it. There's set plays in football. You can try to pick up basketball. I kind of get it. There's tendencies and set plays in basketball that you can get an understanding of.
Wait a minute. Let me knock on a garbage can, and I'll give you my thought that way.
Right. Baseball, cheating and spying on practices. I mean, what? Oh, it seems like that guy prefers his shorts a little bit higher than the other guy who's taking grounders at second.
Oh, that means if you hit the ball at a 30-degree launch angle with, if we do that instead, then we'll start getting hits.
And you can trip on the end of the pants.
Yeah,
it's all about
bats. It's all about bat
Just
speed.
what a
pants.
dumb way to get sanctioned by Major League Baseball. Not to mention you're in last, which forever hammers home cheaters finish last.
That's why Joe Adele can be traded.
Wait a second. Think about it. He was spying on Colorado. Like,
yeah.
Why?
Who's in last place?
Yeah, why?
No, they're just working things out there.
What are we gaining? I don't even anything. Even if you want to try to steal the signs from the managers or the bench coaches, you can get all that nonsense on film. You don't need to be at practice. This is ridiculous. It's one of the dumbest cheating stories I've heard in a long time. And another thing that is absolutely ridiculous.
Another thing.
The USGA.
You don't keep telling them there, Jeffrey. Oh, sorry.
Just playing along. Go ahead. Keep
Ari,
going.
I think you're doing your own show.
Yeah, we actually are. Yeah,
yeah, kind of do. We do that here.
Good call.
Happens every so often. Hi, I'm here to state the obvious. Can I spy on your practice? USGA has announced that they are going back to Baltusrol in New Jersey. Now, why does this matter? Besides the fact that I can say
Dan, why
Baltusrol?
does this matter?
Well, that's happening in 2046, Jeff.
Oh my God. Really?
Yes.
They're planning U.S. Opens out 20 years down the road?
2046. Who knows what we'll be doing? Who knows what the golf ball will be doing at that point? For all we know, we could all just be hitting the plastic ones because everybody's crushing the ball too much with the holes in them.
Isn't it weird they plan those things out so far ahead?
It is amazing that they do that.
Yeah,
So is that?
It's weird.
So I'm assuming Firestone's not on any of these then until 46. So we got to try for 47. Is that what we need to do?
I think Firestone would get a PGA championship before it'd get a U.S. Open.
Probably.
I would think that's true.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's nothing against.
It's not long enough, other than the monster, right?
Unless you can really dial back the golf ball, in which case then you could bring all of those courses back into play. But you just have to dial back the tech in the golf ball and the drivers and all of that kind of stuff to be able to get it in there, sadly.
They, not only 46, they're booked through 2051.
Yeah, because they have those, oh shoot,
Rotating?
what do they call
The recurring venues.
They're like staples, I think is what they refer to them as. Which,
Oakland Hills in Michigan
Yeah.
is all set for 2051. Get your tickets now.
Yep. Yeah, they have the staples that are in there where they're going to like make sure they're always playing Pebble and all that kind of stuff too. So
Oakmont 49, get your tickets.
Oakmont for sure. Yep, that's one of those out there so that everybody can complain.
Oh, they'll be back. They'll actually be there earlier, 42.
Yeah, in 2042, everyone will still be complaining about Oakmont being too hard.
But will they have 33, they're back at Oakmont. Oakmont's set.
So we have the numbers for the World Cup final, gentlemen.
I know how. Let's go. Love it.
66.4 million viewers in the United States. 42.5 million on Fox, 23.9 million on Telemundo. Other than the Super Bowl, the largest sports audience since the 1994 Olympics. That's pretty damn cool.
We're here.
That's pretty damn cool.
It makes a difference when they play here, doesn't it?
I just think it's pretty damn cool that many people decided to tune in for a soccer final against two countries that I'm pretty sure they couldn't find on a map. That's pretty damn cool. Like, it's just, I don't know if I could. I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of people.
You could find Spain on a map.
You know where Spain is.
Come on. You know where Argentina is.
It'd get pretty close to Biff Henderson territory on the mailbag. Like, it'd get pretty ugly after a bit. That's a throwback joke to anybody who is old.
Love Biff.
So did I. It always made me laugh. Biff, where's Des Moines, Iowa on the map? Nope, that's not it. Not it, Biff.
I think people know where Argentina is, too.
They know not to cry for it.
Yeah, but I think they also know where it is, too.
It's because we're cultured.
I think if I said to you, find Paraguay, people would have trouble with that.
I don't know.
Aren't we talking about soccer television ratings?
Yeah, this is.
Oh, okay.
It's awesome. It just puts a smile on my face. Now, I don't know what this is going to turn into. I don't know if it means we're going to grow a whole bunch of fans.
So wait, are you doing a Champions Pose on this, or?
It's just cool. What do you mean Champions Pose?
I mean, just like, hey, no, you didn't say I told you so, but you're like the kid that's proud of soccer today.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Are you proud of soccer, or are you proud of us?
What do you mean?
For the United States, for the way we handle things here.
I mean, the U.S., this went how I thought it would go. It's the greatest quote that I've seen floating around, and I wish I could give credit to the person who had it on social media. But just because the uncles and aunts are all fighting doesn't mean the cousins can't get together and throw a party. That's the best quote I've heard about the World Cup.
Wasn't it sleepover?
And I stand behind it.
Yeah, the other one I liked.
Good. I like that.
Is just how people that, especially, I don't know if I read a quote from somebody they were somewhere in Europe, and they just said, if you think you know the United States from watching media outlets, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Drive through the country and see how nice the people really are.
It's a good way to put it.
And I was like, thank you for somebody actually saying that.
And I leave you with this. So Spain, of course, winning the World Cup. They had their parade yesterday. Also, World Cup winners Fabian Ruiz and Javi were gifted. You ready for this one?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Their weight in tomatoes by their hometown Los Puentes y Villafranca.
Nice.
I think I said that mildly correct, and I apologize to everyone I offended. Javi got 68 kilograms of tomatoes. Fabian got 84 kilograms of tomatoes. So, gentlemen, that's a lot of tomatoes. Congratulations on winning. My suggestion would be to can them.
They're going to get arrested for possession.
What do you do with that?
Can them. That's all I can do.
It's a lot of pizza sauce, Jeff.
What if you don't know
a
how
lot
to
of spaghetti.
can? Now it's going to cost you. You can go get those things canned.
Canning's not hard. You can do it yourself. It's not hard.
Well, what if you don't have the materials? What if you don't have the jars? They're going to have to go buy these things.
They buy a lot of jars.
Jeff, why do you worry about
And
that?
then always remember, you can hand out the jar, but
You're worried about whether they're shooting it on fancy glasses or an iPhone.
Well, that's true.
And I'm worried about guys not having canning.
And if there's one thing that we can tell you, and hopefully the Spanish take this up from the Midwest, you can have what's inside the jar, but you have to give the jar back.
Gotcha.
Really
Don't
true.
give the jar back.
Speaking of those glasses, I've been kicking around. Oh, never mind. I know we're going to break. I've been kicking around buying Meta glasses, and I've just been looking. I don't know if I want to do it or not. Going back and forth on it.
Yeah. Well, you keep thinking about that little buckaroo.
Okay. Dan, do it or don't.
I wasn't paying attention. We got to go to break.
Buy Meta glasses. Tell me after the break.
No, don't do that.
This is July 22nd. The world changes tomorrow. We explain. You know why? You know why, Andy.
Jeff.
You know why it changes tomorrow, don't you?
Tell me why, Jeff. Tell me why.
Orange helmets, baby. Coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Summer's here. And Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with the Fan all summer long.
Meredith just said it. Rookies report tomorrow in Berea.
Oh, she gave it away.
Here we go, baby.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10. We're on from 10 to 2 afternoon, from 2 to 7. 5 hours for those guys. Wow. Every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. That's where you'll find it. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
That's Andy Baskin. Devo glasses. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan behind the glass.
2 days in a row. Let it go.
Those are great glasses. I love them.
Let it go.
You look cool, hip, young.
Let it go.
Meredith Kane. Taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Also doing the 2020s today. Rookies report tomorrow. I'm excited. You're excited. Beginning of a football season is fun for everybody, Andy. Even if folks aren't optimistic about the Browns this year, I'm anxious to see their rookies. We just talked about Guardians rookies a little while ago and how well they've done this year as a whole. And I'm sure we're all hoping for the same thing with the Browns. There are a lot of questions, a lot of things to see. An offense that has a completely different feel to it because you have an all-new offensive line. You have new wide receivers. You'll have running backs coming back. Mm-hmm. We have young tight ends to go along with Harold Fannin, who's a young tight end. Mm-hmm. And who knows what at quarterback.
Yeah, that seems to be the story, doesn't it? I don't know how we shake that off. But the problem is that if it's not, then that probably means things are going in the right direction.
Well, maybe. We've had a lot of attention pointed at the offense, and that goes from the front office as well, with so many assets being put toward the offense in the offseason with draft choices and with free agency and everything else. I'd wager to say the key to this team this year, Andy, is going to be the defense. Can the defense be as solid as it was last year when the defense had Jim Schwartz as the coordinator and it had Myles Garrett as the clear-cut standout player on the defense? And that means in Myles' place, Jared Verse needs to be what Jared Verse has been the first 2 years of his career, which is a good defensive end. None of us should, it's not right to say, well, he better be as good as Myles Garrett. Yeah, okay, well, Myles Garrett wasn't as good as Myles Garrett his first 2 years in the league. You know, you grow, you develop, you get better. Jared Verse made the Pro Bowl already, twice. So he's going to be a good player here, and I'm anxious to see him. What I'm more anxious to see is what the overall defense looks like with Mike Rutenberg as the defensive coordinator. And he came in from the Atlanta Falcons. Good pedigree. He's worked with some good folks in the past. And I don't think enough has been mentioned about the fact that, okay, there is a new guy running this. Wonder what the scheme's going to look like. Wonder what the unit is going to look like. How effective can they be? Will they be a unit that's as good as it was last year? Remember, Schwartz was here 3 years. First year was lights out. Second year was not very good in comparison. And the third year, pretty darn good.
I think I don't expect the drop-off to be that great. Do you?
No, I actually.
You have a lot of veterans on defense.
To be pretty good.
Yeah, so you have a lot of veterans back on defense.
And good young players.
And good young guys. Yeah, especially as backups. Like, I think we have more defensively backups, I would just say.
Well, that doesn't mean you're going to be any good then.
Well, no. I'm not saying. I'm just that you've got draft picks.
There seems to be
Warren
some
your
depth.
second round pick, one of your second round picks, is hanging there as a backup to start the season behind Rodney Hickman. So, and then you
better have three safeties.
Justin Jefferson, you brought him in too, and then you've got. They've got a plethora of guys that can play safety. So, but again,
that's all well and good.
My question though, because what is the drop off on defense because you lost the coordinator?
We don't know.
That's what I think the question mark becomes during camp, during preseason, and then once they finally say hike during the regular season. I don't think it's that big.
I don't think that's what we're looking to find out, though. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, Jim Schwartz was very respected. Obviously, before he came here, had a great reputation as a defensive coordinator.
I think it's beneficial for Jim Schwartz if the defense looks good this year because they were good last year. If they maintain being good, then I think that elevates Schwartz too if he's trying to find another job, right? Hey, look what I did in Cleveland. Like the record didn't show it, but go back and look at the defensive effort that we saw. Go back and look at you had Miles. But you know what? He had to put it together to. At least the defense gave us chances in games last year that we might not have because the offense was stalling out. So I think it's good for Jim Schwartz if the defense looks good this year too. You might say, "Oh, I wish Schwartz was a head coach. Maybe if they don't play well, the Browns front office and ownership will realize that they made a mistake." It's football, kids. It's football.
Well, coaches come and go. Sorry to say.
Yeah.
We all wish Jim Schwartz was probably still the defensive coordinator. Many wish he was the head coach.
Yeah.
Instead, it's a different crew.
But no one's saying that now. They'll only start saying that if Todd has trouble or things go sideways early on. Then they'll be like, "Oh, they hired the wrong guy." That's. I mean, look, when they hired Monken, people were like, "Oh, they hired the wrong guy."
Well, maybe they did.
Oh yeah, we just don't know. That's the beauty of playing this thing out.
And that's why I think one of the biggest questions is, what is this defense going to look like with Mike Rutenberg as the defensive coordinator? There's a piece on The Athletic, and it was written by Jordan Rodriguez, and she went through and named a coach to watch on all 32 teams. And the title of the piece, Assistant Coaches Who Could Break Out in 2026. And she actually, for the Browns, said Mike Rutenberg. And the fact that you picked one from every team, okay, you had to pick somebody. I would think Rutenberg is a good choice there. And just said he's, was a key assistant for the Falcons and his ability to teach, plus his schematic roots, talking about working with Robert Saleh, Jeff Ulbrich with the Jets, will be the subject of much interest. I agree completely with that. If Rutenberg comes out and does a good job, Andy, maybe the defense is better than it was under Jim Schwartz. You have young guys who are going to step up. You hope Mason Graham is better than he was last year as a rookie. You hope Mike Hall finds it. Carson Schlesinger should do nothing but get better.
True.
You brought in McNeil Warren. Maybe he beats out Ronnie Hickman. There are a lot of things that could happen on this defense to make it better than it was. And that's nothing against, Myles Garrett or Mike Schwartz or Jim Schwartz, excuse me. But Mike Rutenberg just might have the right guys at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, they could be. Rutenberg could have been just gifted a defense here. That's the beauty of the whole thing, right? And so, again, if they're going to win, it's going to have to start with defense first and then fill in the blanks on the other side and hope that, Boston and Concepcion can light that offense on fire by getting the ball from a quarterback who can deliver. The greatest part about now is that you just don't have to. You can dream and go, if this works, if this works, if this. It's dream. That's what we're the best dreaming franchise in the history of the NFL. They all turn south during the season, and then you get halfway through, and you're like, I wonder if they're trying to lose games so we can get a better draft pick. I hate those seasons. I can't stand those. But I feel like we're destined to have that this year because the answer of the great quarterback controversy for the Cleveland Browns isn't going to come to rest anytime soon.
Marcus,
I think we're going to be doing it all year.
Marcus is in Aurora.
Hey, happy Wednesday, gentlemen.
Hey, man. And to you. Happy day before the Browns report, Marcus.
Yeah, oh, well, I'm not too numb from all that. But, hey, listen, what is one thing you guys would have wished for the last 3 years from the Browns defense?
From the Browns defense?
That you would have wanted to see more of in the last 3 seasons.
Put games away.
Yeah, end of the game.
I think there were some times where the defense had a chance to put games away and they didn't. That's one thing. What about you, Marcus?
I'm going to say turnovers. They didn't
cause enough,
force enough. And I'm going to tell you, this guy Rutenberg, they're going to play more zone defense in the first half of the season than you saw in the last 3 years. They play a lot of zone defense. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't force more turnovers. If they get any kind of pressure, you play zone, you get pressure, you get turnovers. What do you guys think? I think that's what's going to happen myself.
That's what we're all waiting to find out, Marcus. I don't know. I don't know what kind of defense Mike Rutenberg is going to play. They can talk all about it. They can say we're going to do this, say we're going to do that. I want to see it on the field, and let's find out. Turnovers would be good. One thing about teams that get a lot of turnovers, Andy, sometimes they give up a lot of big plays.
Well, because they're going for it.
They're going for it, yeah. But that's okay. Try to make things.
Especially on interceptions that you're like, how many times have you watched a defensive back go, he's gone, touchdown?
Oh, yeah. And that's what we're going to find out with Rutenberg. What type of defense does he want to play? Do they want to be overly aggressive? Go for the big play? Do they want to, bend and not break? What do they want to do? And that's what we're going to find out.
I just can't wait for this thing to start. I'm going to be honest with you. This feels like this has been the longest month of July, other than just because I want to see what they look like. I want, you got to the camps and we're going through all these OTAs and we're almost there. And now we're almost there.
September, right?
We're what? We're not really going to see it till September. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I think you're going to see it more with this team offensively than you do with most teams. I'm just really much hoping, because everything seems to be projecting this way, that it's not a camp cupcake for any of the the veterans every day. Like I'm nothing against Miles, and I didn't need to see Miles in practice during training camp at all, because we know how good he was while he was here. I think when you walk into a regular season not prepared, it shows week one. And let's face it, we're talking about 2 steamy games early on in the year in Florida where it's going to be hot, and they need to be ready, and they need to practice in this heat in August to be ready for the start of the season, because there's nothing worse than jumping out there and starting the season 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, and you're already looking at next year. That is the last thing I want. But they need to be ready and prepared for the beginning of the season. I felt like too many times these training camps have been so soft. I understand that they've been, reworked because of the NFLPA. I get it. And that they don't have the same, like, 2-a-days don't really exist anymore, right? So, but they better be ready this year. Just be ready, please.
We know the key to the whole thing. If you listen to national voices on this, the key to the whole thing for the Browns means the Browns aren't going to be very good this year. What's that mean? We'll explain it coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
start of training camp, while veterans will be reporting on Tuesday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Football talk on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Aaron Schatz was going to join us, and Aaron had something come up, and he had to reschedule, so he'll be joining us tomorrow.
Something suddenly came up.
Well, it did. We hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
But Aaron's going to join us tomorrow. The Browns' whole situation, we know, as far as the offense, it begins, it ends, the story is quarterback. And you would like to think, hey, Shadeur's going to make that big step this year. Or, hey, Deshaun Watson's going to come back and look like the Deshaun Watson the Browns wanted to sign 5 years ago. Instead, they've had a different Deshaun Watson for 4 years. If you look around the NFL, and you ask folks in the know, you ask national writers, you ask anybody who kind of knows what's going on a little bit, it's not good, Andy. Fox Sports, Henry McKenna, has ranked all quarterbacks by team, their starting quarterback, at the start of training camp as they get going. Okay?
Okay.
And, you know, there's some really good quarterbacks in the league. We know that. There's some big-time talent there. And just for the sake of argument, okay, for discussion. Number one quarterback in Henry's estimation, Josh Allen. Number two is Matthew Stafford, who last year threw 40-some-odd touchdowns for the Rams, had a phenomenal year. And, of course, he's throwing to Puka and Devontae Adams. That helps a little bit. Joe Burrow was number three. Jordan Love was number four. Justin Herbert, who now gets a new coach, has Jim Harbaugh now, and gets some new talent around him. Number five, Drake May. Patriots drafted him as number six. Patrick Mahomes was seven. So, you know, guys have dropped down a little bit. Lamar Jackson is eight. You just keep scrolling. You wonder, there's Caleb Williams. He's number 12. That's pretty good. Jared Goff's 15. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
And Baker Mayfield's 18.
Oh, good.
So though Baker's looking for a new contract, they think that Henry thinks there's 17 guys that you'd rather have. You keep scrolling. There's C.J. Stroud. He's dropped down to 22.
Ooh.
Malik Willis, who was available as a free agent, right? Went to Miami.
Yes.
He's 25.
By the way, this is 100% a list. Go ahead. It's not your list.
It's not my list.
I know it's a list.
Aaron Rodgers, at the age of 73, is ranked number 26. Kirk Cousins, who was available, right? Mm-hmm. He's 27 for the Raiders.
Wait, you're saying a guy who's available?
Well, no, I'm just saying these are Henry's rankings.
Okay.
And you keep scrolling and you keep scrolling and you get down to the bottom of the league.
The very bottom of the league.
Number 32.
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett, Arizona Cardinals.
We don't have anybody on the list?
Deshaun Watson's ranked 31st. Henry says if the quarterback competition between Shedeur and Watson is close, as it appears to be, will the Browns go with the beleaguered young guy who could be their future, or will they favor the embattled veteran in a last-ditch effort to get some return on their investment?
Wow.
And then Henry says, I'm genuinely not sure. He says, sensible decision, go with Sanders, which... You know, to me, I've said it all along.
How is it sensible?
Because
he's healthier?
No, because he gives you hope for your future. That's why it's sensible. But you don't go with him if he's not better than the other guy. See, that's the thing. Shedeur has to beat out Deshaun Watson. I don't give it to Shedeur because he's the shiny new guy and he's our new toy, right? And so he's the new quarterback. He's got to start. No, he doesn't.
I mean,
not
Deshaun
if he's not
is
better.
Deshaun is only 30 years old. So.
Yeah. And okay, unlikely. If Deshaun comes out and suddenly has been able to figure some things out, he could play another 10 years.
Jeff, he could play another 10 years. I don't think it's going to be here.
I don't either, but he could play another 10 years.
What happens if he has a really good year and the team wins? You re-signing him?
Henry also says the longer the quarterback competition carries on.
You missed the question?
Yeah, no. The more I begin to wonder if the organization is dead set on recouping some value from Watson amid what is universally considered the worst NFL trade of all time.
Wow, recouping. That sounds like return on investment.
Well, he said return on investment earlier.
Yeah, good for this guy. Love this guy.
Andy, if he's not as good as Shedeur, you're not going to get any return on the investment. So, go battle it out and see who's better and play that guy.
And if they're even,
I'm playing Shedeur.
Okay, I am too. I'm not going to argue with that.
Okay. What if I don't know if he'll get a chance to show this, and I don't think this would be the case. What if the best guy is Dylan Gabriel?
Ha! I think that's cute that you just said that. That's so cute.
Well, think about it.
Everybody's buried this kid. Everybody has buried him.
What if the best guy's Taylon Green? What if Taylon gets out there on the field and it's like, oh my goodness, look what we have here?
Jeff, that's not happening. You know that. That is not happening.
Well, why not?
Because you're sitting there with
a sixth-round pick that much of an outside shot over a fifth-round pick?
No.
Or a third-round pick?
The third-round pick should be the guy that's playing.
Yeah, well.
I just need to stretch him out a little. Can we add 3 inches? How tall is he?
Henry adds, for all the stress and scrutiny that will go into the Watson versus Shedeur, most likely outcome is that the Browns will select a quarterback in the top 5 pick of next year's draft.
I'll wait till next year.
Albert Breer was on the afternoon show. Dan, he had some quarterback thoughts. What did Albert have to say?
Let me guess. He said wait till next year, too.
No, well, what do you have to say?
Well, this comes into when the decision needs to be made on who the starting quarterback for the Brown is. Again, Albert Breer with the afternoon guys.
Now, as for when you have to make a decision, when that's coming, I think the important thing is that you have a period of time before the regular season starts where the other 10 guys in the huddle know who their quarterback is, and you're able to coherently build an offense for that guy. At what point is that? I think for the coach in his first year, you're probably talking about maybe after the first preseason game. Like maybe you want to get a look at them in the first preseason game and confirm some of the things you saw in camp. Some people will tell you want 2 preseason games because you want to give both guys a chance to start, both guys a chance to come off the bench. But I think it'd be right in that window there, somewhere in the first 2 preseason games you make the decision.
I would agree. Or as Rich Paul would say, the choice.
The choice. It needs music now. We need music with the choice. Like every time we say the choice.
You think so?
Yeah, it's the choice.
You know how teams don't put their starting quarterback on the field in the preseason in many cases?
Yeah,
these quarterbacks need to play.
They're going to play in all 3 games
like crazy. Don't you? Would you agree?
You really want to frustrate Browns fan? Start Taylon Green and let him play the first preseason game,
and let him light it up, please. That would be good for us.
Good for you. It's why so we can go into the regular season when he's on the bench or on the practice squad. Go, why isn't Taylon Green playing? I don't understand.
You mean the same stuff we heard about Shedeur last year?
No, but there's a difference between Shedeur and look, at least there's a legit argument saying that, he may have gotten railroaded by all these NFL teams, although his ability and his stats don't prove that, but that he should have been drafted much higher than the 5th round. But I want him to play. There's a number of reasons why I want him to play well. One, I want him to play well because that answers your quarterback question. That is really the only question that matters in this whole thing. 2, I want him to play well so that if he did get kind of like blacklisted by all the other teams in the NFL, that he proved all them wrong. I love the fact that people beat up on the Browns for taking Shedeur. They let him play last year as a 5th-round quarterback. And people are like, oh, the Browns this, the Browns did this. The Browns picked him. Nobody else did.
And played him.
And played him, yeah. I hate when the Browns catch heat for Sanders. for not playing him enough or not giving him the tools last year. Not like everybody, no one else was giving him anything. Oh yeah, he could have played in Baltimore. Okay, well, he didn't. If he could have been drafted there at least 4 times over.
Yeah, he wasn't playing in Baltimore.
And he definitely wasn't playing.
Lamar fellow.
Yeah, how would they have felt then? Could you imagine how bored he would have been at the beginning of the season knowing that Lamar was taking every step no matter what? It's so frustrating. We don't have a quarterback.
Do you think this team has?
We don't have a quarterback, and this year has the potential to be a long year because we don't have a quarterback.
Would you agree though? And regardless of which guy it is, okay? Regardless of which guy it is,
okay?
I think you have an opportunity to improve that 31st ranking significantly.
There's only one way to go, Jeff.
Well, I know, but I actually think there's the potential to improve it significantly. Do you?
Yeah, I think Shedeur has a. No, I'm trying to think who has a better advantage on it, Shedeur or Deshaun. It's got to be Shedeur.
Got a lot of SHs going there.
Yeah, it's got to be Shedeur.
Their play could lead to another.
Wow. Did you hear him? Did you catch that joke?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow. Jeff Phelps, After Dark, right here on 92.3 The Fan.
No, that was Ken's bit with Sam Amico.
That was we did that when we first came on the air. Anybody that said anything even close to raunchy was After Dark.
Was it?
Yeah. And by the way, it's not like we took it from another. It was Showtime that started the whole thing. Showtime, After Dark.
I just looked at something.
It was either that or have to watch television through. Remember the squiggly lines that used to come in on the channels you weren't supposed to watch?
No, Andy, I didn't watch those. Apparently, you spent a lot of time in front of the tube.
Dan, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. The squiggly line stations. Remember those?
38, and my ass could still get grounded. I'm saying nothing.
See? Well, let me, again, Andy, let me get this out of the way, okay? If Taylon Green plays stop. If Taylon Green plays any quarterback of significance for this team, something went
so up the creek.
Hold on.
Thank you. As soon as he said the words Taylon Green, that's exactly what I thought, and then I stopped.
Just stick with me.
Okay.
If he plays any quarterback of significance for this team, either he is the stunning story of the NFL or something went unbelievably wrong. Now, that said, I love looking at draft profiles from when these guys were drafted and, what people thought of them back in the day, which, doesn't – I just think it's an interesting thing to look at, and there are certain aspects of it that I think are kind of fun. The 4 quarterbacks that the Browns have, they have a total grade on them, the NFL.com's draft profiles. The number 1 rated guy was Deshaun Watson, and his total grade was 6.8. Next was Shedeur at 6.3. Then Dillon at 6.1. And Taylon Green not too far behind at 6, and even 6. And when it came to productivity, it was the same ranking. Watson had a 90, Shedeur 87, Gabriel was 3rd, Taylon Green was 4th. When it came to their total score, Taylon Green, Deshaun was way ahead at the coming out of school, 89, 79 for Shedeur, 77 for Taylon Green, and Gabriel was a 75. Why do we even mention that?
Why are we mentioning that?
Because they have one category called athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur was a 63. Dillon was a 73. Deshaun was an 86. And Taylon Green on the athleticism ranking, 99.
Really?
Yes. Andy, he is fast. He can throw it. He can do all those things. But, the question is, can the guy play quarterback?
99.
99 on athleticism. Wow. Guy ran a 4.36.
Wow.
As a quarterback. Tight end, here we come, baby.
Maybe.
No, I hope not.
Terrell Pryor, too.
But I can't wait to see him. I don't expect to see him play in any plays of significance this year, unless the world is just stunning. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog, you're collaborating with actual designers who know what works. And the best part, their design expertise works for every project. From efficient 10x10 layouts to expansive custom kitchens. All wood construction, soft close drawers, contemporary styles, no shortcuts. Plus, they handle your entire remodel under one roof. Flooring, backsplash, and vanity tops. Visit any location or northeastfactorydirect.com for your free design consultation.
35. Browns off for one more day before they get back to work to prepare for the upcoming season. Rookies set to report to Berea tomorrow for the start of training camp, while the veterans will be reporting on Tuesday. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Joe Noga, PlainDealerCleveland.com, coming up at 1 o'clock. Joe covers the Guardians along with Paul Hoynes, who's going into Cooperstown this weekend. Way to be, Hoynesy.
Looking forward to it. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, take us on the go with, of course, Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. We've been talking Browns and how poorly their quarterback situation is thought of around the NFL. Fox Sports yesterday put out something ranking team quarterback situations, their starters at the start of camp. They said it would be Deshaun Watson. That was their guess. And they had the Browns situation ranked 31st, just ahead of Jacoby Brissett and the Arizona Cardinals. I can't disagree with that. But I think there's a lot of room for just if Deshaun or Shedeur play even reasonably well, I think that'll jump up significantly. Michael's in Wellington, home of the Dukes. Not Bo and Daisy.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Michael.
My question is, I hear all across the shows about just want to see if Shedeur's got what it takes to make us believe that we have our franchise quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking what anybody has seen that might indicate that. I'm not saying that he couldn't be a valuable backup, but I don't see him as anybody's franchise quarterback based on the lack of completions, the mental mistakes, the
stats. Yeah.
And that's what I'm looking for. I'll tell you something.
Here's why. We're all looking for hope.
I think
we're looking for hope.
Okay. I think Andy and I are in agreement with you, Michael.
I would agree with that, too. I think that's basically it. And if you're going to stretch the hope thing, I'm really excited about what this kid that we just drafted might be able to do next year. If he sits for a year
Which one?
and nobody pays any attention
Taylor
to him.
Green.
Taylor Green, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Michael,
Boy, Jeff is super excited about him.
No, I my thought on him is the same as Michael's. He's 6'6" and he runs a 4.36. He's athletic as all get out, and we just hired the quarterback guru, Todd Monken. Let's go,
Thank
Michael,
you.
right?
Yep, that's exactly why I called.
Let's go.
Go Browns.
All right, Michael. See, I agree with Michael on the Shedeur thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's this. Who's the quarterback here 3 years from now? You and I would both be just flabbergasted if it was Deshaun Watson. I can't imagine them bringing him back after.
I can't imagine him wanting to be back.
Well, I can't either. I can't either. But I think there's an outside chance it's Shedeur. That's why my hope is for this current situation, that Shedeur beats out Deshaun and plays. And then you'll have a real good indication of, okay, do we need to go get a quarterback, which I think you will, by the way. I think you might be in a position where you can't pass one up.
Mm-hmm.
Or did Shedeur play well enough to make you think we have our guy? I don't think Dillon Gabriel will be that guy. And I don't think
Dillon Gabriel's going to get the chance to be that guy.
Well, I agree. And I don't think Taylor Green will play enough to I mean, you can't. I would be stunned if you see enough of him to make you think, yeah, we got our guy there.
Jeff, here's what I think. I mean, if somebody said to you, okay, you just predict what you think is going to happen when the season starts, Dillon Gabriel gets traded before game one. Maybe Taylor Green becomes the number 3 guy.
Possibly.
Deshaun Watson is your starter. Shedeur Sanders is your backup.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's how I think this is going to play out. Now, obviously, we have an entire camp for that to change. Green ends up being the 3, and he's inactive every week. But, Jeff, are you why not make him a tight end? If you have that kind of speed and he can play, rather than make him inactive every week, make him the number 3 tight end.
Because there are a lot of guys who play tight end.
Although you have Joe Royer.
And play it well. You don't have too many 6'6" guys who run like that, have a strong arm, who play quarterback. And he's worth taking a shot at trying to develop. If Todd Monken was hired because of his abilities to develop quarterbacks and run an offense, let's see what he can do with a guy who's extremely talented physically. And again, I'll quote myself. You ready?
Okay.
You don't draft guys in the 3rd round to be your franchise quarterback. You don't draft guys in the 5th, and you certainly don't draft them in the 6th. Doesn't mean you can't find them. We've seen it, but we all know the deal.
We're
looking at 2027 and wondering who's available, or looking at other teams.
Yeah, I can't see them releasing either one of those guys, but I gotta believe that Sanders or Gabriel, one of those two guys, is going to get traded before this thing starts. Sanders might make more sense if he looks halfway decent. I
saw a rumor the other day about Shedeur to the Cowboys.
Okay, all right.
Joe Milton is their backup quarterback right now, who I think is.
Do you think they would overpay for him?
Green, light.
If they got a 5th pick or higher, is that
for
fair?
Shedeur?
Yeah.
It's Jerry Jones. He might give you a 3rd.
All right. Thanks, Jerry.
Dan's laughing.
I don't have time.
I'm just so tired of sitting there reading Auto Trader and hoping for the best. I'm just so done. I'm so done with pulling off to the side of the road and going, oh, there's a for sale sign on that car. Maybe there's some miles left on it.
I did that.
Hey, Dan.
I did that 2 weeks ago. The guy never called back.
Dan?
I want a new car.
Dan?
I want
a new car.
Oh,
I don't want a heavily beaten up used car or a car that's run on hopes and dreams. I want a new car.
Quit making fun of what I just did.
Settle down there.
No, it's just a perfect example, and it's a perfect metaphor for what we're in the midst of right now.
Do you want a Wonka bar too?
I think we've earned a new car at this point. I'm so tired of, Joe Milton's hanging out there.
Taylor Green is your new car.
What are we doing here?
Taylor Green is your new car.
That's my car run on hopes and dreams. That car is a refrigerator box. That's what that is. And you're just sitting there as a kid holding a paper plate going, look at me drive. Woo!
The car can go pretty fast, though.
Exactly. On hopes and dreams, boy, does it run. That's where I am, right? I'm like so sick and tired of just sitting in the refrigerator box or being the little kid in the front seat with the busy box, just sitting there acting like I'm driving with mom and dad instead of having a brand new, well-run, shiny car of my own.
Dan?
I'm so tired of lottery tickets.
Dan?
I've had it.
Take a look at what's in the quarterback room and tell me why we shouldn't talk about it the way we're talking about it.
I understand that, but when the solution is, I saw a trade rumor for Shedeur Sanders for Joe Milton, great.
You didn't see that.
We're just swapping refrigerator boxes.
I just said,
wonderful.
I said Shedeur to Dallas. I didn't say for Joe Milton. I said their backup is Joe Milton.
Whatever. All I know is I'm swapping refrigerator boxes. I mean, that's all we're doing with this. It's like, what? Can we just get a real quarterback in here?
Yeah, they're planning on doing that next year in the draft.
2027, you're going to do that, and we're just going to have to sit through this. And I hope Shedeur Sanders makes a leap. I hope Dylan Gabriel makes a leap. That would be fantastic, that we walk out of the end of the season all looking at each other going, great, we got 2 first-round picks. Turn around and bolster the cornerback position with Denzel Ward getting a little bit older. We get the best cornerback in this draft. Then maybe turn around and look at another tackle position that we could continue to reinforce the guards.
It's July 20.
Beautiful. I'm in.
It's July 22nd.
This sounds fantastic.
And we're already quarterbacked out?
No, hold on. Just write it down.
Okay.
The Browns will be drafting a quarterback in the first round of the 2027 NFL draft. Okay, right.
And if you're wrong, you'll what? Do the show up on a platform or something?
I'll buy a pop.
Oh, man. You are going out on a limb, Jeff Phelps.
Well, I don't have Baskin money.
Baskin doesn't have Baskin money that you think he has. He doesn't.
I get it. There are projects.
I'm not the one that wears these fancy sweatshirts every day and a new golf shirt every day with a different color every day.
Different color. That's about
different colored golf shirts.
Isn't this about year number 7 for this
I
round
don't know,
of
man.
golf shirts?
Living the high life over there.
I think it's about
different
year number
colored
7.
golf shirt every day, making fun of me because I bought $2.50 glasses so I can see.
Not making fun. I think you just. You look like Devo. It's great.
I'm going to change glasses next segment. Now you aggravated me.
Hey, guess what?
Yeah.
Dick is in Dayton. Hi, Dick.
Hey, how you guys been, man?
Not bad. How about you, Dick?
What's up?
I'm doing good. Hey, guys, you know what? I think we should stick. Tell Dan I love you guys, but I think we should stick maybe. I like, what's his name? The second guy. I'm trying to think right now.
Shador?
Yeah, I think he would be. I think he should be good.
Well, we hope so. We hope they're all good.
I want to say something else. The Guardians are going to go all the way, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yep.
I think they're going to really do good, but I want, since my family's from up in that area, 20 miles away, like where you're from, I want them to bring LeBron James back. I would love to see it.
Well, as I said at the beginning of the show, it sounds like his people are listening to Sports Talk Radio here, and maybe when it comes down to it, LeBron will get on that podium and says, I'm coming to Cleveland because Dick and Dayton want me.
Dick, any Cleveland Crunch thoughts while you're at it?
Meet you guys sometime. Does that sound good?
Say what?
He wants to meet you,
I
Jeff.
want to come over and meet you guys sometime.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure. All right,
I'm
Dick.
going to call on the ends with you and Titus this year. Jeff.
Titus.
That'll be great. I like it when
have
you
a
call
good
in.
day.
All
I
right.
love you guys.
Bye.
Thank you, Dick.
Oh, man.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
He just crushed me. Just crushed me.
Why?
Because I can't make fun of him because he said he loved us at the end. How can you make fun of someone that says they love you at the end?
Dick is a very optimistic man.
He's very optimistic. I was
he
waiting
covered,
for
He covered the Browns. He covered the Guardians. He covered LeBron. I asked him if he wanted to cover the Cleveland Crunch.
I was waiting for WNBA.
He talked about our buddy Titus.
Titus Powell.
That's who it is.
Hey, Titus. Or Tyvis. Why does he keep... I wonder why. And we've corrected him on the air for that, haven't we?
Oh, repeatedly.
It's all right. Dick's a good dude. He loves us.
That's what I hear.
He loves you. I think he knows that, Northeast Ohio. His family from, in case you haven't known, 20 miles, within a 20-mile radius of the station.
Joe Noga covers the Guardians for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. He assists Paul Hoynes on that beat. Joe's going to join us next. He'll be writing big time this weekend because Hoynes going to Cooperstown. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet. I talk about them all the time because I love them. Remember, Dick and Dayton just said he loves it? Well, I love Choice Cabinet. Why? Because they are local. And when you see the cabinets, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when we talk about professional grade quality. Man, they got it. Factory direct pricing. Talk about that too. Why? Because the factory, right here, the warehouse, in Solon. That's why you don't have to wait 6 weeks when you order Choice Cabinet. And all you need to do is tell your contractor, look, I'm looking at cabinets. I went to choicecabinet.com. I want these cabinets. You're my contractor. Let's make it happen. Yeah, here we go. That's fine quality work between everybody. Choice Cabinet, your contractor, and, of course, yourself. So if you're looking for new cabinets, check out my friends at Choice Cabinet. Again, right here in Northeast Ohio. You can also go to their showroom, 4856 Richmond Road in Warrensville Heights. That's Choice Cabinet, choicecabinet.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Arizona Cardinals reporting to training camp today, and there is not a lot of excitement around this team this season. Win total hovering around 3.5, a huge underdog to make the postseason, but all is not lost in Arizona because, yes, the team is going to be bad this year, a brutal schedule, but with the way things are going to shake out, Arizona will almost certainly get one of the draft's top quarterbacks next year, perhaps Arch Manning. I'm Nick Costos.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
SelectQuote.com. Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go! Woo, woo. Be a part of the most passionate fan base in
The Guardians are now only a 0.1% back from the White Sox in the division. Down on the farm, Angel Martinez likely to be in the lineup again tonight for the Akron Rubber Ducks as he continues to work his way back from a broken foot. Yesterday, Martinez played 7 innings in center field and notched a pair of hits, one being a 2-run homer and the other a double. Browns have one more day off before they get back to work to prepare for the upcoming NFL season. Rookies are set to report to Berea tomorrow for the start of training camp, while veterans will be reporting on Tuesday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Big week in Cleveland baseball. Why? Well, the Guardians have somehow scored 18 runs in the last 2 games. So you have that. They've hit home runs like crazy. You have that.
Mm-hmm.
And a man who has covered the team for decades is going into the Hall of Fame. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy Baskin to my right. We go to the Wise Heart right. we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Gentleman who you hear on the Cleveland Baseball Talk podcast with Paul Hoynes. You see his work with Hoynesy covering the Guardians for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Great to have Joe Noga with us. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing? All right.
Good.
We are well. How about you?
Going to Minnesota. I got Deshaun Watson winning the Browns starting job.
Write it down.
That takes care of most of your coverage right there.
Okay.
Jose Ramirez plays his first game in 38 days tonight, and the Guardians get Mickey Moniak at the trade deadline. And Andy,
yes,
I'm saying I love you right now, but
man.
you can't make fun of me. You can't make fun of me if any of those predictions don't come true.
Sucks.
You're not that fond of me, Joe? What the hey?
All we need is love, Jeff. That's all we need.
Andy was the one asking for love.
That's true.
That's well.
When you're love deprived,
Joe,
you have to beg for anything
you got it.
get.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're not going to touch that one at all. Jose, tonight, you think?
I think all signs are pointing towards it. He took batting practice in the cages yesterday, was showing off some fancy new custom batting gloves that have some padding on them, and said, hey, the guys don't need me. They hit 7 home runs on Monday, right? His little joke there. But after the game, we were in the clubhouse, and all signs were pointing to Khalil Watson being optioned after the game. Lots of hugs and handshakes around the clubhouse there. So if it's not Jose, then it's Angel Martinez. One of the two guys is coming off the injured list today.
Yeah, I saw Martinez over the weekend in Columbus, and he looked like he was doing pretty good. But you're probably right. I would hope, because I thought at one point Ramirez was going to go out into right field, take his shirt off, and start swinging it around on Monday night.
Yeah, he's itching to go. He's looked upbeat and looked ready to get out there and swing it.
Yeah, did he pick up an award on Monday night? Or they hand him a base before the game? Am I crazy? I don't know. Maybe it was something. It might have been a tribute they did on the scoreboard or something Monday night. I don't know.
Yeah, you're seeing flashbacks from when he.
I was sitting so far away from the field that I couldn't really tell what was going on. So,
Joe Noga joining us. Did Petey Halpin save his roster spot with a couple of home runs the other day?
Well, I think the fact that Petey Halpin's been optioned back and forth 3 times already this year probably helped his case. There's a rule that if you're optioned 5 times in a season, you have to pass through waivers to go back down again. So I think maybe the numbers game might have caught up. I mean, Khalil Watson, you got to give him credit. Last night, comes off the bench, doubles and scores a go-ahead run, makes a great catch for the final out of the game, crashing up against the wall, and then it has to have a tough conversation most likely after the game. So, not the ideal situation, but if September 1st were tomorrow, he'd be right back up, because he's really shown himself well in the limited amount of time he's been up here.
Joe, if you were the Guardians, and they haven't done it very often, do you think about calling Parker Messick or Chase DeLauder or Travis Bazzana into a meeting with their agents and say, how much and how many years?
If that were the way that the Guardians operated, I would say, sure, do it tomorrow. But that's just not how this team really does business. These guys are controllable. They're rookies, and their contract situations are set. It's how the team manages its costs, and you can't blame them for operating within the system there. Ideally, you'd like to lock up all these guys who show any sort of potential for a long time. And really, this is the franchise that was the model for it back in the 90s to lock them up and build a young core. But it's just not how they're operating right now. And we've seen that especially with the pitching. They will ride their pitchers until practically their arms fall off, and then recycle through.
If you had to give an MVP for this team in the time that Ramirez has been out, who would you give it to? You can't give it to a pitcher. Give it to a position player.
Got to be a position player.
Yeah, making it be a position player.
Andy rules, Joe.
Yeah, I like making.
He makes his own rules.
There's 2 I can think. Okay, who do you got?
I mean, Travis Bazzana has been pretty strong, pretty solid, and Brian Rocchio, I got to say, he really has stepped up and been clutch. He's moved all around the lineup, batted in the 9th spot for the beginning of the season. Then when these injuries happened, they started putting him all over the place, and he's produced no matter where he's been. I think you're seeing him mature, and you're seeing him really sort of grow into the hitter that they knew he could become. He hit at every level of the farm system before they called him up, a couple of years ago. It was just a matter of time before it started showing at the major league level.
It's almost like winning a Nogi or a No-Go award and not making the All-Star team. So maybe you've made his season worthwhile now that he's won one of these awards. Okay, good.
I'm sure he'll be talking about that in the clubhouse today. That's great.
It's either that or watch TV. One of the two.
Joe Noga joining us from the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. We've seen a lot of rookies. A lot of them have been impactful. Joe, do you sense that there's anybody else who we haven't seen? Could it be Velasquez? Could it be Hanau? Could it be more of Cooper Ingle who could come up here and impact this team? Or do you think that that's not happening?
Yeah, I find it difficult to find a spot for Cooper Ingle right now. Just after what we saw of him sort of being forced into an outfield position and the way he just sort of handled that, I think if it's going to come from anybody, it would be a guy like a Ralphie Velasquez, possibly in September. But, that's a little far off. We've seen guys come in and help this team in their push for a division title late in the season. It would not surprise me if Velasquez was called up at some point when the rosters expand. But, there's a little bit of work to do before that.
Stephen Vogt, when you think about him for a second, can you compare his past seasons here and then the past season to what he's had to learn and how far he's come again this year?
I mean, there's no manual for what he's had to learn, what the obstacles that have been thrown in his path in the first, 3 years of his tenure in Cleveland, just to get past the upheaval at this point last year. It was about a year ago when the Clase and Ortiz scandal went down, and to be able to rally the guys and get them to the finish line there and get them to the division title, and then to bounce back and really to come through this whole injury situation with Jose Ramirez and Angel Martinez and Chase DeLauder for a good chunk of it, not available to you, and they've gone 15-15 since June 13th. They've kept their head above water. They've stayed in the division battle. I think what he's been able to do, just be the same guy every day, be steady, and be somebody that these young guys can sort of hitch their wagon to and sort of take his direction. It's been an impressive first 3 years for Stephen Vogt.
Joe Noga is joining us. Joe covers the Guardians for the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com, along with Paul Hoynes. You're going to be doing extra duty this weekend, I would assume, while Hoynes's in Cooperstown, picking up the Lifetime Achievement Award?
No, I'll be with Hoynesy in Cooperstown for sure. I wouldn't miss that for it. You think I'm going to miss that party? There's a whole bunch of us going out to watch his speech and be there in Cooperstown. I went out last year to cover Tom Hamilton being inducted last year, and it was a fantastic time. Just the opportunity of a lifetime, and nobody deserves it more than Paul Hoynes does. I've had a front row seat talking to him every day for our podcast, and just learning and watching a guy who's been doing it for 43 years. When you think of what a baseball beat writer is and should be, Paul Hoynes is a staunch defender of this beat. He is a steward of this beat, and that's sort of one of the things that you want to take away from just what you've learned from him over the years. I grew up reading Paul Hoynes in the senior lounge in high school. I'd read in the paper every day, and to be working alongside him, it's one of the greatest joys of my life. And nobody deserves this more than Paul Hoynes. He's the nicest, most genuine guy. All of the stories about him are true, and you can't even think of how crazy things are. He keeps giving us new material every day on that beat. It's so much fun walking into that press box because there's a new story about Hoynesy every day, and think of the craziest fiction you can, and it's the reality of Paul Hoynes.
Well said. Lovable is the word I would use. But you know what I think when I first met him, always willing to answer a question. I think that's the thing about him that always will stand out to me as he gets this award that he completely deserves, is that and maybe you can reflect on this too. When you first started on the beat and you talked about reading him in high school, he always accepting of like there's no ego there, and he's willing to help people out. And I think that's probably one of his greatest attributes.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. A long time ago, I used to do actually like a live chat on Cleveland.com with Paul. He didn't know who I was, and I didn't, have any sort of, credibility or anything like that. And he talked to me and treated me like an equal, and he does that to everybody who comes up to him in the press box. He's very giving of his time, and everything about him is a Hall of Famer, and that's sort of just that's who he is, and he deserves this as much as anybody. Like you said, we can't wait to be there at Cooperstown with him.
How big is this contingent going up to Cooperstown with him? I don't want you to name names.
Pretty good. Yeah, there's a pretty good crew of reporters from the beat. There's probably about 4 or 5 writers from the beat, and about a handful of people from the Guardians are going. We're having a reception after the parade in Cooperstown. Cleveland.com's putting on a nice little party for him afterwards.
Nice.
So, yeah, I think there will be an open bar for about an hour during that. So it's
much like the free swim during Caddyshack, right? Open to the caddies for 10 minutes.
Well, we did have a roast of Paul Hoynes that we hosted at the beginning of the month here in Cleveland.
Oh, I would have gone to that in a minute. Oh,
you weren't invited.
I know, I wasn't.
The stories that were coming out, Zach Meisel from The Athletic did a fantastic job as the roast master. I mean, he finds the thing that you are, most worried about, and he goes after it. It was a really good experience. And Paul got up there and said, he said it's the best night of my life, and he said that in front of his wife and one of his sons. So, it was a pretty fun night. The Cleveland BBWAA chapter hosted it, and the Guardians were very generous with the space and the time to have it there. So. Really a shout out to Curtis Danberg and Bobby DiBiasio, who will be in Cooperstown with us.
That's awesome.
So
just a lot of fun.
So we should expect a lot of headlines from Tampa Bay writers over the weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no coverage of the Guardians and the Plain Dealer this weekend.
No, I think we'll have somebody writing for us, but it won't be the regular guys. We'll return to regular broadcasting on Monday. I'll be in Cincinnati.
Cleveland. It'll say last night Guardians 1, Tampa Bay 0. That'll be the end of it. Not even.
That's awesome. Joe, have a great time. That'll be fun. And certainly we're all happy for Hoynesy and really, really thrilled. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate your time today.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Joe Noga covers the Guardians along with Hoynesy on the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. And, of course, the Cleveland Baseball Talk podcast. And he joined us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Would you try and sign some of these rookies to long-term contracts? We'll discuss it next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin from Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? Yeah, a lot of people do, including me. New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors to create any look you can imagine, any look you can think of. Now through the end of the month, save 25% off a whole house siding and get 60 months zero-interest financing with approved credit. That is 5 years, no interest, so you don't pay a dime until 2031. And your new siding purchase includes a Polar Wrap for great energy savings on your heating and cooling bills. Weather Seal is a local company we trust with our house, and you can too. Weather Seal Siding Professionals give you peace of mind that you're getting the best siding and best installation for the best price. Call now, save 25% on whole house siding, including a Polar Wrap plus 60 months zero interest financing with approved credit. Same day estimates are available. They are quick. 216-920-4494. 33.
Noga was just with us, who covers the Guardians along with Paul Hoynes for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. And Joe telling us that a big contingent of the Baseball Writers chapter in Cleveland will be up there for the Hoynesy Cooperstown festivities. That'll be great. Members of the Guardians as well. That'll be a good party. Very nice.
I wish I could have gone to the roast. I didn't.
Well, you probably
know.
could have if they would have invited you.
I would. It's been a long time.
We're
good.
not baseball writers, Andy.
I don't know.
We're out on the fringe. Those guys are really tight.
Well, they sit in the first section there.
They're like really tight.
7 or 8 seats over there.
Yeah, they're tight.
Used to be a lot bigger. There used to be a lot more guys over there. But,
used to be a lot of things.
Yeah, there were so many. There were so many good stories with him and Shelley too. Sheldon Oker. Those two guys, they were like a comedy team.
And Jim Ingram.
And Jim, yeah.
When Jim was on the beat.
Yeah. I think back, those two, they were like, I don't know. I want to say Martin and Lewis, but I'm trying to think of a better, more up-to-date tandem of two guys that, did essentially the same thing, but had different perspectives on the same game that you might want to watch.
Penn and Teller.
Yeah. Penn and Teller, we could do a little better. There's got to be something.
Do a little better.
Yeah, we could do a little bit more
rich.
modern.
They're doing great.
Anyway, they were fun to hang around with, especially. And both those guys, I hold them in high esteem. Although I won't tell Shelley that to his face because then he might use it against me.
It was good to have Joe join us, and we appreciate his time.
Yeah.
Are you optimistic about the way this Guardian season could go?
Yeah.
They've been treading water. They've been hanging. Joe giving us the wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Jose Ramirez back tonight. It hasn't been officially announced or anything, but Joe with some insight for us there.
Mm-hmm.
You get Jose back. Now, I don't mean this to sound as bad as it's going to sound. That's assuming Jose starts to play like Jose again. Even just getting him back in the lineup will be good, but Jose's having a very non-Jose season.
Well, let's face it, it's going to help.
Should help everything.
Yeah, it helps everybody at the top of the order. Because now it's a little bit tighter. Now instead of wondering what you're going to get in the 7, 8, 9 spot, maybe you think you're going to get maybe you can wonder just about 8, 9 for the most part.
Jose's been so good for so long, Andy. His batting average right now is 239 and his OPS is under 8. He's never had an OPS under 8 since he became a full-time player. And he's at 757 right now. If he does what we expect him to do, he's going to get hot from these numbers, raise them up to normal standards, which means he's going to get hot, and get going. I expect him to do that. I'd be surprised if he doesn't, to be honest with you.
Where are you hitting him?
Him?
So you go right back to the 3 spot?
Absolutely he does.
But DeLauder's done such a nice job there. I don't know.
You put your good hitters up at the top, Andy. You're not going to drop.
Quan was back at the top last night. He's worked his way back up to the top.
In the cleanup spot, but I wouldn't do that. I would move DeLauder back to 2, probably, and put Jose at 3.
It's weird. Rocchio hits 4th one night. He hits 2nd the next night.
Well, as long as you're standing in the batter's box, you don't really know what position in the order you're in, once you're in there.
Well, it helps when you have Ramirez in the lineup to protect you if you're, like, let's just say you're Hoskins, right? And now all of a sudden you got 2 guys on and Ramirez is up and they know Hoskins is up next and Hoskins is looking. Earlier in his career you probably would maybe fear that a little bit, but now Reese gets back. Teeny bit rusty on like one thing I was watching, but otherwise I thought he was ready to come back the other day.
Well, he'll be here sooner rather than later, and that means good things all the way around for the lineup. Joe also hinting that Khalil Watson will be sent down when they make this move. Well, they've reached a point, Andy, where, okay, good. With the other guys out, other players had a chance to play, had a chance to step up a little bit. They did. And now if Khalil Watson is sent down, you have an outfielder down in AAA who can come back and help you if need be.
Yeah, I know. We sit around.
That's great.
But I also think that you're probably looking at him coming up with the 2 spots that open in September. Remember how everybody and their mother used to be able to come up and be in the lineup then? Yeah. Now it's just 2. And then you wonder if you're a team that's in the playoffs, would you rather have another pitcher there? Are you just bringing up one guy, or are you bringing up one position player and one pitcher? I don't know. Like, I think that's always shaky ground when you're trying to figure it out. If you're in the position that the Guardians would be, close to the top of the Central or in the push for a wild card spot, do you strengthen your pitching or do you strengthen your fielding? It's an interesting dilemma to be in.
If both of you were Chris Antonetti, would you do this move of moving Khalil Watson down to bring up Jose Ramirez, or would you cut bait with Gabe Arias at this point?
You know, every time I say it, he ends up with a night like last night with 2 hits, right? 2 hits, 2 strikeouts. I don't think
Gabe's actually been hitting fairly well recently.
Yeah, the last 3 weeks I've thought maybe Arias does stick. I don't know that I'm willing to give up on him yet. Are you?
Here's the thing. If you get Jose back, you get Martinez back, the need to play Watson goes away, and Arias gives you that infield depth. And if you don't have to get rid of a player that you like, why would you if you're the Guardians? They obviously like Gabe Arias. He's hitting better right now. And if you can put Watson in AAA and have him, a phone call and a 2.5-hour drive away, why wouldn't you do that? So I wouldn't do that yet, Dan. And it's mainly because of what Arias plays. He gives you depth at all 3 infield spots. He would play first if need be. Only issue there is Schneemann does the same thing. But Arias bats from the right side and Schneemann bats from the left.
What does Halpin have one more move and then they have to release him? Is that what he said?
No, I think you have to be subjected to waivers. It's 5 times in a year.
So he's been moved 3, so they've one more move.
They could send him down and bring him back up, but then I don't think you can send him down again.
They can only do. Well, they could bring him back up, and then they
just hit 2 home runs in a game.
Yeah, Petey's got 2 more options.
2, yeah.
Petey just hit 2 more home runs in a game.
He's got 2 in his career.
Yeah, well, you just hit him this week.
Yeah, no. Again, like I said when I walked out of the ballpark, I can't let one game affect the way I feel about the whole season.
No, except maybe it's maybe a breakthrough for the guy. Hey, congratulations! Here you go. Let's get it rolling. But bottom line is, Andy, you're going to get 2 hitters back who help you, 3 when you include DeLauder, and that pushes everybody down a spot, and that is good for this team.
Yes,
because all 3 guys who came back after their Black Saturday mishaps. When they get back, Martinez and Ramirez.
You make it sound like they went shopping and they sprained their ankle while they were walking in from one store to another.
Well, they might have.
Yeah.
Might have. Jose broke his hamate because he was, reaching for that new phone. Somebody hit him with a stick.
The ugly stick?
No, not Jose.
No.
I just think that this team is sitting here in late July, Andy, and maybe on the cusp of another run. I won't say like they had last year because that one was historic.
Well, they don't need to have that again, though.
No, but I think they do. And I say that I think they do because you've been hanging around the White Sox for way too long. Go ahead, make a run. Put a little distance between yourselves and second place. Go get a 5-game lead. Hey, White Sox, you for real? Try and catch us. I just think it's time for this team to put it together a little bit. The starting pitching's been really pretty good. The bullpen's been, I think, really pretty good. And your hitting has not been very good. Well, you're getting all of your bats back here sooner rather than later. And now's the time. Go before somebody else gets hurt. Because somebody else will. We know that. That'll happen. So when you get back to full, go put it together. Let's see what you have. Let's see if you can pull away. If you get everybody back and you can't pull away, that might be a sign. And if you get everybody back, you play well, might change serious things at the trade deadline. Maybe you think you don't need that bat.
All right, can this team go 36-24 down the stretch?
Why not? That's not outrageous.
60 games left. Is that right? 60.
Why not? 36-24 means you lose a lot of games.
That means you get to 90.
Yeah, but that means you lose a lot of games, so that's not outrageous.
Yeah, I'm looking at Minnesota. I mean, they're sitting at 49. They'd have to go 40-20. That's not easy. Yeah, they can afford 24 to get to 9. Again, How many wins will you need to win the AL Central? To me, 90 seems pretty fair right now. Yeah, would you agree, or you think you need a little more?
Lower.
You think 90? So you're saying lower?
Oh, yeah.
Dan thinks about 86.
Yeah, about there.
You're at 86.
Nobody at this AL Central is knocking your socks off right now. I think the Tigers have dug the hole so deep that if they're going to win it, they're going to win it with 86. This Guardians team, I want to see Jose Ramirez hit before I put any more stock in it.
So you're basically saying, you realize you're just saying all they need to do is play 500 ball to get to the playoffs.
I think that's going to win.
A little tick better, 32-28.
I think that wins the Central. Who here do you think is going to go on a run? The only one you could point to is maybe the Tigers, but I think they've dug too deep.
They have the offense to do it, though, compared to the
so
other
do the
teams.
Twins.
Right, but the Twins don't have the pitching.
No, but they have the offense.
So the Tigers starting pitching without Jack Flaherty now on the IL is a little
he went on the IL
than
yesterday.
you prefer.
All of these teams in our division have flaws.
32-28 sounds right,
team,
though, doesn't it?
Including our team.
Again, I want to see Jose Ramirez actually hit before I put stock in there because that handmade bone injury saps your power.
Well,
and he did it last time without having it sap the power. Now, what happens this time?
And it certainly, set Jackson Holiday back.
Zap the Power, was that
much younger
Public
player.
Enemy? Same.
Close.
Okay.
Yeah. Close. Private Enemy, actually.
Oh, Private Enemy.
Right.
Okay,
they had Sap the Power. The other one, heard that and went, oh, wait a minute.
Jeff has no idea. That's okay.
Exactly. I don't, Devo man.
All right. I can't. I just wish I'd get a little satisfaction over here. By the way, I saw probably one of the funniest Instagram. I know this is a music thing that we've gone off tangent. They showed the lines at the bathroom at a Rush concert. Have you ever seen this picture?
No, but I could believe the cross section of society.
No, it's all men, and the line is all the way down the hallway, and then the women. There's like no one, empty. It's the exact opposite of any concert you've ever been to. Okay,
Basket,
sorry.
Phelps, and Rush on the Fan.
2026 season. Rookies are set to report to Berea tomorrow for the start of training camp, and veterans will be reporting on Tuesday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Guardians and Twins going at it again. Guardians have scored some runs this series, but we know the Guardians' offense has been way down all season long in all of the big rankings. There's something else where they've been way down in the rankings, Andy, and I think this one's a little perplexing. And the Guardians have not been good when it comes to the ABS challenge system. And when it comes to the batters, where the batters put their hand on the top of the helmet, the question of ball strike call, they're 29th.
Okay.
They've only been successful just over 38% of the time. When it comes to the pitcher or the catcher in calling for challenges, they're 27th. They've been right half the time. This is according to ESPN's information before yesterday's games, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes to their total success rate, then they're at 44%, which is 29th overall. That's 44%, which I think is a little surprising. That's just not good, correct? The number one team is at 64%. It's Tito Francona's Cincinnati Reds. So they're getting fortunate 20% more often than the Guardians are. Well, why do you think that is?
I think there's a number of factors. I don't know if anyone's doing stats on this. I'm wondering, because I've noticed this a lot more lately, and I think I kind of picked it up at the All-Star game, and I've been watching for the last week or two. Have you guys noticed that a lot of teams, like, late in the game when they're losing, and they have two, and I equate this to pulling the goalie in hockey, where you're like, okay, I don't have a chance, but I'll pull the goalie and see if we can get another goal out of this. I think a lot of teams use that ABS system and hang on to it. And if they have anything left in the ninth inning, they just go for it, whether they think it's close or not.
Yeah.
Like, I'd love to see.
You can't take them home.
Yeah, I'd love to see what the stats are on ninth inning challenges for ABS. I bet they're brutal for any team. And I've seen us do it a couple times. That's why I don't know if those numbers are a tiny bit skewed. I don't know why they are struggling so much with this ABS system. I don't know. Do you?
No.
It's hard to kind of put your finger on it.
I know there are a couple of things. I wonder what kind of rules the team actually has in place. For instance, I wouldn't allow a hitter to ever challenge a ball or a strike call without two strikes on you.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't, if I'm Stephen Vogt, I'm saying, unless you have two strikes and you're getting called out on a strike three, then you can't challenge. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you only get a couple.
Well, you get two, and then you get one in extra innings, right? If you go to extra innings.
Yeah. So, why? And I've seen, we've seen guys not just on our team, but all around Major League Baseball. First or second pitch, it's a 1-0 count, and you're challenging. What are you challenging that for? Step back in and swing at the next strike and hit it.
Hey, Dan, I don't know if you know this or not.
Save it for when you can actually use it, where it'll save you a base or an out.
If you go to extra innings, can you carry over?
No, I don't think you can.
Doesn't everybody get one?
In extra innings.
Yeah. I think in extra innings, everybody gets one.
I wonder if you could carry them over into extra innings if you had like one left. If people wouldn't be so or teams wouldn't be so carefree with a ninth inning ABS challenge. If a game was close and you thought you had a chance to go to extra innings,
does that make a difference though?
Yeah, everyone gets one challenge at the start of every extra inning.
Yeah, I just wonder if you could carry them over into extra innings. If you knew, like if you were tied and you knew you were going to extra innings, a lot of times they just waste them. I see that in the end of the game lately. I've just noticed it more.
We've seen we've seen this thing in action now.
Right, but never ever let a pitcher challenge. That's the first thing I think we've learned.
Yeah, the catcher seems to have a much better feel for it, and the pitcher is thinking with emotion.
Yeah.
Also, Andy, 8.5% of batter challenges come in the ninth inning. That is the most outside of extra innings.
So I'm probably onto something.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't you think? If it's a close game, you want that challenge in the ninth inning.
You want it in the ninth, but I think teams, like if you're down 2-3 runs, it's anything close that you're going to challenge those, which to me seems like a waste of time because the umpire probably got it right.
Again, I wouldn't challenge unless it results in an outcome. Is it a walk? Is it a strikeout?
Or if you're 1,000% sure, right? Let's just say,
how could you be 1,000% sure if the umpire wasn't? You know what I mean?
Maybe.
I think the system is showing the umpires to be very good.
I do too, but they're human. Every once in a while, they do make mistakes, and they know it. And sometimes you'll see a ball that's like way outside, and you'll be like, strike, and you're like, what?
Do you think it's ridiculous? Because I kind of do. Where, like a pitch might be, and they'll tell you, 1/8 of an inch out of the strike zone, and
it's a ball.
But
it's a ball.
But who can see 1/8 of an inch? And that's, here comes a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Nobody, but I'm not mad at the umpire.
No, I'm not either. I think the system has actually shown the umpires do a very nice job for the most part on balls and strikes.
I think we've learned that. I agree. I think it's made the umpires look better than they were before.
I think so too.
But, if you miss, you miss. That's all there is to it. And again, that's one of the reasons why we like having umpires there, because they're human. And sometimes they do make mistakes. And even if that mistake is 0.11 millimeter away from the box, it's still a ball or it's still a strike.
I think it's...
And to do it twice a game, it's not that big a deal.
I think the system itself is efficient. It's amazing how quickly they get that up on the scoreboard and you can see and everything else. But again, that they show you the computer diagram, right? You see the picture and the ball's this far out. It makes me think, yeah, all that moonwalk video, that was in a studio. and I think, yeah, let's just throw that graphic up there and say it was out by 1/10 of an inch.
I thought I was watching the other day, too. NASA cleaned up their video. You can see the moon stuff a little better. Saw that yesterday. Glad you brought that up. To me, I love the ABS system. I think it's great. I think
it's efficient,
added
though,
to the
don't
game.
you think?
Yeah,
it's efficient.
It's made the umpires look smarter than I think everyone thought before. So it's been good for them. It's good for the game if you get it right. I think the fans enjoy it. They know fans are into it, especially when you win. And if it means getting a call, especially late in the game, where things are hanging by a thread already, and they can get it right, just get it right. Just get it right. Nothing wrong with that.
Do you like the very short time frame to call for a challenge? I do.
I do too. Yeah, you better know right away.
Yeah.
Yep. The only thing I would change with the challenge system is I think you need to have at least half the ball inside of the strike zone for it to be called a strike. It's the only thing that I would change.
For it to be overturned?
Right.
Yeah, I agree, because that gives...
Okay, now you got to determine what half the ball is, though.
It's half the ball, Andy.
So now,
you cut the ball
what if
in
it's
half. You have the left half and the right half. It needs to be more than
but what if it?
half.
Okay, so listen. What
more
if
than just barely touching the strike
zone. It's just due to the fact that the pitchers have all the advantages right now, and I want to give the batter some kind of an advantage.
And that gives the umpire, by the way, a little break too.
But I think
the ump doesn't have to be perfect on every call.
You're going back to the same thing that we're arguing about the other. What if 48% of the ball is in?
It's not half. I mean, that's
the same thing as me.
It's not.
It's the same argument as 0.1 being on the outside. It doesn't matter whether you put it in or out. You're going to have to draw a line somewhere.
Right.
I think it's easier to draw the line on what is a ball and what is a strike rather than a ball that's in the strike, but it's not. But it's 46% a strike.
Right. Half.
Yeah, I think you're asking too much when you do that. I think you've gone over the line, young man. Over the line.
Well,
I just want to give the batters a little bit of an advantage. That's the only reason.
I would rather see the Guardians' offense get better and improve significantly. But while they're at it, if they could get a little better at the ABS system, that wouldn't be bad either.
That's true.
Moment of the show. Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show came from Joe Noga, and you asked him about Stephen Vogt and how you think he's done through the first 3 years as Guardians manager.
There's no manual for what he's had to learn, what the obstacles that have been thrown in his path in the first 3 years of his tenure in Cleveland. Just to get past the upheaval at this point last year. It was about a year ago when the Clase and Ortiz scandal went down, and to be able to rally the guys and get them to the finish line there and get them to the division title, and then to bounce back and really to come through this whole injury situation with Jose Ramirez and Angel Martinez and Chase DeLauder for a good chunk of it not available to you, and they've gone 15-15 since June 13th. They've kept their head above water. They've stayed in the division battle. I think what he's been able to do, just be the same guy every day, be steady, and be somebody that these young guys can sort of hitch their wagon to and sort of take his direction.
That was Joe Noga from the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com. If you missed our conversation or any part of our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, the local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Integrated Restoration. Why Are We Smarter? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Daniel.
Social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Smarter today because Rich Paul is right. Nobody knows anything.
Hard to argue with that one. MK.
I'm smarter because of Andy Baskin, because he did know something, and he shared that in the first segment of the show today.
Whee! Wow, reporting once again. It's kind of fun.
Well, I hope you were right. Hope they're just mad.
We'll see. I mean, I don't blame. I don't blame LeBron's group if they're upset over the fact that the league is pushing them to make a decision.
Yeah, but if they already had their decision, isn't that a little childish?
You know what? They're on there. He's on his own timeline, and I don't have a problem with it. I don't. We'll sit and wait. We'll talk about him every day until.
Why are you smarter?
I guess that's all we talk about anyway. Maybe that's why I'm smarter. Oh wait, we did talk about baseball today, yesterday, and every day before that. That's why I'm smarter, Jeff.
You know why I'm smarter?
Why? And Browns too.
Because nobody wants to believe with me in Talon Green. Come on, Talon! Going to get on the field tomorrow. Browns rookies reporting. The world begins again tomorrow, even though reporting not allowed on that, but the rookies will be on the field for the Browns. I enjoyed our Guardians conversation today and learned a lot from Joe Noga as he said, look for Jose Ramirez tonight to get activated and be in the lineup, and Khalil Watson not to be. Back down to Columbus. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. Afternoon Drive coming up next, or should I call it the Shedeur Sanders Show? Next, right here on 92.3 The Fan.
inconvenience this decision is. I think every single person that says, the response to LeBron should be muted because it's taken too long, they're all going to be proved to either be lying or just full of it, or
I
just
think
completely
there's a lot of protecting their feelings that is happening right now, and I feel like they're worried that he's not going to go. And so if he doesn't end up going, they've already built up a whole arsenal of, well, I don't care either way.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are public enemy number one around the station and Afternoon Drive. The indecision rolls on with LeBron James. Is today the day? Probably not, but it also could be. The Guardians winning ways continuing last night. Winning is so much better than losing, you know what I mean? And we're getting really, really close to rookies reporting. That's really going to be fun tomorrow. And, of course, that means training camp is nigh. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences. Keith Britton handling the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today and all our videos and whatnot. Thank you to Keith. We also want to say, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel and like our videos. We desperately need to be liked by you. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. That felt good. That felt real good. Real cathartic. Mackenzie Flume, Flume Dog Millionaire. The Big Cheese. She's got a mice problem that we'll talk about today. Well, she'll also do the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. Public enemy number one.
Oh, my gosh. You would have thought I called somebody something unforgivable in the last 24 hours.
You just did that in between the break.
Oh, yeah. I do that off the air.
Yeah, that's off the air.
Yeah, on the air, I'm very professional about my unprofessionalism.
Sure.
Yeah, I have limits to the things that I'll say on air.
For a show that people really go out of their way to tell us how, when you guys say something, nothing ever gets back to us.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people get back to us.
It does seem like things got back to all three shows.
A lot of people. Every time we mention a lot of people.
I got stonewalled by Dan Menigan today.
Oh, no, you didn't.
The nicest man in this business, 100%. Baskin and Phelps were not thrilled with the fact that I included Jeff in the montage of BS yesterday, where 3 different hosts on this station were like, I think it would mean less today if LeBron made his announcement.
Telling us all the people that came up to him and was like, I heard that you were getting ripped on in afternoon. And it's like, well, did you hear the audio? Did you listen to any of it? And then he's like, no.
Well, in fairness, Jeff really caught a glancing blow.
I was shocked. I didn't think Jeff would care at all.
It was more Jake and Ken that caught the real meat of my ire.
I've been around Jeff Phelps for a million years, and I've never once seen him actually have a reaction to anybody else's take on anything that way.
So I'm getting to him.
I've never seen it before. Also, I do love the understanding that while not listening to the clip at all, it's just understood that you were the one that took all of the ridiculous shots, and I was just along for the ride, so I appreciate that.
Which is what makes the different shows handling of what you guys heard in the open.
You know that, right?
Yes.
I'm grouped with you, and that's fine. Like, if it's going to be us against the world, it's us against the world. I'm cool with that. I don't really care about any of the other shows I don't need attention or respect or anything from them, but just we're there. The same way, 10 years ago, when me and you were like doing our own shows in the back together, we're like, it's me and you, man, me and you. It's really me and you.
Yeah. So good luck to everyone else. So each show handled it. Baskin and Phelps ignored it, and then I again got cold-shouldered off the air by Dan, not by the host.
I don't think this happened.
I think
he's going to come in between the break and be like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I apologize.
He did not want to talk to me when I came in. Was like, have you guys played the clip? He did not seem to be enjoying. He said, no, we ignored you. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So Baskin and Phelps ignores me.
Oh, I know what happened.
Jake
Phelps complained about it to Dan, and then it bothered Dan because Dan had to deal with it.
Yeah, that's actually my bad, Dan.
That's what happened.
I didn't mean to get you like that, buddy.
That's what happened.
But then Jake played the proper sound, whereas complete and utter buffoonery.
And by the way, so I tuned in at 7:23 or whatever it was last night, and I thought Jake's handling of it was great. That was a great segment.
I would agree.
You might disagree with what he had to say. I'm not sure. The presentation of it, though, I absolutely love. That's about as good as I've heard Jake sound ever. I love that.
I would also agree. I thought Jake did a great job.
I thought it was outstanding.
And then I thought, the video of him kind of rebutting that, I went back at it. He went back at it in all playful manner. But they played the proper sound, where I was the one taking the shot, saying complete and utter buffoonery for people saying, it means 71% less because he's saying it today if LeBron announces his homecoming as in 3 weeks ago, which is still the most asinine take, let alone three guys in the same station having it. But never mind. And then the morning show played a clip where you were taking more shots than I was.
Yeah, I did in that one. Yeah, I did.
And I was like, I almost felt bad. Like, we are in this together, right? This is a radio marriage here, and we're committed.
Yeah.
But I was like, that wasn't even half of the worst stuff we threw at them.
No, that was more me, and we never want it to be more me in that scenario.
No, not if you don't deserve it.
No,
right? Like, I deserve whatever anybody says. Cold shoulders, bleep you. You don't watch basketball. Oh no, he got me right in my armor. I pierced it. For somebody who doesn't watch Guardians baseball.
He's not going to hear this.
No,
just ask him.
No, it'll get back to him.
No, just ask him.
It'll get back to him.
He won't hear it.
I felt bad because you got more of the strays there, or it sounded like you were picking on everyone more than I was. Nope, it was me. I picked a fight with the entire station, and here we are.
You're not alone. It's okay.
Yeah, I kind of like being like the samurai guy or like the Game of Thrones guy pulling out the sword, and there's like an onslaught of 1,000 people. I don't hate it.
Well, I mean, we have the 2 to 7 slot, and so we're here, and so it's our 5 hours. So it's not as if there's any sort of rebuttal that can happen there. I don't know if any one of the three want to call in and try to defend their take. Well, we're more than happy to welcome that. I just assumed all three didn't want to have any more of the conversations.
I think that seems to be fair. So I actually want to give Baskin and Phelps a little bit of credit here.
They have created a lot of content today, by the way.
And so thank you to the content
They put
gods.
on their content hats, and they were doing some work today.
And so obviously we've been talking about lay decision and whenever the hell it's going to happen and how it's going to happen and why it's going to happen. And we had both posited this before as like, could this be? But it was mostly joking. And so I thought it was interesting that Andy Baskin talked about what he's hearing on why it's taking LeBron so long to announce his decision.
Last week, LeBron's crew was probably ready to make an announcement, especially because they were in New York.
This is what you heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in New York. They,
that FanFest thing, right?
Yeah, and the world had their eyes on New York because of the World Cup as well.
Yeah.
And so that they were probably comfortable making an announcement as early as last week. And then people were like telling them what to do. There's a little bit of irritated by the commissioner, pushing them to say.
The commissioner irritating LeBron James.
Because we want to get this stuff out there.
We want to get the schedule finished.
And it may not just be LeBron, but it's more about LeBron's group together. So that the irritation got to the point they were like, well, you know what? We'll decide when LeBron is going to tell everyone where he's going.
So if you pair that with what Andy's hearing, with what Rich Paul said about no one's going to make us, force our decision, it's totally plausible that something irked LeBron's camp, and that's why this is taking longer than it really should.
Totally plausible. I don't know if I necessarily believe it, but it's totally plausible. I'm still of the belief that LeBron hasn't made up his mind yet. I think he's waiting for. I think Chris, when we had Fedor on yesterday, I think he's closer than anyone in this. The idea that LeBron is waiting for somebody to wow him. He's waiting for somebody to do something and then make this an easy decision for him, because it just isn't right now. I don't think he loves any of the 4 destinations, and he's trying to find one that speaks to him more than the others, and he hasn't been able to get there.
I don't think anything's changed with any of the potential figures. I don't think anything will change. I think this whole process has been about 2 things for LeBron. One, feeling the love, and that includes from his NBA brethren, that includes from NBA teams, that includes from fans, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then the other thing is revenge. I think LeBron remembers a lot of the things that have been said the last 18 months, and so by withholding information and making people look stupid, whether it's former players, media members, teams, Adam Silver, I think he's enjoying that. So if that last part is true, that this is about love and revenge, it makes all the sense in the world that they got mad about Adam Silver saying something that was a nothing burger.
So this isn't going to be provable is the hard part about this convo, is we're never going to be able to find out what's true and what isn't true, because LeBron's camp isn't going to come out 3 months from now and be like, yeah, we actually came up with a decision back in like early June.
Oh, I could see this being leaked.
It's not going to happen.
I could see this being leaked at some point. Again, it won't be LeBron's camp attaching their name to it, but could I see it anonymously?
There's been too many insiders and too many people that are actually close to Rich Paul and Clutch that have said that they, when they've spoken to them, they've told them absolutely nothing, and they refuse to tell them anything.
But didn't Rich Paul already admit to it? Rich Paul was weirdly defensive about, no one's going to tell us, when we need to make a decision. No one's going to pressure us into a decision.
That definitely is a part of it. Like, if at the end of the day, this is just coinciding with, the added bonus is I get to remind everybody how great I am, and I get to piss off Adam Silver in the process, then all right, fine. I'm not buying that's what the hang-up is. And it's a theory I posited yesterday for a reason, because I think there is some legs to it if you sit back and look at it. But I really don't think that's what the hang-up is right now. I'm just convinced the hang-up is LeBron doesn't know what he wants to do at this current moment.
I think somebody as decisive and convicted as LeBron has been in his career, I don't buy it takes a full month to make this decision.
It shouldn't take you a full month to make any decision in life, if we're being honest about it. But I think there's 4 places, and they all offer completely different things. And I think he's waffled on it. I think he's gone back and forth on it. And I just remain, again, maybe we'll find out in the next couple days. Maybe we'll find out in the next couple hours. But as recently as yesterday, I don't think that he had made up his mind yet.
I think Rich Paul going out of his way twice. First saying, no one's going to pressure us to make this decision, but then making sure everyone knew he talked to Adam Silver about this in New York. It tells you they're not happy with it. And here's the thing. Why do you care? Like Adam Silver,
that's the part I can't understand.
I don't know. Well, because they must be thin-skinned. Because Adam Silver's the biggest puppet there's ever been as an NBA commissioner.
And so I understand getting mad at people that think that LeBron can't command this type of attention and showing them. I don't know what this revenge tour on Adam Silver is all about, because he made one cheeky comment at Fanatics Fest.
Yes. Yes.
Which we both have acknowledged that was just kind of more of like a joking way of saying it than anything else.
If you believe that LeBron is egotistical, and if you believe that LeBron or people in his camp are thin-skinned, which I think if you're that egotistical makes sense you would be, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to be like, Adam Silver saying anything about it is going to piss somebody off over there.
I just think he's looking at all the options, and I think he's done it for so long now. I think he's been able to poke too many holes in too many places, and he's waiting for something to just magically appear and speak to him and be like, this is the answer, and it just hasn't come. And in the meanwhile, he's golfing every single day, so he's not even worried about it. I think there's a big part of that.
216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Does Baskins info that you heard on the show, there's a big video out on it on 92.3 The Fan social media, by the way, if you want to go ahead and check that out on Twitter. But does Baskins info make the most sense? We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got John Fanta in studio, multiple segments coming up at 4 today.
Mac put on his good shirt for a reason.
And I put on my core short for a reason. I don't know why I said short.
Yeah.
Shirt. Yeah. The word is shirt.
Is that your dress-up shirt, or did you do the same thing I did, which just forgot that John was even coming in today?
No, I don't change for anyone.
That's right. There we go.
Daryl Ryder joining us at 5:40 today, and then 32 teams in 16 days rolls along. Ross Jackson of the Locked On Saints podcast at 6:20. Stephen Holder, ESPN Colts reporter, at 6:30. Loaded show, 216-474-0092. Does Baskins info make the most sense? Why LeBron hasn't made his decision yet? And might have had the decision leaked. Or we didn't. We'll get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$15 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes' time. John Fanta coming up in studio at 4 o'clock. Excited to have John in. That's the first time I've seen him in a hot minute there. We do have some awesome news to pass along here. And it is at the unfortunate extent, I don't know, at the cost of Khalil Watson. Khalil Watson's been optioned to AAA because Jose Ramirez is back from the injured list. What a nice little shot in the arm here to get Jose, a full week before the deadline?
Yeah, so 2 things here. One, clearly you can't just demote Petey Halpin after hitting 2 home runs. That's I said I don't think I've ever seen in baseball history. You hit 2 home runs and then get set down either the very next day or 2 days later. So congrats to Halpin. You have, if the baseball purge was happening, you've survived for another day. All right, so the end result here is that they played perfectly 500 baseball without J-Ram, right? Like they were 6 games above 500 when J-Ram got injured. They're 6 games above 500 right now. And so that is, by all accounts, that is a massive success that you would think for the Guardians.
Yeah, and all the while doing it with DeLauder finding his stroke. Bazzana looks like he's turned the corner.
Kwan's back.
Rocchio continues to do this. I was actually thinking about this earlier today. It's like, I know, people are kind of accustomed to Bazzana being atop the lineup. But if you go Kwan, Jose, DeLauder, Angel Martinez, who should be back any day now, into Bazzana, into Rocchio, that's a really good 1 through 6. And it's funny because I will never confuse this team for being the 1995 Indians.
Yeah.
But when I thought about it, I was trying to think when was the last time the Guardians had 1 through 6 that you could just count on being solid performers or better. And the last time I can honestly think about it, that it wasn't like mirages, right? These guys can be this and they can be this for the next couple of years. The last time I think was 2016.
Well, so
maybe 2017.
There's a couple things there, right? Is Rocchio going to be as good as he was in the first half, or now first 100 games? He's going to do that in the second half. Bazzana's on a hot streak right now. Since the All-Star break, he's batting over 400. I do think there's something that Bazzana, he is more comfortable. I hate to admit this because I was one of the ones that wanted him up at the top. He's more comfortable in that 5-6 spot in the lineup.
Yeah.
He just is. And now if it was me and I was putting together a lineup, I would have Kwan 1 because he's been tearing the cover off the ball, and I would put Bazzana 2, and I would keep Rocchio further down. Mm-hmm. But Bazzana he's comfortable in that 5-6 spot. You've seen in the past couple nights, the amount of big-time hits that he has and the amount of just opportune hits that he has. How many runners in scoring position does this team typically leave on the base paths? I think they're close to lead baseball in RISP, 4 for 6 last night. They're just knocking in opportune times, and Bazzana's part of that reason.
So do you go Kwan, Bazzana, Jose, and then DeLauder?
Ideal world, yes, that's what I would do. Yeah, that's what I would do. But there's something to the idea that with DeLauder's getting on base at such a high rate, and Bazzana's got a knack for being able to bring guys home. And so there is something to that is brewing with him hitting in the 5-6 spot. But I think long term, Bazzana should be in your 2 spot long term.
So Jose is back, so we can celebrate that. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch him back. And again, plugging him into this lineup with Kwani going with the rest of the guys. Onward and upward for your Cleveland Guardians, but we still talk LeBron watch. We still talk the indecision, and I thought the panic. I missed most of the original panic. I woke up at 7:15, but I didn't plug right into social media. By the time I was listening to anything else, they were talking about anything other than this. That's not a shot. I'm just talking about it like I didn't hear it on the station first. Mm-hmm. And so I thought it was interesting that the first time I heard that the Heat might have leaked, or no, the Heat did leak, this YouTube live stream titled LeBron's introductory press conference was after the fact when people were like, the Heat have admitted to it. They've said it was a mistake. It's all part of preparation for if he does come back. So I didn't have the agita that everyone else had.
Like a monumentous moment in life. I was awake. We were awake, and I was a real where were you when moment, Nick. But the instant reaction was not one of panic. So I need to make that clear for you. It was like 20 minutes of people being like, did they actually screenshot it? Can we make sure that it was actually screenshotted? And then everyone jumping over to Reddit to see what happened and what was going on. And then, 15, 20 minutes before people are like, oh, okay, we got a handle on this. Someone that is 23 years old that is in charge of social media with the Heat was probably just testing things out, and everything can return to normal. It was all the people that don't do anything in media that were falling for it left and right. They were the problems last night. We've gotten on media people a lot in the past couple weeks. It was the non-media people that don't understand that they create this for everyone with every team. That was the problem.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, because there's a lot of speculation, I can't remember if it's Indeed or it's LinkedIn, that there are positions open about, YouTube coordinators and stuff like that. If this actually cost anyone their jobs, the Heat are a much worse organization than I thought.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how easy it is to accidentally publish something like a listing for something that's going to happen. It's like you're doing the same steps and you click one button differently. And if you make that mistake, you're not really necessarily going to know unless you're looking at the interface right away. So the thing that I ended up getting.
What if they think this cost him LeBron? LeBron doesn't like the commotion. LeBron doesn't like the chaos.
That's actually, to me, the best possible part of this. If let's say LeBron saw this, he was going to make the announcement today, I'm going back to Miami, unfinished business, give me my cookies, B, all that stuff. And then, 2 weeks from now, he comes home to Cleveland, and then there's a report that's like LeBron was set to go to Miami, and then they pulled that YouTube shenanigan. I got to be honest with you.
Then could you fire the guy?
I would judge. No, I wouldn't.
Oh, come on.
I would not.
Come on. If it cost you LeBron?
No. No. This is somebody learning the business.
I don't care if you're learning the business. You cost me LeBron, you can learn a different business.
But you're not costing you LeBron in 2014.
You can. It's still a top 20 player in the game.
I think my point is,
you can learn a different business.
It's not going to ruin the Heat season. You still have Giannis. You still have Bam. You're going to be okay.
Go ruin the Yankees social media account or something. All of a sudden, you'll be in baseball. No NBA for you. No, I mean, it matters. I mean, if you're tasked with that responsibility. Now, what we need to as a society is get a better understanding of how these people running these social media teams have no say and have no opinion and have no actual insight into anything that's going on with these teams. Maybe that's the lesson out of all this that we need to get across. We need to stop taking these social media accounts as if they are directly from the desk of Pat Riley. Maybe that is what we need to have taken away. But until we do, you're going to have incidents like you had last night.
I will tell you, I thought at some point we would have a slowdown in people tweeting things about where, Markieff Morris today was LeBron to Cleveland. He also said Jalen Green to Cleveland and Harden to Phoenix, which, okay. But Markieff Morris, LeBron to Cleveland. Sonny Johnson. LeBron's coming home. It's a matter of time.
Yeah.
It's funny to me. I keep thinking we've run out of people to say where they think LeBron is.
They're ramping it up.
They really are.
And it's funny because if the one established thing out of all this is that Rich Paul is not speaking and LeBron obviously is not speaking. So the people that are going to know this decision aren't speaking. Why do people want to combat that? Why do they want to go against that? Why do they think they are the one guys? And I'm going to say that while also acknowledging that Andy Baskin was reporting things earlier today. And if I asked Baskin who his sources was, he would probably tell us, oh, no, this guy's never missed. This guy. No, if I can't tell you who it is, I can hear it right now. I can't tell you who it is, but this guy never has missed. So you take it to the bank.
That's not a very good Baskin, I don't think.
That's what he would say. I'm not an impression.
Okay.
I'm not an impression
That's
guy.
fair. I didn't know if you were trying to impersonate him.
No, I'm not an impression guy. We give off the feel of what he would say.
Okay.
But we don't actually give off the. How would an Andy Baskin impression go?
I don't know.
Give me your best Andy Baskin impression. What do you have there?
I don't really have one.
You gotta cough in between every three.
See, now Andy, that was Jonathan Peterlin setting. I feel like now, anytime somebody else makes a shot, I have to make sure that it's put out there so that if what was it with Jeff's daughter's coworker snitched on me? So if Andy's daughter's coworker snitches on me or snitches on the show. That goes back to JP.
Yeah, me impersonating Baskin is just pulling up a sandwich and eating it during the show.
Tomorrow you get the cold shoulder from Dan Medigan.
That's all that
and my guy's back on Team Wilson here.
Yeah, that's right. We can trade off. We've already decided we're on an island, me and you anyway. Who cares?
True.
Who cares? As if like so many people at the station are knocking down doors to be like, those two guys are awesome.
Yeah.
As if we get a lot of that.
Yeah.
If we had some of that every now and again, maybe I'd be less willing to go along with your hijinks. But we don't have that, so let's hijink it up.
Listen, I'm Hungarian and a lapsed Catholic. Flattery gets me nowhere. You can say the nicest things to me. I'm still going to talk my bleep right back to you.
Oh, it works wonders with me.
JP can be smooth.
It works wonders. You'd be so surprised.
Now,
DraftKings, by the way, minus 200 for LeBron to the Heat.
What does Kalshi say?
Have not checked the markets today. I don't refer to the stock markets anymore. It's the markets. It's Polymarket for me. Have not checked Polymarket yet today.
Social media's inability to understand what Kalshi is.
49% for Polymarket to the Heat.
To the Heat? Oh,
yeah, 26% for the Cavs, which means it's actually tanking on Polymarket.
I kind of want to then. It's all because of this stupid post, right?
I think it's got a lot to do with it, yeah.
Doesn't that tell you how much sheep people actually are here? I kind of want to throw a hundo spot on the Cavs at 26%.
I don't even know that they take $100 bets at this point. What
can I get? A penny?
I don't know, but $180 million has been bet on this thing.
I think I can get more. Let me say what. So if I put $100 on,
the market's there for you if you want to make some money.
I'm trying
or
to think
you feel like you want to make some money.
I'm not a math guy, right? That's not really my strong point. So I'm thinking here. If I put is it like common odds where if I'm putting 100 on 226%, that means I get 74% return? Again, Steiner math here. How do I get paid if I put 100 on 26% is what I'm asking you.
Well, I would think you should get 75 cents on the dollar, right? So yeah, you'll be all right.
75 cents on the dollar? Wouldn't I get more than?
No, you don't get the whole.
But I want the whole dollar back.
Well, yeah, you get the dollar plus the 75 cents on the dollar is the idea. If your initial dollar is...
I was messing with you. I'm sorry. I can't claim to be a dumbass and then mess with you about something. And anyways, my bad.
So anyway, the market's there for you. I actually do think it'd be a fun twist if you just threw some money on there and then was living and dying with this result because you had some financial stake at play.
That's really the only way some of us can keep our edge is if we throw a little scratch in the game, because otherwise the announcement today just wouldn't mean anything.
Hey,
right?
The 76ers are now below 10%. That's a new development as well.
How about the Warriors?
They're at 13.8%.
Holding strong. That's Draymond
Heat
Green.
have just gained another percentage point. Now they're at 50%.
Dan.
It's climbing. It's continuing to climb. What is happening?
Again, I think a lot of people haven't gotten to the point. I think people are putting into stock about this.
Don't people have to learn that Pat Riley does not run the social media account? Shouldn't that be established?
They do. Apparently, they have to learn to the tune of $180 million.
Do they think that like Kobe Altman sends out every single, hey, game day for the Cavs today? Do they think Chris Antonetti puts out the starting lineup himself on the Guardians Twitter account? Like, what's going on with people?
Is there any concern of the social media person going a full manual class A with, the market manipulation there?
Huh?
I like that thought. Inside job. Okay. I don't hate that thought process. This is like the Trump teleprompter guy that made $100 million on betting on Trump speeches because he obviously is the teleprompter guy, so he knows not $100 million. I misspoke there. $100,000. But he made a lot of money just because he knew what the speeches were and knew how to bet it.
If you're LeBron, you're telling everybody Miami, and then you're going to put what, $1 million? Like what's LeBron trying to?
No, this guy. I think the suggestion here is that Max saying the guy puts a lot of money on the Cavs. He believes the Cavs are the answer, so you put a lot of money on the Cavs to drive up the price of the Heat to then make it more affordable to buy in on the Cavs.
216-474-0092. Are you reading anything into the Heat video? Jose Ramirez is back, and we got quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
but please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Whenever Browns news happens between now and training camp,
here we go. Buckle them up.
Trust Darrow Ryder, 923thefan.com, and the Odyssey app.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content for your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
John Fanta coming up at 4. Multiple segments with John in studio today. So the beautiful people out there in YouTube land are also going to be able to see John Fanta's smiling face as we really get him into doing one of two things, flip-flopping or snapping, right? One of those two things will get you viral with Fanta.
What does it matter what the content's around with him flip-flopping, or are we just good with whatever?
I'm going to go rage baiting. You go ahead and rage bait by accusing him of flip-flopping, and then the clip will go viral.
I think I'm just going to berate him for not bringing in the burger that you let him off the hook for not owing.
No. I didn't let him off the hook.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gave it to him. You gave him a gift.
I gifted it to him as a birthday present, knowing I was never going to get it from him.
I think it'd be a real mensch move if he brought a burger in here today.
Yeah, well, you can't just blindly bring somebody a burger, though.
What do you mean?
Well, not everybody likes the same things in a burger, right? Like, I'm a bacon cheeseburger guy, hold the lettuce and all that nonsense.
The bet is he owed you a burger. It's not to your specific liking.
That's exactly how burger bet should work.
It's not how this one works. Yeah. This one is I just got to pay you a burger. Now, the problem we have with Fanta is he might have ate the burger on the way over.
That's fine.
Have some Senka.
Again.
Anybody could have. It's a delicious burger. Anybody could have.
So Fanta coming up at 4. Jose Ramirez is back off the injured list. Khalil Watson to AAA. We are on LeBron watch. We got plenty to get to. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's quick hits.
All right. Cavs legend Channing Frye talked about the pressure on LeBron when he joined Yahoo Sports Daily yesterday.
The dude is going to be 42 years old. He understands he can't win it by himself. So the other part of this is, hey, I want to see what team you put together. I'm LeBron James, and I'm going to go there for the vet minimum. For him, take it as, you guys go ahead and do what you have to do. And then, you know what? That looks like fun. I like a lot of these guys. Here's how I can help. Now I'll go to that team. But until then, when's the last time LeBron wasn't doing Olympics? Or he wasn't going crazy for trying to be like, all the pressure's on me? The pressure's not on him anymore. What vet minimum guy has got this much attention for saying, guys, you go ahead. I'll catch up. And I think when he's saying this is the first time in his career and the only time in his career that he's having to like sit back and kind of enjoy his summer, right? And I think knowing him for as long as I have, he's always been like, what do I got to do to make this team a championship team? And in all actuality, there's nothing he can physically do anymore to make himself a championship contender. It has to be the team. And he has to be just a good part of that team. So when you look at it from that perspective, you're like, dude, enjoy your summer. Play some more golf, go to more concerts, hang out, just stay in shape, and I'll see you in training camp.
Do you agree that LeBron has no pressure on him?
No, LeBron's got pressure in everything he does in life. That's LeBron's existence. LeBron's existence is pressure. And so maybe if the argument is you're not the main guy every single night, so it's not 100% on your shoulders, there's less pressure than, let's say, in 2016. Well, yeah, of course. Of course, that's an obvious statement, right?
Yeah, I definitely would agree that there's less pressure on LeBron, but I think you and I are lockstep on this. Like, there's always going to be pressure because there's so much. There's a lot of people that have a lot of opinions on LeBron, and a fair amount of that he's earned. Some of it he really hasn't. Some of it's just he's been famous for 23 years. There's pressure just baked into that alone.
Yeah, he lives his life with pressure. And so maybe there is a spot, though, where LeBron, because he's had it for so long, maybe even what should be extreme pressure to anybody else is just diluted. Because when you've gone through the stuff that he's been through, being the third option on a team that has expectations maybe isn't the biggest thing in the world, but there's still going to be some pressure attached to that. All right, let's go to the baseball world. The Red Sox are currently in the lead right now. They're playing a game as we speak right now, up against the Orioles, 6-2 in the fifth. They've won 14 straight. They have one win, a win today, would tie the club's winning streak record set in 1946. You've established you're a streaker. You're also a cupper, but you're definitely a streaker. 15 straight baseball wins if they pull it off today, and they're 5 innings away from pulling it off. Is that something to really celebrate?
If you're a fan of that team, yes. I would say we really want to start to get streaking. It's got to be 20 games.
Yeah, when across baseball do we start to pay attention to this? Because and the Red Sox have completely erased the idea that they were going to be sellers, and what a waste of a season, and just ship them all off to now they're 3 games over 500. They're competitive. They're in the mix. Like, it's turned their season around.
I mean, probably, okay, if we're being honest, if this was Cleveland, once you get to 10 games, it becomes something. You know, like once you get to double digits, that's almost 2 weeks of baseball. If you win for 2 weeks of baseball straight, or, going on 15 wins, that's almost, that's 2.5, soon to be 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That's an insane. If we're getting to the point where you're almost at a month of winning, that is just, that's so insanely impossible.
The 22-game winning streak the Guardians had in 2017 still gets talked about. And that's a season where they won 102 games and obviously got knocked out in the first round against the Yankees. The 22-game win part of that gets talked about as high as anything out of that stretch in 2017.
Even the hot streak that got you into the playoffs last year is one that should be talked about, even though it wasn't consecutive games won. It was, 20-something and something over a certain amount of time. Like, I think the older I get, the more that I see a team win 10+, 12+, 14+. That just doesn't happen in baseball, and not in Major League Baseball, especially if a team starts a season where the Red Sox started.
It's just incredibly hard to do, and so they're staring in the face of 15. And now that we brought it up, according to you people that believe in the baseball gods, I've probably screwed them.
Well, now that you've said
Lucky for me, I don't believe in that.
Now that you've said that, it actually the baseball gods see your mockery and they've turned off the jinx. Yeah.
Oh, it's a reverse.
Yeah.
They hit the Uno reverse card.
They'll spite you, even if it means I get to be right.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Nice.
ESPN laid a ton of people off yesterday because redundancy or some awful way of dehumanizing human beings. But the report is they will now begin to pay Pat McAfee $60 million a year. Will McAfee get blowback because of the size of his check and the timing of this announcement?
I heard McAfee talking about it today, actually, and he referenced when he first got hired at ESPN, they went through a same cycle of firing people and then people pointing to the amount of money that he makes. And I don't know that it's fair. He will take a lot of the blame, sure. I don't know that it's 100% fair.
I think if there's anybody out there saying, I would take $5 million less to make sure David Lloyd has his job, you're lying. It's not fair. None of this is fair. The way ESPN conducts their business is abhorrent, and the way that they let go some of these people.
They put on a clinic and how not to do this.
I mean, firing people while they're on the air. People who had worked for the station for 30 years finding out on social media when you then had to burst into NFL Live to fire Ryan Clark mid-show. Just absolutely embarrassing. And by the way, to everyone saying, well, look at their fiscal structure. Guys, they had enough money to buy NFL Network. They were doing okay.
But the part of this that gets missed, though, is the idea that McAfee makes $60 million because McAfee draws eyeballs in a way that these other guys just didn't.
Yes.
Like, that's the reality of it.
And listen, I do think Pat has lost some of the humility that I think made him really accessible.
Oh, he's not wearing those cut-off T-shirts anymore.
Well,
Man's wearing a polo every day. What happened to the McAfee you all knew?
I mean, between the WWE stuff, between the ESPN stuff, like his ego's growing, and it's pretty obvious. Again, I can't, when you're having that level of success, what am I going to say? But I think putting it on Pat McAfee is very easy, and I don't think it's fair. And I don't get into fair. The guy's making $60 million a year. If you want to be pissed at ESPN. Be pissed at the warlords of sports executives who are doing everything the wrong way.
He didn't make that call. That was not his call. He didn't make the decision. Somebody else made that call. And I always think that's very unfair when they then ask someone like McAfee to, even if they asked him like, hey, take a pay cut, do something like that. Like that happened in all sorts of different spots. Remember when COVID happened and all sorts of people were asked, and people within this company right here were asked like, hey, will you take a pay cut so that we can make sure we keep certain other people and make sure everything's fine. It was asked for a lot of businesses, but it was asked here as well. And I just always thought that was incredibly unfair to the people that were being asked to do that.
Yeah,
I was not one of those, by the way, but I was not. But like, there were a lot of hosts that were asked, like, will you take this pay cut and do that? And it's like, that's not on them. That shouldn't be on them.
Yeah, I was one of the people And I did it because I believed in that sort of thing. I think I was a little foolish to do it because I know other people didn't do it.
Other people didn't do it. And other people came up to people like me and were like, listen, we didn't do it. You'll be fine. Trust me, you'll be fine.
But let me tell you, some of the people that did it are no longer employed in this business. If you want to like figure out how this works, you do something good for the company. It doesn't turn around and do much good for you.
You just shouldn't be asked to do that type of stuff.
Yeah,
that shouldn't be your call, and you shouldn't have to live with the reactions and responses to somebody else's decisions. So here's the thing, I did want to ask you about this. So Tom Pelissero in his contract, he's got one more year left in this, which I think is incredibly stupid. When a place like ESPN, you have him for one more year, ESPN NFL Network, you're paying him for one more year regardless. Keep him on the air. And then after the year, then just say, okay, your contract's done and that's it. But you get a year of work out of him. He stays in the spotlight. He stays reporting, stays doing everything. They decided it was more valuable to them to pay him for the next year while not having him do anything. What would you do if you're Pelissero? Would you take this year off while getting paid, obviously? You still get that check. Or would you take another job somewhere else where then likely you'd have to get a buyout from ESPN and you'd make ultimately you'd probably be basically working at the next company for free?
All right, so this is tough because I am perpetually job scared. Growing up without a lot of money, my mind is always
and in this business too, you have to understand.
Yes.
I think a lot of people aren't necessarily hip to the idea that if we disappear for a year, we're gone to people.
Yes.
Like we are gone. Like if we go on vacation for a long enough time, we're gone to people.
And which fat guy are you again?
Like that's how this works. People forget about you very quickly.
But if I was Tom, Tom has such so I think if I could make it work financially, I'd just take the year off. You never get paid years off in this business. I think whenever Tom decides to go back to the workforce, he's going to have a very, very healthy market. It really wouldn't surprise me if it ends up at The Athletic replacing Diana, by the way.
So Kellerman did that. Well, yeah, then in that regard, too, you got to kind of strike while the iron's hot there, right? They need a reporter like Pelissero offers, and they would like to make that move, I imagine, sooner than later. So do you offset that? It's just an interesting little thing to think about.
216-474-0092. Are you mad at corporate overlords in Bristol, Connecticut? When we come back, no, it's all McAfee's fault. When we come back, the pressure on Todd Monken in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's very own, in studio in 1 hour's time. Daryl Ryder coming up at 5:40, and then at 6:20 rather. 32 teams in 16 days rolls on. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Special shout out to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. I'm going to say I peeped in for a second at the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
It's more of its unhinged day, where people are just arguing and just saying mean things to each other. But Raul Havana is there. We got Debo. That's 001. I don't know what the hell that means. Doug's on there. When Doug gets on there.
That rascal.
It is faux real. But yeah, be careful on those.
Okay.
Be careful there. Be careful on
Be careful with YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Every time you say
today.
it, you say they're always unhinged.
Yeah, but
when are they ever hinged?
There are days where they're extra unhinged, more unhinged, unhingeder, as it were. Yeah. And I think that's one of these days.
Okay. Are they hanging on pins and needles for this LeBron decision to see if your lock it in on Wednesday is right?
Oh, that's right. I did lock it in for
today. It is lock it in day, and we have not gotten anything from Dave McMenamin to say shut it down for the day yet.
That is true. Now that's going to be a real dagger. If McMenamin hits me with, I think yesterday it was 4. If he hits me with a shut it down at 4.
It was around 3 or so, yeah.
I kind of don't want that. I will tell you, though, at this point.
I kind of don't want that.
At this point.
Yeah.
I either want it in our show, or I need Jeff and Andy to get the goods.
I still kind of want to see Jake's reaction to it all. I'm kind of committed to that.
Well,
after his rant yesterday, which again was beautiful, and I loved. It sounded awesome. I wanna hear what he will do with this, because I want to see if we can watch him morph into just a complete phony on the spot, or if he'll play true to himself.
Now, see, this is going to have to be the thing. If Jake gets the news, it's got to be when I'm up, so I can immediately call in and be like, how excited are you now versus how excited would you have been 2 weeks ago, right?
Well, yeah, but I
have to bait him in either being a phony or just snapping on me.
Okay, but didn't you say you never go on a radio show past 9 o'clock?
I might have to violate it for Jake.
Is that right?
I might violate myself for Jake. I'll do it.
Yeah. It's just such a hassle for you.
Yeah. Done it for less. So
I know that.
I think everybody knows that.
I think we all know that.
So John Fanta coming up in about 50 minutes here. But yesterday we're going to replay what we played from Mary Kay yesterday on Baskin and Phelps, because I do think there's another way to look at these pieces of sound and kind of talk about the pressure on Todd Monken.
Certainly, we all know, and we cannot shy away from the fact that the fan base is more excited about Shedeur than they are about Deshaun right now. That's just how it's been because of numerous factors. But I don't know if that's the end of the honeymoon period for Todd Monken if he chooses Deshaun Watson as his starter. I'm sure there will be plenty of backlash. There will be plenty of social media outrage. But if Deshaun goes out there and looks anything like the quarterback that the Browns thought they were getting when they traded for him, then I think all of that dies down.
So you and I think, had different takes on Deshaun and the honeymoon and all this.
Yeah.
And although I think there's going to be some natural overlap in this conversation, it's funny. I don't really think there's much pressure on Todd Monken to get the quarterback decision right beyond what it naturally means in the locker room.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you're just undervaluing what exactly Todd Monken has to pull off here. Because I still think, now, is it likely he ends up as Jim Tom Sula or Freddie Kitchens? Probably not. But it's not as if these coaches get a million years. And so you're already working under the gun in year one. And you already, if like part of the idea that Todd Monken came here was because he did such wondrous things with Lamar Jackson, and quarterbacks are supposed to be what he excels in, then he's got to showcase something with these quarterbacks, even if the quarterback room is admittedly not the greatest.
So when you say pressure, though, where's that pressure coming from? Because I think there's naturally going to be pressure from the fans. I don't know Todd Monken is going to give a rat's ass about that, though.
Oh, I think a lot of it has to come from internalizing it with Todd Monken. I think Monken himself is going to put a lot of pressure because he knows how this league works. You don't get to be 59 in the NFL without understanding that this league demands results, it demands answers, it demands showing people what you can do as instantly as you get the gig.
But shouldn't there be a self-awareness within the Browns organization from Andrew Berry, from Jimmy Haslam?
I think that's the scariest part of all this, is that they've lacked self-awareness at all times in the Jimmy Haslam era. And I like Jimmy more than I don't like Jimmy, okay? But the reality is that relying on them to have self-awareness, that's not a great bet in recent years.
I don't know that I agree with self-awareness. I think they've just not cared. I think those are different things. Like, I think there are times where they've been very aware that they're going to face blowback, and they've just decided that the juice was worth the squeeze, meaning the public reaction and an unsavory reaction was worth whatever they were trying to do, hence the Deshaun deal. I think they knew exactly what people are going to say about them when they made that trade. They just decided that the upside of Deshaun was worth the crap they were going to get.
Different way to put this then. If they have an understanding of self-awareness, then they don't care about the blowback that would come with firing a coach after one season.
Fair. But I think, like, again, if we're trying to be genuine, if we're trying to move past where the Browns were, if we're trying not to have a regression for where the Browns were before Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry showed up, you can't, in good faith, send Todd Monken out there, and then if it's a 5-win team and the quarterback stink, go, oh, this is clearly a problem. Get this bozo out of here.
Unless they just look at him as this placeholder. And I've made this suggestion before because I think although I think it's unlikely, I think the idea that if you win 5 games, and the same way we're looking at Deshaun Watson, if he plays 17 and there's no way he's on this team next year regardless, well, all right, Todd Monken, you coach for 1 year. Then we go into the coaching circuit as with Arch Manning or Dante Moore or whatever quarterback is promised, and we see what good coach we can get, what proven coach we can get.
All right, I know that I have pretty habitually, as have you, cut the Browns down to say their bar to clear is pretty low. I don't think this organization would ever intentionally hire a head coach for 1 year. Meaning the transitional thing. I just don't. I think we I understand the results, and I understand why we don't give them this kind of credit. I think if they can't clear that bar, then I just think I think you're telling me you have no respect for that organization. I at least have some.
It might be done in the same respect that they're doing this quarterback situation. If Shedeur Sanders is great, then awesome. If Deshaun Watson is great, then awesome. But not many people say they're going to be the quarterback in 2027 and on. They could be operating the same way with the head coach.
I'm not saying that they couldn't be. I don't think they are. I don't think they are. I think they understand how.
I think it's if he's awesome, then great. Or if he showcases enough, then great. And by the way, I think he's off to a really good start, all things considered.
I just think when it comes to showcase enough, I think beyond wins and losses, I think it gets into a real slippery slope there, and you get into 2017, 18, 19, 2015 territory really quickly.
I just think nothing has been promised to Todd Monken. I think he should live with no promises. I think he instantly has to showcase that he can do wondrous things with these quarterbacks. And yes, that is going above and beyond what people expect with these guys. Is that a fair standard to hold Todd Monken to? You might not think so, but that's the reality of the NFL.
Yeah, you said wondrous? Is that the word you used?
I used wondrous, yeah.
I like the word usage, by the way, just so we're clear.
Okay.
I like that word. I like wondrous things. I don't think it has to be wondrous. I think if this offense is functional with these quarterbacks, even if the quarterbacks themselves don't look very good, but by functional, I mean they're scoring enough points a game to be in it, and it's not just what it was for most of last year, which is the defense being stifling and otherworldly. If this thing just looks functional, I think that is a massive A+ for Todd Monken because, again, the quarterback room is Deshaun Watson, and Shedeur Sanders, who just hasn't proven to be of a specific ilk.
Yeah, but he still has to clear that bar of looking functional. Like that's still on him to clear that. And because
I don't think there's much pressure to get to. I don't think there's a lot of pressure on that.
That's where the pressure exists because he has to clear that bar of looking functional in a spot that Kevin Stefanski, who's supposed to be this all-knowing, all-everything coach, hadn't cleared the past 2 years. We weren't scoring 20 points a game. We weren't even close to functional offensively. And Stefanski, somebody that got hired basically instantly after he got fired from here, wasn't able to clear that.
But the difference is, I think Kevin, it's tough to say because I wasn't in those rooms. So and I've already been seen as a Kevin detractor, which is fair. I was kind of over the Kevin experience.
I was too,
but
admittedly.
I think there was a lot of it. I think with Kevin specifically, I looked at a guy who looked like he was pointing any direction except for his own. It was, circumstantial because of Deshaun. It was, well, they made me fire Alex Van Pelt. I think Todd Monken's a buck stop here kind of guy. And so I understand we haven't had functional offense for the last 2 years in the NFL. All fair points. I just think it's a really easy bar to clear.
It should be for most people, but if we hadn't done it in the past couple of years, I can't just give you the assumption that you're going to be able to pull that off.
But for Todd, it's a new head coach, and it's more talent on offense.
You have more talent. That's the other point. You have more talent. You have more there. This offensive line should be much better than what it was last year. I'm so excited by both rookie wide receivers. I can't wait to see what Denzel Boston does. That was always my guy. Concepcion, jury's still out, but I like him way more than you do. Like there's a lot to like about what this offense can be, but just to give him the idea that he's going to clear functional, I don't know that that's true. First off, I've never seen the guy coach. We don't know what he actually is as a head coach. And in the NFL, you do have to hit certain parameters. I'm not saying you got to win 10 games next year. Don't get this confused. I'm not saying you have to all of a sudden really turn water into wine. But to think in the NFL, you're given this job and you can just treat it like a lazy river ride, I just don't agree with.
So I think there's pressure. I think it's where we're putting the emphasis here. I think there's a lot of pressure on Todd Monken to get the offense right. And again, offense meaning functional. And I think that's what he was brought in to do, and that's what he's got to do this year, right? Get the guardrails up, right? Or what is it when you're bowling?
The bumpers?
The bumpers. You got to get the bumpers up on this offense, okay? But I don't think it's about the quarterback. Because, one, I think you can win for a very short time. I think you can win in spite of a quarterback. And two, you cannot make filet mignon out of mincemeat. You can't. And so if both of these quarterbacks are mincemeat, but the offense is passing the bar outside of them, meaning they're still functional in spite of the quarterback, I think that should be the expectation. I don't think there should be pressure on that. I think that's just, hey, this is what it is, and this is what we expect out of you.
I mean, Stetson Bennett won 2 national championships. Like, he can do this with mincemeat quarterbacks. He can. This is supposed to be Monken's allure. It's supposed to be the idea that he can do something with quarterbacks that aren't perceived to be anything.
Monken's allure sounds like an erotic fiction.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I'd write it. You know what, Todd? I know he's into horse racing. We could wrap it around the horse racing thing. I'll write it for Todd.
As long as we move off of all these other jokes that have to deal with basically replacing his name as Monken from like monkey.
Yeah.
Like,
wait, there's that?
Yeah. There's a lot.
Stop monking around?
All that stuff. Yeah. They instead of using the word monkey, they just replace it and put Monken in there, and they use all the monkey jokes.
Some Monken business?
You got it. Yes, you nailed it.
No more Monkens jumping on the bed?
We established. You got it.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as we get to that spot, that's good. I feel like I just set us back now. I set us back in moving
I was not
over
aware.
This.
I feel like as the master of cheese around here, the fact that nobody brought this to my table.
I'm bringing it to you now, regrettably.
A little upset. 216-474-0092. How much pressure is on Todd Monken to get the quarterback specifically right? More with that, more on Monken the Maximizer, more Monken around coming up, and the upside. The future is bright for the Browns, says ESPN. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
We're a staple in Cleveland, and that's how we want to keep it. Stop into Berea, Broadview Heights, or Puchers.com, Puchers.com. Beautiful homes begin here at Puchers Design Center.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Garno's lineup is out, as most of you know by now, from Mackenzie's 2020s. And, of course, us announcing it at 2:20 today. Jose Ramirez is back off the IL. So, lineup out. Kwan leading off in left field. Then Jose in the 2 spot at third base. DeLauder DHing in the 3 spot. Then Rocchio at short. Then Bazana at second. And then Kyle Manzardo. I mean, that's kind of how it's going to look until Angel gets back, and then maybe Rocchio goes to the 6th spot and Angel goes to the 4th spot. I'm not quite sure how they'll do that, but that looks like a real big league lineup for the first time in about 6 weeks.
Well, the first 5 hitters do, yeah.
Well, don't worry about those next.
It drops off precipitously after that.
They can't all be winners, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Like,
at some point, we're going to have a Manzardo convo, and I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah, I don't even know. We're kind of hurtling towards non-tender. Well, actually, no, because I don't think he's in arbitration yet. But if he was in arbitration, we'd be talking about non-tendering him this year, the same way we did Kwan a month ago before the guy got hot.
Well, so maybe that's the hope, right? Baseball's kind of funny that way. You can go through long stretches, but he remains dead last in every major category as far as qualified first basemen are concerned.
I don't care that he's hitting 220. I care that the power's not there. I don't know what changed with that.
No, I don't care about 220 either. It's obviously it's the slugging. It is. It's the power, and it's funny because you look at the list and it's like Josh Naylor, 27. I think there's 28 qualified first basemen. It's Josh Naylor, 27, and then it's Manzardo, 28th.
Well, anytime I just feel like
I didn't realize Josh Naylor's having that bad of a year.
You know, I know Yankee Stadium and Fenway get all this credit for being like a great the old Yankee Stadium get all this credit for being a great spot for left-handed hitters to go if you got any modicum of power.
Sure.
I feel like we've been underrated for that. Like, I feel like this is an incredible park for left-hand power hitters. So anytime a kid who's like, that's your value to me, takes this kind of step back.
Well, he did hit a lot of home runs last year. Like, he was able to do it.
29 home runs, I think he had?
Like 26 or 27. But yeah, it's his high 20s.
26 or 27. But the fact
doesn't work that way.
It felt like it worked. It felt good. But the fact that he's just had this regression, like, there just has to be something else. There's got to be injury. There's got to be something we don't know going on personally. There's just that this is to be unplayable is just
it's
in
unplayable.
That's for a left-handed power hitter.
That's exactly it. It's unplayable at this point, and that's all right. I have lost the idea that when he steps up to the plate, I think anything of consequence is going to happen, and that's a real problem for Manzardo.
So we're just having a conversation about how much pressure is on Todd Monken to get the quarterback right this year. And we don't necessarily see eye to eye on it. Again, I think it's the offense that he's going to feel the pressure about, but I think there's an understanding about where the quarterback is. So I guess maybe the easier question here to kind of continue this on is, who does it fall on if the Browns don't compete this year? Because I think everyone's going to kind of look at this if it doesn't go well and just go, well, that's a mulligan. Like, I don't think Andrew Berry's going to take the fall for this.
Well, Berry's probably not going to take the fall because it seems like Berry has just become infiltrated into the Haslam.
He's the new DePodesta.
Yeah, he's going to have this job for a while. I don't know anybody that thinks that he's going to end up on the outside no matter how this season goes, which is incredible because then we will have extended this to 7 years of one playoff win and you keep your job. It's an incredible run. But I do think he's building something, and I think he's been able to kind of reshape his image in such a way. It's odd, and this is why you speak to it being it's not a punch year, but essentially what we've been describing this as the entire time, where this is just a developmental year, is no one takes the fall in a developmental year. It just kind of happens.
It's like the hardest type of year to brand, because if they end up winning, they're going to be like, see, we told you this was possible. And if they end up losing...
We always believed. It's like, no, you didn't.
And then if they lose, they're going to be like, well, you know, like youth brings complications. Like, it's almost a roll the ball out there and see kind of year, but that's awful branding.
Yeah, well, they're giving themselves like a free pass of sorts.
The old Peterlin pass.
The Peterlin pass.
After giving themselves the Peterlin pass for last year.
It's like a built-in
Peterlin pass.
It's a built-in Peterlin pass of sorts.
The Peterlin pass.
All right, Mac. Diminishing returns.
But it's not. It doesn't come from me, so that doesn't make it true.
So it's not a Peterlin pass.
No,
the
it's not.
Peterlin pass.
All right.
Have we broke you?
I have no chance of keeping my train of thought if it's
all these Peterland passes flying around.
The Peterland pass.
it's just left, right. They're giving themselves a free roll, Nick.
Mm-hmm. What would be like another way to say that?
It's a free roll. It's a free roll.
Free roll?
We're not using the second half of that. No.
The old PP? We're not using the old PP?
Well, FR. Giving themselves a nice little free roll. And that's kind of how I think how they're looking at this. And if you're giving yourself that, then there's what accountability comes at the end of that? There's no accountability that comes at the end of that.
Now, 216-474-0092. I was very upset Mac didn't do that while you were in the middle of saying free roll because we know what free roll means.
The Peterland Pass.
You can teach a man to fish, you know?
Working on that whole timing thing, Mac. We'll get there, We'll get there soon enough, little buckaroo.
Look, I didn't hear the 2 magic words. I wasn't going to hit it at that point.
You are... No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not firing shots today. Mac, it's okay, buddy. You're getting the Peterland Pass today.
The Peterland Pass.
There we go. Now that we've annoyed all of us and the listeners. So who does it fall on if the Browns don't compete this year?
Do you have an answer? Because my answer is I don't think it falls on anybody. Although I have obviously put out with last segment that if it ends up being Monken, Monken can't be shocked by that.
I just don't think this is the kind of year that requires a fall guy. And it does feel like when the Browns were in the peak of the heyday of Baker and even into the early Deshaun era, if they disappointed a little bit, it was like, Joe Woods goes over the side of the boat, right? We got to continue here. Or then it was AVP. And like every year, or it was a specific player, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody got it every year as like this is why we didn't win last year. I don't think when you're where the Guardians are, if it's a roll it out there and see where it goes kind of year, I don't think it requires one. I hope Jimmy specifically or whoever's truly making the decisions there, because it seems to be some sort of a quorum of Haslam family members, that they understand if it's a 5-win team or a 3-win team, then that's just what it was meant to be.
I mean, they've shown extreme patience with Stefanski in that. We just have too many other instances, whether that's Freddie Kitchens, whether that is Hugh Jackson, that we fall back on. But in the Stefanski tenure, if he did anything for himself, he showed a willingness to have patience to try to see things through to in some degree too far.
And now what's crazy about this is I think Todd Monken can win with this team. And win is relative. Like we had, our guy Willie P on yesterday, Will Pelagic of WFNZ, one of the great Catholics in all of sports. Mm-hmm. And we asked him about, who wins more, who has more wins this year, Panthers or Browns. And I'm going to shock you, he said Panthers. But his point was he thinks they're a 9 to 10 win team.
Yeah, he asked, can the Browns get to 9 wins?
And I said, I don't think I can get to 9. Feels a little bit high. I think they can, but it's like everything goes right for them to get to 9 wins. I think 8 wins, though, is very doable in Todd Monken's first year. And I think it's low-hanging fruit to put it on the schedule. Yes, they travel second least of anybody else in terms of miles in the NFL. Yes, they have one of the 5 easiest schedules, no matter...
Well, the schedule does matter, though. Like, it does. The Patriots, why did they end up in the Super Bowl last year? Obviously, Drake May is a big portion of that. They also have the easiest schedule in the NFL in the past 20 years.
Well, but it matters, but I think it's you're missing the fact, not you, but I mean whoever's thinking it's just about schedule is missing the fact there's a lot of talent on this team. And yes, it's young, and yes, some of it is unproven. Welcome to the NFL. Like teams with young, unproven talent pop up all the time. Glad you mentioned the Patriots, who are a team that, talent-wise for their, under 25 talent, by ESPN was ranked 3 spots ahead of the Browns, who were ranked 4th.
Yeah, they got a lot of young talent.
So, I look at this and I go, man, nobody expects anything from them. Everyone's written this off as the worst quarterback in the room, and these are all fair things, by the way. But it's like easy schedule on every front you can possibly have. New head coach with a completely different energy, which I think was needed even in fairness to Kevin Stefanski. And oh, by the way, you've got a lot of talent outside of the quarterback position.
Yeah.
I'm seeing something that I think not too many other people are seeing of a competitive team. And getting to 8 wins is a massive win for this team.
While still acknowledging the idea that this is just a developmental year of sorts. And that's where it just becomes easier. And that's where when we talk about pressure and everything, it just doesn't exist the same way than if you're the Rams. It just does not exist the same way.
So if you are just joining us, ESPN put out their under 25 cast, and the Browns ranked 4th. Teams ahead of them were the Patriots, the Texans, and the Bears, and then the Titans were right after them. Conveniently, the Browns are the only team in that top 5 that does not have a young quarterback to build around today, unless you're a avid Shedeur believer. And I think what's interesting about that is I think that the Browns might have finally lucked into the right way of doing this. And what I think they were trying to do in 16, 17, and 18, and then just kind of didn't get the mix right, didn't draft well enough before they got Baker, which is you're basically building everything out so that the quarterback can step in.
They drafted right. That I mean, there was a lot that was there to that. I mean, that's Myles Garrett, that's Nick Chubb, that is
18, but 16 and 17, their drafts were awful.
It was Myles Garrett. It was David Njoku. It was Denzel Ward. It was Nick Chubb. 18 was Denzel Ward. They hit on a lot of different picks though.
I think they hit on like 4 picks in 16 and 17. That was especially 16. Maybe I'm weighting it too much on 16.
I think you're weighting it too much on 16.
Your best pick out of 16, I think, was Joe Schobert.
I think you're putting too much maybe on 16. I was thinking
you're putting too much on
17 and 18. Well, I mean, with 17 and 18 though, there's a lot of hits there. It's Baker, Denzel, Nick Chubb, Myles Garrett, David Njoku.
So I think the point is in
where did they get it wrong? Because if I'm going to give them hits in 17 and 18, the same way we're going to give them hits now for I've already given them hits for this last year. You know what I mean? But where did they get it wrong? Where in that step did they get it wrong? Because I'll maintain this. They built a good team. It was one of the best offensive lines in the game at the time. By the time you got Baker going, one of the best offensive lines in the game. You had offensive skill positions coming out of the you-know-what. They had a good defense. It wasn't a great defense. It was very hit or miss. Where did they miss that this Browns team, and where really Andrew Berry can look at it and say, we need to make sure we don't fall into that trap?
I think we're giving them from 16 to 20 because that's how long it took to build that team. If they had, let's say they had taken a Tyreek Hill or a Dak Prescott's different because he's a quarterback, or a Cooper Kupp, or a Kareem Hunt, or a Alvin Kamara, or just thinking of the guys available in 16 and 17, maybe you take Taylor Decker instead of Corey Coleman.
Their practice at the time, instead of because they started whiffing on wide receivers, right? And it turned into then, well, we're going to trade for him. We'll trade for Jarvis. We'll trade for Odell. That then became their practice.
So what happened is because they didn't do a good enough job the 2 years before they got Baker. And even again, Myles Garrett and David Njoku, fair to say, but those were really their 2 biggest hits, and everybody else was roster fodder from those drafts. I think that's where they messed up. And that's why I think this is different. I've got 4 proven players out of last year's draft. Dylan Sampson could still be somebody. Theoretically, not theoretically, but Shedeur could still be somebody. Theoretically, Dylan Gabriel could still be someone. If you get 3 or 4 players from this draft, and oh, by the way, you've got guys like Hickman that's a holdover, Delpit that's a holdover, Isaiah McGuire, Alex Wright, Mason Graham's going to be a little different, but you've got enough talent here to go, hey, if we have the same success from last year's draft to this year's draft, we're going into next year, and it's not that they won't have holes. Yeah. It's just that quarterback's not stepping into the gap that Baker was. They were about 40% built when Baker stepped in, and between that and the inconsistency and turnover at quarterback, or offensive coordinator and head coach, I think that's where they screwed Baker up.
I just kind of thought they just never took the approach that this should take a million years to be put together, which is something funny because Andrew Berry has echoed that same approach. This doesn't take 5 years. This isn't baseball. You can do this quicker. And I've always felt that was kind of the approach. You want to say rushed it. That might be a fair way to put it, but they definitely sped up that process of what it should take and what it should be. And then yeah, you say 40% right. You're not wrong. It's just interesting.
I think if, again, 4 guys hit in this draft with the other guys that have hit in last year's draft, I think you're closer to 75% of what you need. And again, it's got to be wide receiver. You got to get a really strong wide receiver out of this with Fannin. You've got to make sure that the offensive line is at least 60% filled long term. But if you do those things, yeah, it's going to be pretty easy to plug and play the quarterback and then, kind of fill in with free agency around that.
It's hard, though. That's part of the NFL, right? It's hard to just hit on as many draft picks and try to make that all work. I don't think
it's that hard.
Well, clearly it's hard.
I'm kidding. It's really impossible for the Browns. 216-474-0092. How much pressure is on Monken to get the quarterback right of Mice and McKenzie in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. Starting July 28th, we're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta joining us in the 4 o'clock hour. It might not be right at 4.
I don't think it's going to be right at 4.
I mean, John just texted me for the, not just, but in the break, John texted me for the address to where he's going. He's coming from John Carroll, and that's about a 15 to 20-minute drive. And it texted right about 3:40, so it might be closer to 4:20 than it is 4. But we're gonna get John for multiple segments.
Yeah, these NBC types. They're just they play on a certain schedule, and so maybe he'll make it with like a minute to spare because that's just how he lives life.
This is a power move. It's a power move.
Well, yeah, the power move is showing up at like 4:07 and expecting us to be like, all right,
and breaking right into it.
Hey, yeah, John, you showed up, yay! It also confirms no burgers coming your way.
Unless that's what the delay is.
That's first off, not worth the delay, John. Don't do that to yourself. But if he's coming from John Carroll,
I'm a little hungry.
Well,
a little peckish.
Would you take like a John Carroll lunch burger? Is that
probably not?
Yeah, I don't know that you.
Now, if it's an inferior burger, I get to slap it away, right? Like that's not what you owe me.
Well, you've already gifted him the burger, so if you want to slap away a burger at any point in your life, now's the time to do it.
That's fair.
You're on a free burger.
I'm almost above the burger at this point.
Well, let's not get carried away.
That's fair. Stephen Vogt, by the way, talking about how the Guardians held their own during the Jose Ramirez absence, as Jose is back from the IL today and in the number 2 spot. And he said the last 5 weeks could have gone a lot different, and they weren't. All right, dynamite drop in from the skipper there.
Wait. So is he? Okay, that's okay. He is propping himself up there. Okay, I got worried. I got worried for a second. I thought it almost was worded as if to say like we could have done more. We should have done more. There's a good understanding that Vogt has then that you take J Ram out of a lineup. You're supposed to with this team. You're supposed to maybe not sink, but you're not supposed to have stayed 500 baseball the way that they did. It's a job well done by them.
So while we have that conversation, Mackenzie Flume is on with us today, doing 2020s. And has the other thing been announced, by the way?
I don't think we've quite announced it on air.
Well, then I'm not going to say it on air.
Nick did announce it last week.
But I said the wrong station.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because I apparently don't know the difference between those two stations at a place I've worked at since 2011
Beautiful.
off and on.
Thank you.
He put you at Star. And if anyone knows anything about our cluster, that means there's only 2 other stations remaining.
That's how much I think of you. That's how I'm like, that's a Star right there.
Very minimal, clearly.
Now, this being said, you got a little problem going on here, and I was fascinated hearing you and Meredith talk about it today. We almost couldn't do the show meeting.
It popped into my TikTok feed.
Yeah.
I don't know how. It just got, all of a sudden I'm scrolling through and I'm like, oh, there's Mackenzie.
Well,
I know
think
her.
I put hashtag Cleveland, so that maybe.
Oh, is that what it was? I get a lot of random hashtag Cleveland.
The location was Cleveland.
We also, I think I follow you. I'm assuming Jonathan follows you.
I don't think I do.
He does.
No, I don't think I do.
Not a good teammate. Not a good teammate.
Well, I'll start following. I didn't know you were even making content over there.
So, what's your TikTok handle?
I think it's just my first and last name.
Okay.
Mackenzie Flume.
Could you get a more easy to spell first and last name?
It's actually my Flumy 15. PFLUMY 15.
It's not great that you don't know that. Your generation is awful. Now, this being said, walk us through your problem.
Okay, well, first off, do you guys think I'm a Karen? Like, knowing me, would you say that I am somebody who would outwardly complain and harass and...
No, I feel like you're a roll with the punches type person.
Thank you.
I believe that's JP saying you're a doormat.
That's not what I'm saying.
I am a little bit of a pushover. Honestly, I am a little bit of a pushover.
I feel like it would take a lot for you to complain.
You called it like you saw it, JP. Dead on.
We dressed it up nicer. I don't know what that is.
So basically, the apartment complex that I'm at right now, we have a little bit of a infestation of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Of
crabs?
Perhaps. Of what did you just say?
Come on.
No, I did bed bugs, stuff like that is what I was talking about.
That's a ridiculous comment.
Whatever.
So what is the infestation of?
Ridiculous comment.
This guy. Mice.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Not crabs. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Mice. Go ahead. Walk us through it.
All right. Well, So this first started, I think about a year ago, we found the first one. My roommate from the city kind of freaked out. I'm from the country area. I know that you guys like to make it sound like
You're from Ashland.
Timbuktu, but it's really
Ashland,
not.
with love and respect to our listeners in Ashland, and I say this as somebody who lives in Wadsworth, it is Timbuktu.
It's not.
You worked at a cheese barn.
It's
country.
Man, she just lost that one.
It's country.
She just lost it.
It's got charm.
Yeah,
all
what's the
right?
nickname of Ashland, by the way? Of people from Ashland?
Nope, it's on a water tower. Headquarters of nice people.
No, it's actually Ashtucky.
Really?
No, it's not. It's the headquarters of nice people.
That's what you guys
the
put on your
headquarters of nice people.
on your water tower.
There's a water tower, and if you're going 71 north,
You can't
there's a
even prove that though. Like, there's no way. How do you prove that?
I mean, I'm from Ashland.
What a claim
Enough
that
proof
is.
that you need.
And people think you're a Karen and a pushover somehow.
Nobody said that.
I think JP did say that.
I did not say that.
So you've got a mouse problem. So one appears, you said about a year ago?
About a year ago, my roommate freaks out. Again, I'm from Ashland, so a mouse shows up every now and again. It's not the end of the world. I'm like, calm down, right?
Did you nickname the mouse? Did you give it a name?
No.
Like there's Mortimer. Or
No, that'd have been cool. That'd have been cool, but we didn't do that.
Thanks for dropping by.
It
Okay.
was going to be dead soon, so I didn't feel like it needed a name.
Oh.
But fast forward to October, we see another one. December rolls around. We see a couple more. We start talking with management. Hey, we'd prefer an exterminator in here. It's starting to get a little overwhelming. And their answer was, oh, it's just cold outside. They're looking for somewhere to go. All right, well, not in the apartment complex that I pay for.
By the way,
what kind of
flex.
answer is that?
What a flex. Hey, no. They'll get out of there in summer.
He's not wrong. I mean, it gets cold. They need a place to go and
Wait,
get
let's
themselves
have
warm.
them go into your office then and see how you like that. That's what I was going to say. Whatever. So we're working with them, whatever. Well, they're doing a facade on the outside of our building. I believe that's what it's called. Like they tore down the brick. They're putting up these black panels. So there's open walls just with no covering. So that's where we think they're coming in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're continuing this construction. I mean, we have had, I want to say we've probably caught at least about 15 to 20 mice on our countertops, in our kitchen. There are mouse droppings on our countertops. There is, I came home from vacation, mouse nest in our kitchen. And our apartment complex is acting like this is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, my roommate we're using this. We're definitely using this. Autoimmune compromised. Immunocompromised, whatever you want
Going
to say.
for the sympathy vote. Love it.
So this is a big deal. I mean, we know how rodents carry
They caused the plague.
the plague. What plague? Which one?
Mackenzie, don't do
Let's
this.
not get our eye off the ball here,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Let's not get our eye off the ball.
I'm actually
15 to 20 mice. You've taken care of 15
Yes,
to 20
yes,
mice, and now
yes.
they're just living everywhere. And now you're basically sleeping with mice.
Well, we've tried to stay with other
She
people.
slept with words.
Oh, that was great. Yeah,
We're
so
back to
good.
the crabs.
Yeah. This guy.
We're having fun. So are you.
I don't know about that, but we're trying to sleep at other people's houses, whoever we can get in contact with that has an open bed. That sounds crazy. So now,
See?
I
looks like I was proven right there.
I just fell into that. Yeah. Anywho.
Well, I guess I kind of have to.
Gotta hit him up. It's been a while.
So let's just start here. Stop sleeping at other people's houses.
Right.
No, that's not okay. What township or what city do you live in? Is it Cleveland?
It's Cleveland, downtown.
Oh, we gotta get on
essentially.
this. We gotta get on
bully this apartment complex.
Right.
What is going
Well, the
on? How
thing
do they have
is,
them living in
mind
this
you,
place?
guys, we're month to month, so we pay extra each month to not be locked into a lease. We're asking to leave August 1st, and they're like, "Oh, you would have to owe us 2 months of rent plus a $300 fee." We're like, because we're asking to get out of our lease 15 days early because of the situation that we're in. They're like, "Yeah."
So the
nothing we can
meanwhile,
do.
are you still living there? You're still just going home and just seeing all these mice?
I'm changing there, and I'm not cooking. Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? I'm not putting food on the countertops. It's disgusting. Like I said, we're trying to not live there as much as possible.
All right. Well, listen. Stick to your guns here. All right.
Which is?
You're now a Karen. Become a Karen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I posted the TikTok.
Stay in Karen mode.
Show them your privilege.
Put some pressure on them. Let them know.
Really show them that.
Yeah.
I work at a radio station.
Yeah.
Haha.
Okay, well, don't say
Why
it like
would you
that.
do the ha-ha at the end? I don't know how that works.
I don't think that. I think the ha-ha might actually act. And also, don't let them. If they mice do cause plagues. don't ask which plague.
Also, nothing worse than when you're like, I work at a radio station, giving the implication that it's like a threat. Like I'll voice this out, and they don't care.
Isn't that part of being a Karen though? Is like putting as many threats out there as you possibly can.
That's fair.
You're already well versed in Karening. I'm very proud.
It's incredibly demoralizing if you try to pull that card and then you realize they don't care.
216-474-0092. Mackenzie's got a mouse problem. What should she do? Is public shaming enough to get this done? I think between TikTok and this, I think you're going to get some results here.
I need to figure out which plague you're talking about, though. Still.
The bubonic one, for the love of God. Mackenzie Flume there. Catch her on this station and maybe other stations in the future. I don't know. I really don't know which station it is.
Oh, they probably play like, are you smarter than a fifth grader?
Coming up in the...
Will she pass?
Shots fired!
Will she pass? I don't know.
John Fanta coming up in the 4 o'clock hour on 92.3 The Fan.
On June 24th, Boston had the worst record in the AL at 32-46. Currently, the Sox have the 5th best at 52-48. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Daryl Ryder making his return to the show. Been off for 2 weeks. A lot of life happening there for Daryl Ryder.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I'm giving a little credit. The man went on vacation.
Yeah,
it's a staycation.
It's his 2 week sabbatical.
Yeah, but we got him.
It's like the pancake breakfast. We do it every month. 2 week sabbatical, we do it every year.
Some say this will be the best Daryl we get for a while because he'll be right into training camp mode next week.
Yeah.
So, and that's when things really start to go haywire. That's when even the proest of pros gets a little shaky with a hand there. So, Daryl, it's 5:40 today.
All right, good.
I'm going to go ahead and say John Fanta's not going to make it for this segment.
Maybe not. Do you see how viral Baskin is going, by the way, for his report?
Really? I did not know that.
Very viral. Full court press. They got like 90,000 NBA followers on there. They put it out there that LeBron James' crew ready to make an announcement last week, but was irritated by Adam Silver pushing them, so they decided to hold back. At Andy_Baskin. Almost 5,000 likes on that one. Almost 500 retweets. We're approaching 100,000 views on just that tweet alone. The basketball world. This is what's funny about this is like Baskin just kind of said that to say that it was what it was.
Yeah.
And the basketball world, they're so thirsty. They're so into trying to find out what happens with LeBron that they're just going to take this and just put it out there as if this is gospel.
So it's because Andy said he talked to a source, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So if I just came up with something, but then attributed it to coming up with a source.
That's all you need to do. I'm giving you the blueprint right now. If you just do source. And then what would you want to put out there?
I think I would say, I've been talking to a lot of people regarding this LeBron James decision, and what people are telling me is that a decision is imminent. A decision is very close to happening.
It's not juicy enough, but what you do need to do is you need to create something like Andy has here. And listen, Andy got it from his source. We all know that. But like
I'm making it up, but Andy's for real.
Yeah, something that cannot be proven either way at the end of the day.
Okay, so
what's genius about this Baskin thing is we'll never be able to disprove it or prove this.
All right, so I've talked to a lot of sources, and not only is LeBron's decision imminent, but what's really interesting about this whole thing is he's had his mind made up for a while now, but he's trying to get all the plots aligned there, and there's a big move coming for the Cavs after LeBron makes his decision. No, I didn't feel right as I was saying it.
But the big move for the Cavs after LeBron makes his decision is the part that I was hooked on.
Yeah.
You got to give something. You got to be like something.
I can't say what it is.
It's got to be something. No. But it's got to be. You got to bring new to the conversation, right?
Okay.
And then it's also got to be somewhat plausible, and then you just kind of go with it.
All right. So I'm actually There's nothing funnier to me than when Baskin and Phelps get aggregated
because they try really hard in life not to.
Well, plus they don't care. Yeah. But that's actually a good point. Like Andy might be annoyed.
He might be
that he gets aggregated out of this.
He might be worried that his source is going to get agitated at him for this,
which would be really weird because it's like, well, if you're that worried, you would just never share it on air.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, I know.
I think Andy's going to be fine with it.
He also lives in a world like 10 years ago where we didn't post videos.
That's true.
And so sometimes
for this show, it was about 4 years ago.
And it's not that long ago. It really isn't.
Yeah.
They did a lot of years of radio. They did a lot of years of radio where they could say whatever they wanted and nothing got posted.
We were the last show on the station to get video.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with me, and it had nothing to do with it was Dustin. Dustin didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is.
And he showed up to work looking presentable, which was always the funniest part about it.
He's a nice dressed human. Yeah.
That's a little clunky the way it landed that.
Why?
But we are on LeBron watch. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? And I will tell you, I think Fanta's the right guy to weigh in on the diminishing returns of LeBron's decision and whether or not, if he announces it today, the general reaction will be anything less than it would have been 2 weeks ago.
And what helps this is I think Fana believes that we are going to be in, or is it now, can we call it herd mentality? Is it how everyone is thinking about this?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I think we are on an island, it feels like. I feel like way more people are occupying the space of LeBron, get it over with already. LeBron, you're dragging this out. LeBron, why are you doing this? You're making me agitated by the day. And so we're kind of the last bastion of the people that are like, LeBron, take your time. And so I think Fanta's going to try to play into us that way. I think he thinks that we're part of the crew that wants this over with, and so we might see if he tries to play to us that way.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting about this is I thought a lot about this, like, and with the benefit of time, how crushed am I going to be if LeBron says he's going somewhere else? And I've even come around
and we've differed on that, by the way.
Yes.
Because I'm living with this being a massive decision, and I'm not living and dying by it, but it's close.
I think I've even pulled farther back on this. Like, I will not be happy if he goes to Golden State. That is the one move that will surefire make me, I don't want to even say the bad words. It'll really upset me because that is Darth Vader joining the light, or Luke Skywalker at the last second being like, I want to experience one light year on the dark side. It just does not compute to me. It does. Magic Johnson joining the Celtics. Hate everything about it. That said, all the other ones, I get it. I do. I'm like,
oh, no, I get it, but I also understand the ramifications of it and what it means for this Cavs basketball team moving forward.
I mean, the ramifications are they're still going to be a good enough team to play some basketball. There's a part of me where I do think, and maybe this is consistent with what I've said the whole time, and how I'm not giving into emotion with this. I will be eternally grateful if he chooses the Cleveland Cavaliers. If he doesn't, oh, okay, that stinks.
We've just done nothing else, Nick. That's kind of the point. We've done nothing else, and we're sitting in a spot where the difference between LeBron being here and Jonathan Kuminga being here, I think, is massive. And the difference between, being the 5th or the 6th seed into being the 2nd or 3rd seed is going to be a pretty big difference, in my opinion. And, like, having LeBron on this team and adding another top 20 player to this roster is just huge.
Maybe this is where I'm at.
Also, 2 years of it, by the way, too. It's not just 1 year. The way that LeBron is speaking and the way that they're publicly speaking about this isn't just a one-year thing.
I think LeBron coming back means you're going to play some really good basketball, and it does give you a chance to win a championship. But I don't think it gives you an overwhelming chance to win a championship.
No, nothing is promised or guaranteed with this.
But, like, I guess my thing is, like, if LeBron comes back, I still don't think they're winning a championship. I don't think they have the horses to do that. I don't think they have the right makeup of guys. And the amount of guys that you have to swap out to make it happen, I just don't think it's going to happen. Like, I think the ship has sailed on the Cavs winning a championship.
They might not, but I know with certainty that without LeBron, they don't.
Well, put a percentage chance that if LeBron comes here, that they actually win a championship in the next 2 years.
25%.
I would put it like 5%.
But it's better than the percentage if you asked me to have a team without LeBron led by all this, because that's 0 to me.
Yeah, but same here, by the way, but am I sweating 5%? I don't know.
But my number isn't 5%. My number is 25%.
Like, I guess my interest in LeBron is being a part of the end of his journey here. The end result, meaning being beyond his retirement, but, like, winning a championship still feels like you're far away. I guess I'm excited the process, not necessarily the results.
And I get that, but also this is one of those things that it goes beyond just the results and whether you win a title or don't win a title. The idea that LeBron would be here for 2 more years, and I get to watch LeBron play basketball night in, night out. Like, there's a lot that my happiness meter is invested into this the same way.
I just think
there's a lot at stake from whether or not I'm going to be living and dying with these games, whether LeBron is there or whether they're not. And then I'm looking at a team that I've just said is a 0% chance to win a title in the next 2 years.
I don't. The difference between this time and the first 2 times LeBron made his decision, 2010 and 2014, although I feel like this is concurrent with what I felt in 2018, I don't feel entitled to LeBron. I don't feel entitled to the end of his journey.
No.
I think with the way people are reacting to the duration that this takes with LeBron, it tells you are still a lot of people that feel entitled to LeBron.
I think that's the wrong read on it.
I'm not saying you, but I do think in some of the things that I hear.
It's not entitled to be like, because again, LeBron can make whatever decision LeBron wants to make, but the stakes that come with that or the ramifications that come with that is something I'm still going to have to live with. And so that's not entitlement. That's just reality.
Your disappointment's going to be put towards the Cavs. I think some people's disappointment is going to be to LeBron. And I think that's why I'm saying I'm seeing more entitlement with LeBron this go-around than I expected. I thought most people were where I was. This is very exciting if he comes back. And if he doesn't go anywhere, I'm going to be rooting for this guy to win a championship anywhere that isn't Golden State.
So what's interesting about that, the couple times that we've seen maybe little flurries here and there that it's another team, like last night with that Heat news for the 15 minutes before people decided that it was just a social media guy, the amount of people that were going after Kobe Altman is what I thought was the most interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Kobe Altman, what are you doing? Tweets were coming hot and heavy.
What the hell's Kobe gonna do?
Well, I'm just telling you. So I think the arrows aren't going to be. They're not going to be towards LeBron. At least if any time we've had a little glimpse of this, the shadowing on this, the arrows won't be towards LeBron. I think it is going to be where I'm at, which I'm going to direct a lot of it towards the Cavs. Not Kobe, because I defend Kobe, but a lot towards the Cavs.
I mean, listen, I think we can ask, could Donovan have been more persistent, right? Like, we can ask some of this, but I just think if the reaction is, screw the Cavs because LeBron didn't come back, it's like it's LeBron's decision. If the answer is screw LeBron, you're telling me you're entitled to a LeBron third appearance here, and I just don't. I think we are. The guy's delivered everything we asked him to deliver.
I know, but you're asking fans to have just kind of like a shrug emoji reaction to something that is completely changing what is happening in their basketball lives for the next 2 years.
I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to say, let's just understand the upside, and the relative downside is, like, there is the fact. You are correct. Hey, it's a different team if LeBron doesn't come back. You probably don't have a chance to win with this iteration. But that disappointment doesn't have to go anywhere specific. You don't have to push that to LeBron. You don't have to push that to Kobe or to Dan or to anyone else. You can just let that disappointment be what it is, which is right here. That stinks.
I just don't think that's how people operate.
I think you're right, by the way. I think you're right on this, and I'm pie in the sky it. But I do think there's some entitlement here that what I perceive as entitlement, rather, that I don't know. I only see the upside here. If he comes back here, it'll be the coolest story. It's the perfect way, in my opinion, from being a Akronite and LeBron fan since day one. It'll be the perfect way to end that journey. But if it doesn't happen, tomorrow the sun's still going to rise. We're still going to go out and do this thing, and I'm still excited about where the Cavs are going to go, even if I think that's to the second round of the playoffs and not to the NBA Finals.
I'm interested to see. I really didn't think there'd be a world where there'd be so much hate towards LeBron if he doesn't choose the Cavs. I think a lot of that is going to be directed towards the Cavs, though. I think a lot of the disdain and the lack of an offseason move is going to be like if LeBron says tomorrow I'm going to the Heat. Within 24 hours, the Cavs have to make some sort of move or some sort of trade. They have to get on the horn and figure something out because as currently constituted, and there's no moves left to make it really matter, but as currently constituted, the fan base is going to have no hope.
LeBron Watch continues in 5 minutes with Gentleman John Fanta, NBC Sports Cleveland's own, in studio for the rest of the hour on 92.3 The Fan.
Boston had the worst record in the AL at 32-46. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got the lead coming up in about 40 minutes. All the sound. Occurred to me, I bet you Mackenzie doesn't know she's doing the lead today.
Oh, no clue.
Yeah.
I would imagine no clue. We're kind of screwed there.
Yes. Can someone tell Mackenzie she is in charge of doing the lead today?
You got 40 minutes, Mackenzie.
Yeah. No pressure.
I'm really excited for that. Thank you.
Yeah. If you do anything like Karali, just
throw a bunch of sound that nobody really wants to hear. 5
things all together. Doesn't matter what order.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what they're about. We'll get there.
Hey, by day 3, he got it, sort of.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, it is our esteemed pleasure to be joined in studio by not just a great Cleveland Catholic man, not just a dear-hearted person, not just a rising star at NBC Sports.
And I've noticed you're really into calling people great Catholics these days. Willie P. yesterday, Fanta today.
Well, I mean it with John.
Oh, okay.
You mean it.
All right.
Yeah.
We don't always know when you mean stuff and don't mean stuff.
It's kind of the fun that I get to have.
Am I a bad Catholic? Is that what I guess that's what I'm asking? I might be a bad Catholic.
It depends. If you ask Catholics, maybe they say one thing.
Yeah.
As a lapsed Catholic, I'm a fan.
I mean, I always just assume my Christ has died, Christ has risen, Christ will come again.
He only does this when there are other Catholics around. He's showing off for you.
Makes me like a moderate to good Catholic.
No.
When was the last time you were at confession?
Oh, it's been a long time.
He confessed a lot of stuff to me earlier.
Last time I was going to church, we were still doing it also with you.
Oh boy!
So
now
it's been a little bit.
Now it's with your spirit.
No. God and I have an understanding, John. You don't understand.
Why did we remix "And with You"? That was awesome.
Yeah, no, they got rid of that.
Is it because of Star Wars? It said, "May the Force be with you," and also with you. Is that what happened?
I don't know why they changed it or really when they changed it. So I went to my little brother got married like 10 years ago, and he got married in a church, and and we got to that part, and also with you happens, and I hadn't been in church in a while. I'm excited, and I'm like, and also with you, as everyone else said something else.
Yeah. Well, the good news is they drowned you out.
And it was awful.
Did they all turn on you like silence?
Everyone looked like, that's not what we do now, buddy. And you haven't been in years.
And did you get communion?
Yeah, of course. Perfect. Of course, when in Rome, right?
Taste and see the goodness of the Lord.
Wait.
Now, I hope that I'm singing that song on a Sunday morning, and then the Browns are a winner.
There we go.
John Fanta joining us of NBC Sports, by the way. I never fully introduced him.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I see online they started handing out little communion and wine packets. So that, like, if you don't want to go up and actually taste the wine from the filthy glass that everyone drinks out of,
that's not happening.
It's not happening.
No,
that's a ruse? Because I think it's a great idea.
No, you have to go into the church and get it done. Like if you're especially
you have to risk getting sick,
especially as a Cleveland sports fan. You need to. If you're of any faith, make sure, because we need all the prayers we can get at times.
All right, now before we get to, I did this to the other two Catholics that were on the show yesterday. Before we get to Cleveland sports, who is your favorite pope?
What kind of a question?
Well, you seem like a Leo guy.
Yeah,
I'm a Pope Leo guy.
You seem like a Chicago
It's hard
Pope
to
kind of
not.
guy.
It's hard to not be an American Pope who went to Villanova.
Yeah, right? Like, I mean, so we have an obvious choice now.
Yeah, I'm a Pope Leo guy. Did you hear? Every time I start to veer off away, you sometimes have to cut me off when I get into the college sports space, but I'm going to for a moment. Did you hear that Villanova is playing Notre Dame on All Saints Day, November 1st? The game is in Rome.
Yeah, if he's coming back, that's the day. Like, come on now.
So the Pope's going to be there, right?
That's like the Catholic Super Bowl.
I think it's very much on the agenda for him to attend the game since it's literally in his front yard. Yeah.
What kind of security do you have for the Pope at a sporting event?
Well, the game is in Rome.
Jesus is not coming back for.
But if he was,
you're not referring to him.
He was referring to Jesus, I think.
Well, yeah. You guys said, is he going to be back? No, yeah. I don't put the Pope
I think we took Jesus off the table on this one. Although,
all right. You sleep on it. I don't want to, Don't miss the Poly Market.
Could you imagine? Jesus is like, I just love when John Fanta's on a game.
Is there something poetic?
I'm just a big Fanta college basketball guy.
That I came in and into the studio for the first time, and we're talking about a resurrection.
Yep. Right?
Well, I mean, it was bound to happen.
Yeah.
That's how I think this is. It's
That's
just bound to
usually
happen.
Wednesdays is usually
We're
when we're
also
talking.
really-
Resurrection Wednesdays.
I'm normally
we call
not
it.
here on Wednesdays. I'm normally with you on Tuesdays.
We want to stamp down the idea that when you have these broadcasting camps, which is why you're in town, you just never invite us.
Yeah.
Because we're showcasing what you need to not do in order to keep these jobs.
Yeah.
And so we don't. Although we could be the people that step in and so here's what you're not supposed to do, and then you play some clips from the show. If you actually want to keep the job.
But it was an honor to not be invited.
Yeah, it was. It was an honor to not be invited.
Yeah.
We hold it with such esteem.
Well, I mean,
And
I don't
since,
know. Some of
Ken avoided Kaylee Griffin. I'm sure that was great.
Yeah,
I
some
would
of
have
our
talked to her. I
it
would have
was
said hi,
odd.
Kaylee.
I would have said
Nick
hi.
Wilson.
Some of our presenters yesterday just avoided other people presenting. I don't know if that was a model
Wild
of
move.
that was a model of professionalism
Be
or
a
whatnot.
human and say hi to the people you're on a panel with. I would think, right?
Exactly. Be courteous, say hello. Yes, I am in town for the sports broadcasting camp in Cleveland, Ohio for the first time. No, I did not intentionally exclude you. There was some timing things here. I plan to very much have this experience. I'm sure that you can impart all of your what would be your first advice to a young kid out there in the car right now with mom and dad about sportscasting?
Don't do it.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be don't.
Yeah. Leave the money for me. All right.
I once got an email from this kid. He was 18 years old, and he was like, I love sports radio, and I really want to do this. And he goes, but I also have a real desire to be an attorney. And I'm at a crossroads in life, and I don't know what road to take. And I swear to God, John, I told him, I said, if you have any desire to do anything else, do that other thing. Go be the attorney, and then do this on the weekends or as a hobby or anything else. Do that other job. The only reason why you get into this, John, is the same reason why you're in it, and the way that Nick is, and the way that I am. We don't have anything else we could do.
Yeah.
There's nothing else we would ever do.
I would be a failure in a cubicle.
Yeah, there's nothing else we would ever do. There's nothing else we even thought we could do. This is it. This is all we ever thought and dreamed we could do. And that's why we're here, and that's why it's working. If you ever think you have a parachute or a way out, you're never going to make it.
See, everybody else that goes there is going to talk about my path, my journey. They're going to make it about themselves. JP and I will be scared straight. We'd be like that, where we're just we just scare the hell out of these kids. And the ones that stick, they're the real ones.
That's right. When I was in Houston, they told me, stop talking to the interns because you're giving them too much reality of what the business is.
Are you sure that wasn't
true
for
story.
another reason?
I was going to say, I'm glad it was for that. And
that's a true story.
This wasn't
you really
HR saying it,
Well,
was it?
every intern,
you worked yourself into a shoot on that one.
Every intern thinks that they're going to go from being an intern to afternoon drive. And I'm like, that's not how this works, guys.
Now it's just part-timers that think they're going to go from part-time to afternoon drive.
And they got a lot of reality coming their way, don't they?
You keep talking to the interns,
Yeah. Lima got a same conversation about 2013. Didn't take, but
give it to me! Give it to me!
Yeah, you can't go around saying that to interns, apparently. Who knew?
So I walk into this studio.
I don't know.
I walk into your studio for the first time in person, and there's just a massive... your whiteboard is just filled with LeBron avenues.
Yeah, that's good content over there.
Who did that? Who drew that up?
It's a copy of the Rich Paul whiteboard.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's all. Yeah.
I think it's somebody trying to do a bit, and it didn't really work. But you know what? God bless him.
Do you guys do bits?
No. We just tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth here, John. Let's get to this. I actually want to play a piece of sound. 3 different hosts had almost the identical opinion within the last 24 hours about what the duration of LeBron's decision means for their personal interest and their reaction when he finally does make an announcement. Here are those 3 hosts in a cut-up.
I am not waiting on pins and needles the way I was. I am not sitting here just wanting that type of information, needing that type of information. It's like, I'm going to be less excited about LeBron being here because of this.
I'm running out of steam on the caring about where he's going to play.
We got football practices coming up here. We got baseball that's back in full swing after the All-Star break. Let's go. You can only care about these things for so long before you go, okay, either make your decision or you don't. I do think there is a law of diminishing returns here, and he's flirting with not striking while the iron's hot.
John, you're on camera.
So, no, actually, I like this.
Okay.
So the idea here is that if LeBron makes his decision today, they're going to be less excited than if he had made the same decision 2 weeks ago. Your thoughts on that general opinion by 3 separate hosts on this station?
If he makes the decision to come back to Cleveland, everyone is going to be elated, thrilled, excited, and it's going to be the same amount as if it took a week for the decision to happen. We didn't know how long this was going to take. I don't think any of us thought it would be this long. But guess what? He's LeBron James. And he's no stranger to the spotlight. He loves the spotlight. And why wouldn't he? By the way, that spotlight that he owns, he doesn't own it that much longer. Not another 5 years of owning the spotlight. Probably not another 3 years of owning the spotlight. Yes. Does he owe anyone an apology? I guess we all, the people out there were like, he owes us an apology because we have to wait, and it's really affecting our lives. How is it really? We're just waiting. It's a topic. It's an interesting topic to talk about. I'm not losing sleep over this, but am I going to be less excited if he announces that he comes back to Cleveland today or next week? Are you kidding me? Child, please.
Child, please.
It's LeBron James. And whenever he announces, if he announces that he is coming back to Cleveland, Ohio, the timing of it doesn't matter. The fact is he announced he was coming back to this town for the storybook ending. I think it's easy to get frustrated right now, but this is like when you're at a restaurant that you really, really like and you order a steak and the restaurant service is backed up. And you're sitting there and you are starting to get frustrated in that moment. But this is like saying that then when the steak finally does arrive, and you know one thing, when that steak arrives, it arrives, and it is always good because you've been going to this restaurant for 20 years. You're telling me that you're going to start disliking the taste of that steak that you've always loved? No, you waited for it. We are talking about it every single day. I'm sorry for my reaction to that, all of that sound, but I apologize for saying this. You're telling me that charting passes in Berea is more interesting than this decision?
You know, I'll do you one better. It's like if you won a burger bet. And you've been waiting.
You've been waiting to be paid off on that burger bet.
Months for that, and you can almost taste the burger.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when the burger bet gets paid off. You just want that burger bet to be paid off.
And then you see that person that lost the burger bet to you.
That is a good point.
For 4 months now, 5 months, 6 months now.
I really thought he was coming with a burger today.
And then I
don't know why I was convinced that he was coming with a burger. But I was convinced he was coming with a burger.
I can taste the irony, can't you?
If the traffic, yes. And will the burger taste any differently when you do finally get it?
It'll be a sweet burger, won't
Yeah,
it?
I will enjoy that burger whenever I do or don't get it.
Where did you two stand with all of this?
No, we're right where you are.
Yeah,
right where you are. And it kind of shocked, and it's kind of been a weird thing over the past 24 hours with the station that many people on the station would be upset by LeBron taking his time.
Now, what I like about this, though, is that when I believe I said something akin to that these opinions were complete and utter buffoonery. Got some cold shoulders the last 24 hours. If we're being real clear about it, I feel like now that you've said it, well, now it's on you, dog.
Well, look, I think all of the people who made those opinions, I respect them very much.
Kiss ass. Sorry.
Yeah, you did have the video on. We saw what you were doing when Ken was making his comments.
It's nothing against those human beings.
Yes, it is.
It's my reaction to their arguments. We are waiting with... Yes, we have waited with bated breath for 23 days for him to make a decision. And that is because you know that if you get LeBron James, you can win a championship. If you do not have LeBron James, you cannot.
You're not wrong.
This team cannot win a championship without him.
You're not wrong.
I'm not saying that as currently constituted. Right, as they are currently, currently
they're also
constructed.
kind of out of moves too, though. I mean, what are you gonna do? Trade for Kuminga after this, and then tell everyone it's different?
And they're not the only ones. You know, there's other teams here that are waiting on him, and there are other teams that, if let's just say he comes to Cleveland, Miami's in a difficult spot. I mean, I still, to me, this Miami buzz, the buzz of last night, like, okay, so he reunites with Pat Riley, and he goes to Miami. So I think about this. Number one. It's interesting, him and Giannis, but
They're really good friends.
And that's great.
But
But
LeBron trains.
They don't have any
he
shooting.
trains with him in Greece. Yeah, but if LeBron's not, I think a lot of people are looking at this through a 1 year silo. If LeBron and Rich Paul's insinuated this is not just 1 year. If this is 2 years, and you're going to give Spo and Riley 2 years to basically figure it out. Well, I mean, you cover the NBA, John. You know that's a good bet. Like they're not going to sit on their hands and just say, all right, we don't have shooting. We're not going to make any moves. Like you give them a 2 year runway. They're going to make changes.
But they go and get LeBron James. Are you taking them over the Knicks?
Yeah.
No, not instantly. No.
Wait, you're talking about the Cavs or Heat?
No, the Heat.
Not instantly.
No, not instantly.
Like, are the Heat? The Heat are third in the East, right?
I think that's probably fair. Yeah.
But this goes back to it. Like when people talk about basketball situations.
But this is why Rich Paul, though, this is why he said, don't worry about the paper right now. We'll look at the paper in February. And again, if you give yourself LeBron with more than just a 1 year runway, you give him a 2 year runway, then it might not be about this next year winning a title. It's setting everything up for year 2 in Miami to win a title.
But in
that instance, you're not in a horrible spot.
But has Rich Paul not bluffed before?
Of course he has.
Has he not said, this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing, and then the letter drops? The letter drops of Cleveland, Ohio. I was courtside a few years back. I came back for a playoff game. And what I experienced is what I remembered. And what I remembered is that you're home. You have always been home and you will always be my home. And so it is only fitting that I, LeBron James, return to that house and that you, Jeff Phelps, are excited.
I think you paraphrased it there at the end, but for a minute it was like Sir Ian McClellan reading Shakespeare. It was poetic. 216-474-0092 if you want to hop in with John Fanta here. We are talking about the indecision with LeBron, where he goes, when he goes, all that, and more on the Cavaliers and a little Browns talk on the way as well with John Fanta in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. There's so much.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
July could make or break the Guardians season. Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta in studio, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We do have the lead coming up in about 15 minutes. Daryl Ryder joining us in 1 hour's time. But John, we're just talking about LeBron, the homecoming.
I just got tweeted at.
You did. You got tweeted at. A lot of people are reacting to your child please moment. Now, did you mean to quote the league, Dr. Andre Nozick?
No, but I like the phrase. I've liked the phrase over the years, and it's stuck with me.
Do you put that into your calls?
I do sometimes.
Because I haven't heard you say child please.
No, I have not used a child please.
Oh, you have to when like
child
a good,
please.
That's kind of fun.
Like a good block.
Or even just like he bangs it in from the outside. Child please.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys can work in, like, during hoop season next year, we can do a suggestion box.
Oh, you don't want that.
A suggestion box?
No,
like for a word. You could give me a word to use.
Now, see, here's the thing.
I feel like you just ignore the suggestion
I've been
box.
trying to get Ross Tucker to say my name during one of his TV broadcasts for multiple years. Won't do it.
He did say he was on an afternoon show in Cleveland at one point, though. He did do that.
We got close.
I did hear that.
That happened.
We got very close. So if you jumped the line and said, that's something my good old buddy Nick Wilson would like, I got to tell you, you'd be more popular to me than
What would be your
Ross.
reaction? I mean,
if we just said Nick Wilson and I wasn't included? I'd be fine. Nick knows what I've been pushing for and what I want out of the everything. I want the Guardians broadcasters to change an entire play named after me.
Mm-hmm.
So like what I've dubbed it as a broken bat single up the middle. I want to be referred to as a Jonathan Peterlin. And so like it'll happen quickly. And how many times did it happen in a season? It's like 1 or 2 times at best. But when it happens, broken bat single up the middle. It's up Jonathan Peterlin up the middle there, and then it just happens and it's quick and it's smooth and it's easy.
See what we're
and
gonna need.
everyone wins then. And actually, you're climbing up the ranks here with NBC. You might be doing some broadcasting. You could do this for me. You could get this play announced the way that I need it to be announced.
We call that in Cleveland a Jonathan Peterlin.
That's right. Broken bat single up the middle. That's all I need.
But you said that it only happens once a year.
It happens, more than you'd think.
It does. By the way,
more than you think.
I'm heading to the ballpark shortly, and I cannot wait now tonight. I was already excited, but the fact that J. Ram is back.
Do you think that they announced him coming back simply because you're in town? They're like, listen, we're going to wait another couple days.
No.
But we had to do it for our guy, John.
No. He was ready. I think he's been gearing up. He's been reloading. And what do we say? They had to stay afloat while he was out, and they hung in and went exactly 500 while he was out. They have stayed afloat. And Sunday was the best thing that could have happened to this team. Sunday was the day we will look back on because they played their worst game of the season in terms of mistakes, and I think the manager had a message. The last 2 nights has been what this team needs to do. I'm not saying 13 runs, but I thought last night, adding on late, this team should win the American League Central Division, and now with the most valuable player back in that division, at the very least, if not all the American League, I think they get it done.
Well, and something we've debated, because I look at the first 6 guys. If you're healthy and you're going Quan, Hosey, DeLauder, Angel, Bazana, and Rocchio, it's not the Dodgers, but it's like 1 through 6. That's going to be the best Guardians lineup I've seen since 2017, 2018, maybe.
While still, though, giving out 3 outs. While still 7, 8, 9 is going to be 3 guys that probably aren't going to do that much.
Maybe, but Bailey and Hedges have both combined to be better.
But you're also expecting that to continue, too, though. That's the hard part of that. I think a lot of people...
yes, Hedges now.
I mean, the Hedges thing is going to have to come back down to earth. I still wonder if the Rocchio thing is going to come back down to earth at some point. I think people have penciled in for
we're past that with
a final
Rocchio.
60. I don't know that we are. I don't know what to do with Manzardo. We've had the worst offense in the game in many statistical categories. Like, they have to look markedly better offensively than what they did for the first 100.
But you think about the fact that we're talking about all those different things offensively, and I don't disagree that the offense has left things to be desired at times, but they're 54 and 48. They're 6 over, and they play the easiest schedule remaining in baseball.
And they haven't really played consistently good baseball from any facet of the game outside of like 40 games from the rotation at the start of the season.
Well, that's why they got a lot of things working for them, including the American League not being as good.
What I will be very interested in with this ball club, I was thinking about this in 2016 when they made their run.
Mm-hmm.
And they made their run. Who'd they beat? They got past the Red Sox.
It was the Red Sox, Blue Jays.
Who had struggled. They stumbled their way in the postseason. If you remember that Indians team was able to get home field advantage in that ALDS because of the way that things finished out between the Red Sox struggled. The Indians had won a bunch late in the season to get home field. Then they come off that and they get a Blue Jays team that was beatable. Once they got past the Red Sox, my point is that run in 2016, they started that Red Sox series shorthanded with starting pitching. They had a couple of guys out.
There's a reason why
this team can
Hoynes
win.
said he would jump in the lake if they ended up going to the World Series because the pitching wasn't supposed to be anything.
Right, but this team, this offense can only go in one direction. And I think the pitching has found a nice groove and could still kick it up another gear. Like, I want to see if Gavin Williams can still accelerate this season. Just when I think it's going to happen, then he has a hiccup. Messick's nasty. I mean, how confident are you?
Yeah,
He's your game one.
He's great.
To be able to hand him the ball in a game one, that totally changes my mindset with this club.
Have you been hurt by Gavin at all lately? The amount of home runs he's been allowing, the lack of quality starts. I mean, it's been more up and down than I think a lot of people want to admit, and the pitching has been something we've been relying on in the first 100 games.
I don't disagree with that, and I think that's a very real situation for this team is what they do in a game two. I mean, right now, would you go Bybee?
No, I'd still go Gavin because of the stuff. I think. Listen,
it's becoming more and more debatable, though.
If Gavin Williams had Messick's mindset, Gavin Williams would be one of the two best pitchers in baseball. I don't think it'd be close, right?
I agree with that.
But I also think Bybee also is missing something there too. Like I think both Bybee and Williams have a better claim on pure stuff to be the ace of this staff, and I think the reason they aren't is because of what Messick has and they don't.
Run support also helps. I mean, let's be real.
Oh, definitely.
The other night, the moment that they start to, and I know that was their best output of the season, but you just think, like, we get all ramped up when a pitcher gives up two runs in the first 3 or 4 innings. This is Major League Baseball. These things can happen. But for this team, that's just it. Their lineup, we have yet to see this full lineup together and in rhythm. And that's why I'm optimistic. I think I'm turning you.
What do you mean?
No, Nick's optimistic.
I think they're making a run. I think they're going to.
I agree.
And not just that. I think if they add the right bat, right-handed power would be nice, and probably another arm, probably a left-handed multi-inning or at least high-leverage guy, I think they could actually be an interesting team in the World Series. I have not seen this team have 7 good hitters since 2016, since 2017.
And where I'm at, John, I'm a little bit more pessimistic on it. And not that I don't think they'll have a run. They'll have a run.
Can you turn him?
The American League is there. You're going to have a chance to be in the playoffs. I just don't think you have the at-bats to make a deep playoff run.
It's hard for me to put.
You're 30th in slugging percentage. You're 29th in runs scored. Like it's yes,
Talk
there's
to me in 58
there's
games.
6 games. There's 6 games over 500. They've been able to do this with one of the worst offenses in the sport. It's incredible that they're able to be 6 games over 500
do you
with
think
that.
they're actually that bad? Because I don't.
No, and it's a lot for. Let these kids get into a rhythm. Let them. Well, we have a limited sample size, and we have seen real flashes from DeLauder, and now Bazzana. And oh, by the way,
Bazzana's my guy, John. You got to know that. Bazzana's my guy.
The Steven Kwan we've seen the last 2.5, 3 weeks. If that guy's showing up in the back stretch of the season, that adds a different dimension to the lineup.
Sounds like someone's ready to have the conversation.
Okay, so all right, so no, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade here, but like,
you're doing a pretty good job of that.
Yeah. Let's say Kwan.
Grab an umbrella, John.
I don't know that we're penciling in Kwan to be what he was over the previous 20 days. Is just going to be fact, but like,
you have rain sound effects.
When J-Ram went on the IL, it's not as if he was tearing the cover off the ball. People assume it's going to go back to the old form of J-Ram. I don't know that that's necessarily true. We're going to have some peaks and valleys, some ups and downs. We've seen DeLauder take stretches stretches where he just absolutely stinks. We've seen
need some of your
Bazzana go
magic.
up and down as well. Like
I
think
please?
everyone's looking at everyone at their apex and the absolute height of what they could be as a baseball player, and that's nice. That's great. But we're not going to get that for the next 65 games. We're going to get like 3 guys that play really good and 3 guys that kind of struggle at any given time. What sound are you making right now? What are you doing?
This is the National Weather Service with a Peterson emergency warning. Jonathan
Peterson?
Peterson. This is the National Weather Service with a Peterlin emergency warning. Jonathan Peterlin is raining on every parade.
There we go.
This is what you do.
Hey, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Normally we agree when I'm by phone.
Usually we do. Usually it just
now
does
that you're
ganging
looking
up
each
on him.
other in the eyes,
I
little
know.
vinegar strokes here. Now we can't get on the same page.
How long do we have until you're... Play that again.
You haven't even answered for Manzardo yet, John.
I don't
one
have...
guy? You're basing your whole thing on one guy?
Is that
one
me?
guy? You haven't given me a 7,
Oh,
8,
my
9.
gosh.
Well, also then giving yourself a
I gave
1
you the
and a
1 through
5.
6.
And you
I
gave
haven't
yourself
given
the
you 1
1
through 6
You gave
ever.
yourself the 1, and it's Quan being great. He's good for 3 weeks.
This
You're
is
also
what I
assuming
wanted.
that
Oh, I
J-Ram's
forgot
going
the
to turn around
4
and be
previous
awesome.
years.
I
You're
appreciate
making-
you instigating.
Oh, now you're into Quan?
I'm having the conversation.
Oh, stop yourself. There are so many ways that this team that is 30th in runs will show you they can be, I don't know, maybe 25th in runs, and that's going to be enough?
How much time until you break?
That's going to
Well, about 3 minutes ago.
minus 30 seconds, yeah.
With training camp starting next week, I am here to say that my gut is telling me that Watson is the week 1 starter.
Can you ask your gut for a second opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like
Could
to.
you maybe ask like your left foot?
Yeah. It has like 8 opinions, so I can ask and see. I'm not saying that that's what I heard the morning show bring this up. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what I would do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just what you think is going to happen.
It's what I'm sensing going into camp. Is it
John?
what you two are sensing?
What I'm sensing is that you did a hell of a job. You're doing a hell of a job. Congrats on the broadcasting camp. Everyone's telling me a hit. You're everyone. But we appreciate you, buddy. It's great to see you, and we'll get that burger the next time.
Thank you. And our kids are going to be at Progressive Field tomorrow, so if anyone's around the game, please say hello. Thank you to the Guardians for hosting our 77 campers and their families tomorrow. We appreciate it.
John Fanta there, NBC Sports, ball knower on baseball. I'm not sure about you, JP. We got the lead when we come back on 92.3 The Fan.
University Hospital's Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The countdown to Browns training camp is on, and the QB competition has just begun. Get ready for Cleveland Browns football. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive.
Well, hold on. This could work.
We're just going to make Mackenzie
do it. Yeah, she wanted to do it.
All right.
Maybe we just make her read every single one the way that she thought the lead went.
So Mackenzie is an avowed listener of Afternoon Drive.
Clearly.
And she realizes that whoever's doing 2020s tees us up for the lead here. And so I'm glad that she's a big listener.
Yeah.
We do have Daryl Reiner coming up in about 40 minutes,
She's
by
only
the way.
been at the station for like 4 years.
Yeah. Get a lot of opportunities based off her work at the station.
It's been a long time that she's been here.
Okay,
I'm suddenly Team Mouse on this one, by the way.
Jake is always in here for this. I swear to God. What else is he?
No, he hands us the piece of paper and then he leaves.
No,
By the way, how do we go from John Fanta to S to G here? Come on. It's a family station, Mackenzie.
All right, tell us how you think it should go. Let's do this one. No, I meant like read the script. Like get after it. It's 5 o'clock.
So,
People are getting in their cars. They want to hear sports.
My bad. Okay, so LeBron Watch continues today. He's yet to make the decision for where he'll play this upcoming season. Earlier today on Baskin and Phelps, Baskin revealed a LeBron scoop to allude to why the wait continues on.
Last week, LeBron's crew was probably ready to make an announcement, especially because they were in New York.
This is what you heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in New York. They,
that Fan Fest thing, right?
Yeah, and the world had their eyes on New York because of the World Cup as well.
Yeah.
And so that they were probably comfortable making an announcement as early as last week. And then people were like telling them what to do. There's a little bit of irritated by the commissioner, pushing them to say.
The commissioner irritating LeBron James.
Because we want to get this stuff out there.
We want to get the schedule finished.
And it may not just be LeBron, but it's more about LeBron's group together. So that the irritation got to the point they were like, well, you know what? We'll decide when LeBron is going to tell everyone where he's going.
Okay, the idea that
we
this
talk
is
now?
Yeah, now we talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's how it went.
You'll pop back in for number 2, okay? We might give you a signal, we might not. We'll have you feel it out, okay?
Yeah. It's called Pay Attention.
Baskin going crazy viral for this is incredible to me.
Yeah.
Bleacher Report has now picked it up. It's got hundreds of thousands of views for a man that wants nothing to do with being the center of attention. Now within that, why is it going viral? Because nobody has actual sources when it comes to LeBron and his decision. And so I understand in saying that it makes it sound like I'm saying Baskin's sources are crap on this one. But if I'm going to tell Windhorst and Shams that I think their sources are crap right now because they don't have them, then I have to include Baskin and his people as well.
We completely missed early in the show that Jeff Phelps dismissively referred to Fanatics Fest as that Fan Fest thing, which is just... God bless it. I love me some Jeff Phelps for that exact reason. Now, here's the thing to get to the kind of meat of the content there. Because it's LeBron and because LeBron's guys have an air about themselves and because Rich Paul came out on the Game Over podcast and said, no one's going to force us into our decision, all of a sudden this hits right. If Rich Paul doesn't say that, and if Rich Paul doesn't...
That's why it's going viral,
yes.
is because there's a sense of this could actually be reality. I don't buy it. You buy it, I don't buy it.
Well, here's the thing. I think if you think LeBron has an ego, if you think LeBron can be a spiteful person, I think, and I don't say those as negative things, by the way. He's LeBron. He's allowed to have an ego, and he's allowed to feel like people jilt him with the way he's covered. But if you feel that way... or if you think LeBron feels that way, this makes a lot of sense. Now, personally, I think it's majoring the minor. I don't think they should give a rat's ass about Adam Silver tongue-in-cheek reference, whatever, but I can't put it past them.
I can't put it past them. I don't think that's what's happening here. I genuinely believe that LeBron is waiting for somebody else to make some sort of move, or there's some other domino to fall. There's something. I think he looks around. I don't think he's pleased with all 4 places. I think he's poked holes in all 4 of them. I do buy into the idea that maybe there was a front runner at one point and now there isn't, but I don't think he's made up his mind. I think he genuinely does not know what he's going to do next.
This is not part of the segment, but I did hear a little something today.
right,
Now, hold on.
No,
Now, she did break massive news.
That is true.
At one point about the Darius Garland trade was your thing, right?
It was my thing.
All right, so we got the bona fides here. What are you hearing there, Charania?
So I'm hearing that actually a couple days ago, LeBron James's people booked a homecoming party, like a celebration with someone in Cleveland in their like organization that rents out a specific space for when he makes a decision to have the party there. Whether or not that's like to maybe like distract people, because I feel like you have to sign some type of like NDA if that happens, right? So
When
that way
you've
people
made
aren't
the
walking
sale,
around.
stop selling. Keith, print it. Let's get that second
Get
viral.
Get this to Bleacher Report.
Yeah, but remember,
Mackenzie Foom, Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. I don't want none of that Afternoon Drive stuff here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Keith.
And Mackenzie Flume?
A third,
Yeah.
Okay.
It's implied.
All right. Okay, well, guys, Jose Ramirez back in the lineup tonight, batting second, playing third. What?
Oh, I didn't hear that. Continue.
All right.
Stop
This
distracting
is the first game since June 13th that we've seen him back on the field, back in the lineup. So I feel like I'm really excited to see him. I don't know about you guys. Guardians offense hasn't been bad these last few days, but what kind of jolt do you think he can give the Guardians?
Jonathan, you first.
Yeah, I think he can give the team a jolt.
Okay.
Yeah, me as well. I think he's going to give him a real jolt. Yeah. If he was a cola, he'd be Jolt Cola. That's the kind of jolt he's going to give.
I want to hear from the host that thinks the Hall of Famer can't add something to the team. That's the guy I want to hear from.
Well, no, he just would be more. I think he'd be more excited about Jose coming back if he had come off the IL 2 weeks earlier.
You know what I loved? More Petey Halpin and Khalil Watson in my life.
Yep.
That's what I loved.
Yeah, and honestly, endless Arias. That's actually
yeah, that's what we needed.
That's actually one of the contenders up there for my OnlyFans account, Endless Arias.
You guys really have, you guys mentioned this briefly. You're acting like this is like something that you talked about for like hours already.
We've talked about it multiple times in
You've mentioned
segments.
it.
We talked about it for half a segment at 220, mentioned it at 240, 320, 340, and with John
This
Fanta.
is a big deal. Okay.
It is. And it should be in here. I
Now,
agree
are your
with that.
sources telling you that?
So then I'm getting
I agree with
absolutely
that.
shot in the foot right now by
Well,
you two.
it was the lead into it. It's like, I'm excited to see Jose play.
Well,
Well, thanks for stepping out on a limb
God
on that
forbid
one.
a girl states her case. I don't know.
Again, I'm
So-
Team Slumlord.
So maybe we'll just move on from that one since you guys are clearly over it
All
already
right.
after talking about it for 5 seconds. Speaking of coming back, Vogt talked about if Quan is back to his old self, his old all-star self. He's been batting .400 in the month of July. 10 walks, 3 strikeouts, not bad. Can we get that audio?
Quaney's back. He needs to stay right where he is. No different. That 10 pitch at bat, again, their starter had a limited pitch count. He wasn't able to go deep enough. Just credit to our guys. The beauty with Quaney is he hasn't changed. First part of the year wasn't going his way. You would have never known. His demeanor is the way he is as a teammate. When he goes, we go, and it's refreshing.
I'm ready to have the conversation. I don't think Jonathan Peterlin is.
What's the conversation?
The conversation is if Stephen Kwan is back. If Quaney's back and you're not ready.
I'm not ready.
You apparently need more
I'm not
than a
ready.
month sample size to go ahead and say, we back.
Yes, that's accurate. Yeah, I need a little bit more from Stephen Kwan.
You need, like, 3 months? What's the sample size that will satisfy
He's hitting the
you?
ball great. Well, it should be for every month that I thought you sucked and couldn't play baseball. You have to match that and not sucking and being able to play baseball.
So it's like the relationship for like every year you're in a relationship, you get to grieve for a month.
June 13th, 2.5 months, I watched him play reckless and awful baseball. Outside of his defense was still really good. I got to give him credit for that. Then, yeah, at the plate, I got to watch him for about 2.5 months before I'll feel like, all right, Quan, you're back, and we can just kind of move everything to the side.
I've seen all I need to see. He's back. We back.
Like Jordan
They
wearing
back.
the 4-5.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was a whole article about how he changed his swing 3 weeks ago.
Wow.
Yeah, there was also the article about him changing his swing when he was not playing well, too, by the way. The
this
Zach
is a new
Meisel
change.
Athletic article about like how he was trying to alter it and make basically different changes and try to attack the baseball differently. And
This is a new change.
yeah, I mean, like,
It's a better change.
I'm happy something stuck, or at least seems like it's sticking right now. I'm just not going to commit to it yet.
No, we're finally at the point where he's going to play. Remember, usually we're used to dominant first half, abysmal second
he's
half.
just doing all reversed it.
He flipped it and reversed it
Yeah,
now.
no.
And that's the way it should be.
Okay, moving on to the Browns. Nathan Zagura was on with the Morning Boys this morning, and without fault, Ken asked about the quarterback situation and who's kind of leading, I guess, the battle heading into training camp.
I think that Deshaun Watson has a slight edge right now, but it's right now. I think that you've got to see these guys play some football. You've got to see some live rushes. You've got to see some real football and understand where he is. Deshaun Watson's looked very good throwing the football on air so far. His arm looks strong. His body looks great. You can tell that his mobility is back. Is it where it was in 2020? No, in terms of the mobility, but his arm looks very good. He's made good decisions with the football. Has he missed some throws? Of course, both quarterbacks have. But if you look at the completion percentages that came out of that OTA and minicamp period, they're so much higher than we have seen from Browns quarterbacks at this point. Both Deshaun and Shedeur. And Shedeur has made big strides. And I think there's two ways to look at it. Who gives me the best chance to win immediately? And I believe that's ultimately where Todd Monken is going to go with this. And then there's what's the best for the organization. The best thing for the organization, obviously, is for Shedeur Sanders, who's a fifth-round pick under that contract for 2 more years, to take the bull by the horns. Deshaun Watson has done it at the NFL level, albeit not in quite some time. And so that's kind of the mystery of this.
I think most people look at this and they say to themselves, well, Deshaun has the advantage. Shedeur, that's not good for you. I disagree. I think the idea that you have just a slight edge if you're Deshaun Watson actually favors Shedeur Sanders, because we haven't gotten to the meat of actually playing football and being on the field, and that's the part where Shedeur was always going to shine over Deshaun. And so having a slight edge for Deshaun would actually be very worrisome if I was a Deshaun supporter.
There's very much the chance that this is true. A alternate way to look at this, if we were thinking about this, is I think it's in the Browns' best interest to start Shedeur Sanders. But to do that, you have to find a way to get everyone involved to buy into Shedeur. And so by continuously placing him as the underdog perceptionally, if he ends up looking like the better quarterback in camp, I think he's going to earn a lot of trust in that locker room. And I think he's going to earn a lot of trust around the NFL. Sure. And I think it's going to quiet a lot of news. I think the last thing they want to do is look like they're handing Shedeur anything. And so do I think some of this is perceptional play? Yes, I do think that. I'm not saying Deshaun looks awful. I'm just saying for Deshaun to actually win the job, Shedeur basically has to forfeit it. And I think they're trying to reverse the kind of thought there to get people to buy in.
All right, I can buy into that. Go ahead, Mackenzie.
No, we're done here. Mackenzie? So I think the problem is you've done such a good job.
It happened so quick for you.
Now, every single day, you're going to have to come in unpaid, and, I mean, it's radio after all, and actually just handle the 5 at 5 for us.
But what about the lead?
That too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're actually going to rebrand it, the 5 at 5, just to piss Bull off.
Isn't
I think he's cool with it.
It's my segment.
I'm going to stop while I'm ahead because I'm so lost right now.
I like that you think you're ahead.
That's
that
really
confidence
that's
will take
charming.
you places. That'll take you a lot of places in life.
That'll take you to mornings in this town before you know it.
You don't come from the nicest place. And what's your branding again? What's the branding for your town, Ashland? What is it?
Headquarters of nice people.
Headquarters of nice people. You don't come from the headquarters of nice people for nothing.
By the way, what a simple folk that you come up with headquarters of nice people. What is it again?
Headquarters of nice people.
Yeah.
World headquarters of nice people.
You haven't lived until you've been to the Ashland Balloon Fest,
Yeah,
okay?
that's folks who can barely string 3 words together.
You haven't lived.
Cheeseborn, Finn Featherver.
We're the headquarters of nice people.
I did read up on it. It was some guy in the 80s that was just like, I'm going to give the town a moniker, and that's what he came up with.
Was his name Cletus? Was his name Cletus?
It wasn't.
Was he married to his cousin?
Maybe.
Oh.
No.
I didn't fact check it that far.
Are your parents cousins? No, because you live in Ashland and that's what they do out in those parts.
Well, my mom's from Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Nobody marries cousins.
People in Pennsylvania have cousins that they marry.
Where are you from, Nick?
Wadsworth.
Okay, and that's that much better.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. House is pretty expensive there. Yeah.
Congratulations to you and all your success.
Yeah. Enjoy those mice. Mackenzie Flume there, Flume Dog Millionaire with the lead. Almost said it again. When we come back, who really has the edge? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. I knew. When I went to buy my first new truck ever, I knew that a Ram should be atop my list, but I needed to do the Ram side-by-side with the alleged competition. So I headed to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one. All right, and as soon as I felt that Ram legendary 5.7 liter Hemi V8, I knew. Yeah, sure, I took it around the block. You kind of. way
saying.
about growing young players and developing and finding out what you have in players. I don't think it is best chance to win immediately versus 2 years from now.
I think what a lot of fans, when they have that discussion, I think they're worried that whoever gets the start, if it is Shedeur, for instance, and if he's going to be better in Week 8, I think they're worried that he'll get to Week 8 because if he's going to have some of these ups and downs, we see how quick the Haslam's are, we see how quick the Browns are to go ahead and move on to the second quarterback, and so I think maybe that's where some of the fear would be instilled with people.
But I will, again, to give the Browns credit, I don't think they've just done a great job at kind of positioning this in a no-lose situation for Shedeur, both in that locker room and out here in kind of Browns fandom. I also think, like, in spite of the idea that Deshaun Watson might have the best chance of starting Week 1 right now, if that's truly the case, I'm pretty excited about where this team is.
Mm-hmm.
Like there might be enough here. And again, I'm just over the Deshaun thing. It really has very little to do with Deshaun the person anymore. It's just I've done this. It has not been satisfactory. There is consistent egg on my face. No thank you. I don't want another round of the buffet on this one, okay? But at the same point, there's enough youth, there's enough good guys around him that I am excited about a team that, again, could be a 3-win team and it could be an 8-win team.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is one of the best chances Deshaun would have to actually have success in a Browns uniform. And we're talking pure talent on the offensive side of the ball and the amount of players that he has to work with. It's probably the best chance, not only obviously Shedeur has, but it's probably the best chance Deshaun has had here as well.
I mean, he didn't get a chance in 2022 because he only played the last 6 games. So that one you got to throw away.
Yeah.
2023, he was hurt, but that was probably 2022 and 2023 are probably your most talented teams. And once you got to 2024, the talent had left the building.
The talent had
at
left
least
the
on
building.
offense.
I mean, some of the offensive lines were really good back in those years. But I still think, I mean, especially if we think the 2 rookie wide receivers are what we think they can be, then I don't even really think it's close.
216-474-0092. Does Deshaun have the slight edge? We'll ask that of Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Bookman & Son Fine Jewelry. 8803 Brecksville Road is where you need to go. It's where I went so many years ago when I was searching not only for the engagement ring that I got my wife, but also the wedding rings, the one I have on my finger, the one she has on her finger. And it's funny, in just thinking about all the years that I've gone to Josh and his team over there, one thing that's always stayed with me is that pressure-free environment. And the idea that I walk in, he's going to have trays and trays of rings, earrings, anything that I want. He's going to just lay it all out for me. And then he's going to let me decide, and then he's not going to say, all right, make your decision. Let's go. I got other people I got to take care of. None of that stuff. He's going to give me the time. He's going to give me the idea that if I got to wait a month on this one, I got to wait a month, and it's a big decision. It's a big decision for yourself, big decision for myself, and we need some time sometimes. Go see my friends Bookman & Son by 77 and 82, or check them out online at bookmanandson.com. That's bookmanandson.com.
Getting a speeding ticket can ruin your day. But what about that cyclist? Or the pedestrian crossing the street? If you hit them while speeding, you'll do more than just ruin their days. That's why tickets are more than just a fine. They're a second chance. A reminder of what's on the line when you're behind the wheel. You won't get a do-over every time. So take this as your sign to follow the speed limit every drive. Speeding slows you down. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory Direct. If upgrading your outdoor space is on your to-do list this season, Northeast Factory Direct has you covered. Right now, they've got the best prices of the year on everything you need for your backyard. Outdoor furniture, like sofas, sectionals, chairs, benches, rockers, chase loungers, and more. Outdoor bar and dining sets, and umbrellas and outdoor fireplace sets, too. Limited quantities available. First come, first serve. Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, North Canton, NortheastFactoryDirect.com. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin from my friends at Valley Automotive Group. Looking for a Valley good deal, just like I got? Visit Valley Ford, Valley Chevy, and Valley Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, just like I did, and discover great offers on new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and
to in Arizona's quarterback room. And the Cleveland Browns have one more day off before they get back to work to prepare for the 2026 season. Rookies are set to report to Berea tomorrow for the start of training camp, while the veterans will be reporting on Tuesday. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
32 teams in 16 days rolls on. We got the Saints and the Colts tonight. Ross Jackson of Locked On Saints coming up at 6:20. Stephen Holder of ESPN, he's a Colts reporter there at 6:30. But in the meantime, we're talking about the inside edge, the quarterback spot, and so much more. And with that, we welcome on Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Hi, Daryl.
Hello, boys.
Are we rested? Are we feeling good? Are we recharged before camp?
How was that sabbatical?
The sabbatical was glorious. We are recharged. Nothing warms the soul quite like another Browns quarterback competition. I can't wait.
Did you actually do something in your sabbatical?
Not really.
Okay.
Nothing that I want to talk about on the air, but it was a very busy 2 weeks.
I have to ask you, how quickly, coming off vacation, do you lose the vacation glow? At Lake Michigan this year, it wasn't until, I think, the Monday after. So it was a full week. I got a full week of the vacation
That's
glow.
Nice. That is nice.
Before I finally was like, work sucks and life is hell.
That'll probably happen next Wednesday around noon.
See? Keeping it.
You're good until you go to Berea, huh?
Yeah, but that's a week and a
Pretty
half.
much.
That's a 10-day glow. That's awesome.
That is great, though. I love that for you, Daryl.
We'll get it through the Sunday show, and then, like I said, reality will set in Wednesday around noon.
Oh, Padone's going to ruin it for you. All right.
Doesn't he always, though? I'm kidding.
Stop it.
Now, so we were talking about Nathan Segura today on the morning show, saying that Deshaun has a slight edge, and I pitched this idea. I'm not saying it's not true, but I think the Browns have been so pot committed to the idea that Deshaun has been ahead of Shedeur that it has normalized this position that if Deshaun wins the starting job, it's not going to be a bad look for Shedeur. And if Shedeur wins the starting job, well, all of a sudden, look what he did and look what he overcame to get this job in a way that legitimizes him as a starting quarterback. Weigh in on that positioning of what I just said.
Yeah, I would agree with Nathan. I do think that going into camp, Deshaun is the favorite, if you want to call it an edge, however you want to phrase that. And if Shedeur doesn't win the job, and I've said this, I don't view it as a failure by any stretch of the imagination. But the question then becomes, how long can Deshaun hang on to the job? Because I'm not convinced that he has much left in the tank to give. Certainly give him credit for doing the work and putting in the effort to get himself in a position to where he could potentially play for the Browns again. I know that, 18 months or so ago when he was wheeled off the field to a smattering of boos, like myself and others thought that, well, that was it with him and the Browns. And here we are now, post the double rupture of the Achilles. He has an opportunity to be the starting quarterback week 1 in Jacksonville. So, my expectation is that Deshaun will be the week 1 starter. I think that they're going to fall back onto the veteran thing and his experience, give Shedeur some more time to grow his game and continue to learn as the number 2 before eventually, I think, turning the keys over to him. But, when camp starts, I do think that Deshaun is the early leader in the clubhouse.
Is there any fear the Browns would have, or at least you would entertain, that Deshaun, if he just wasn't given the job out of the gate, would revolt, essentially, and just be like, I'm taking my ball and going home, I guess? Is that a fear that the Browns would exhibit? Because it's different than Shedeur. Shedeur has nowhere to go. Shedeur can't do anything about it. Deshaun kind of can.
Well, I don't know why Deshaun would do that, considering how good the Browns have been to him, how supportive of him they have been. since his arrival, including the circumstances with which he arrived under. And then also, too, they did open the practice window for him last year toward the end of the season, that 21-day window, to give him an opportunity to get back on the field and see what he could do. So I don't know why he would, to use your term, Jonathan, I don't know why he'd revolt. This is as fair of a quarterback competition to date that I've seen in a long time. Typically, somebody's got a finger on the scale, when it comes to these things, and the Browns, and I don't get the sense that there's a finger on the scale tilting it in the favor of either one of these guys. So if Shedeur goes out and wins this job, kudos to Shedeur, and then I think Deshaun will do what he did for a part of last year, and that's play a supporting role behind the scenes.
All right, so we've had Manti Te'o come out this week and talk about Dillon Gabriel needs to be talked about in this spot. A week ago, Lance Reisland said it. Are we sleeping on the idea of Dillon Gabriel factoring into the quarterback situation at some point this year?
I'm trying to remember how many times Todd Monken has even said Dillon Gabriel's name since taking this job.
2.5.
Okay. So, no, I don't think we're sleeping on Dillon Gabriel at all. And I think that the only way he sees the field this year is circumstances outside the control of Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, so on that, Schefter today had said that he thinks that there's no way the Browns enter the season with 4 quarterbacks on their roster. That would imply a Dillon Gabriel trade is happening at some point. Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, I mean, that assumes, A, somebody wants him, and B, you can actually get something for him. So, and I certainly don't want to assume that. I think, I just guessing, maybe you get a 7th-round pick for him. Which obviously that doesn't look too good on Andrew Berry, considering he burned a 3rd-round pick on him last year. So I don't know that there's a Dillon Gabriel market out there right now. However, things do happen around the NFL during training camp when it comes to quarterbacks and the injury bug and whatnot. So if there are developments around the league, then yeah, maybe an opportunity to present itself. I don't think that there's going to be much of a robust trade market for Dillon Gabriel in the preseason.
Why are we assuming Taylon Green is going to make this roster?
Well, because Andrew Berry typically does not cut his draft picks,
but Dillon Gabriel's a draft pick of his too.
I understand that, but my point there, Nick, is that there was reporting that I think it was Baltimore or Pittsburgh that were interested in Green. I don't see the Browns getting him through the waiver wire. And so I think he is on the team already. I think he has made the team by virtue of being drafted. I think Shedeur Sanders obviously has made the team. Deshaun Watson has made the team. Dillon Gabriel's the guy that's on the bubble. And the question becomes, how do they move on from Dillon Gabriel, or do they just put him on waivers? And, if he clears waivers, then they toss him on the practice squad. I can't see them keeping 4 quarterbacks on the active roster. I do see them keeping 3 quarterbacks on the active roster.
Daryl, Andy's going really viral with his sourcing that he had in the station earlier today. If you haven't seen the quote or anything on it, he goes, "Here's what I was told yesterday by a reliable source. Last week, LeBron's crew was probably ready to make an announcement. Irritated was the word I was told by the commissioner pushing them, so they decided to hold back." What do you make of Andy Baskin's reporting?
I absolutely love that. That LeBron is tweaking the commissioner right now, who was, trying to nudge LeBron into making his announcement where he's going to play so that they could kindly finish the schedule, namely the holiday schedule. That's obviously the Christmas games, the New Year's games, right? MLK Day, all the other holidays that the NBA likes to take over in season. So the fact that if LeBron indeed was ready to make a decision, which I totally believe, I think now they're just milking it at this point. I think Rich Paul is trying to do as many podcasts on this as he possibly can, make as many appearances on ESPN TV shows as he possibly can. I think that they're milking this for all it's worth. I don't believe for 1 second that LeBron James's decision, or his mind, I should say, has not been made up where he wants to play basketball.
Now, see, it's interesting you say that because currently at 92 Through the Fan, I am public enemy number one. Because,
you are?
Well,
what did you do now?
Yeah, that's fair. What I did, with the help of other co-conspirators, is I strung together 3 identical takes from 92 Through the Fan hosts in the last 20, and now it's 48 hours, about how the duration of LeBron's indecision is going to impact their end joy of the decision. We're going to play it for you right now.
I am not waiting on pins and needles the way I was. I am not sitting here just wanting that type of information, needing that type of information. It's like I'm going to be less excited about LeBron being here because of this.
I'm running out of steam on the caring about where he's going to play.
We got football practices coming up here. We got baseball that's back in full swing after the All-Star break. Like, let's go. You can only care about these things for so long before you go, okay, either make your decision or you don't. Like, I do think there is a law of diminishing returns here, and he's flirting with not striking while the iron's hot.
All right, Daryl, I called these 3 takes by 3 people that I actually do like, despite constantly needling everyone else on this station. I called it absolute and complete utter buffoonery. Baloney from Ken, Jeff, and Jake. What say you?
I'm Team Nick Wilson on this one. Look, are we all annoyed that this has taken so long? Of course we are, but it's LeBron. I mean, who has this kind of power? Where the commissioner's waiting to finish the schedule because this guy needs to pick his next team that he's going to play for, right? That is absolute power in the palm of LeBron's hands at the age of 41. That's just absolutely incredible. If he comes back, the excitement's going to be through the roof, okay? Even if this thing goes to August before he makes the announcement of where he's going to play, and if he picks the Cavaliers, the excitement will still be through the roof. If he goes to Golden State, yes, there will be no excitement. There will be, I think, some venom and vitriol from some folks. If he goes to Miami, okay, he's already been in Miami. If he goes to Philadelphia, kind of the same thing. Like, that interesting decision by him. But, yeah, if he comes back to the Cavs, whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, 2-3 weeks from now, the excitement's still going to be there.
And yet, Daryl, do you hear that sound? Tick, tick, tick. Oh, no. Nick, in his guarantee of by Wednesday, LeBron, he locked it in that by Wednesday we would have a decision. Tick, tick, tick. Oh, no.
Wait a minute. Is it Wednesday today or Wednesday of next week?
Wednesday today. We're losing time here, Daryl.
I actually don't recall saying Wednesday today.
Well, listen, I have multiple times invited LeBron to come on the Sunday show and make his announcement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey,
the New Heights podcast wasn't enough for you clout chasing bastard.
There's no chance that he's going to call the hotline, but just want to throw it out there for him. If Rich Paul or he happened to be listening, or one of his people happened to be listening, he's welcome to call in on Sunday and make his announcement. He's not going to do it, but it was nice of him at least to wait until I got back from vacation. So you're all welcome for that. You got 2 weeks of LeBron talk while I was away. He clearly was waiting for me to get back on the clock.
That's exactly what he is thinking. All right, Daryl, be good, buddy.
You bet, guys. Talk to you next week.
I wonder if that one's going to go viral like Baskin's thoughts there. And just so LeBron knows, I'm on the clock here.
You're on the clock. Let's get going,
so
LeBron.
If you're out there, 216-474-0092. And LeBron, I've been in your corner since day one. We took a brief reprieve from like 2010 to 2014. Don't worry about that. More than 90% in your career,
Yeah.
I have been in your corner. You went to the team I might hate more than anyone. And I was like, let's go LeBron. Bleep the Lakers, but let's go LeBron. And by the way, I was early, but I was not wrong on that one. Bleep the Lakers. Tell me LeBron doesn't say it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You just listen to Nick Wilson 8 years ago.
He's about to make you look like an absolute fool here, Nick, and I'm worried about that.
Okay.
An absolute fool. Your guy LeBron, our guy LeBron. Now, you locked it in. You don't just lock things in. You locked it in.
That's true. Now, you did agree that you locked it in yesterday.
No,
so
I
you're
did not
already
agree.
wrong.
I did not agree to that. No,
Did you say it was Tuesday?
Because we're all picking days.
No, don't
a
explain it away. You lost your ass on this one.
You locked it in.
You're going to have to move to South Solon with.
Your ass is in the jackpot.
You're going to have to go from no-so to so-so on this one, buddy boy. You're going to have to move across the tracks.
Your guy LeBron doing you like this. Isn't that just, you just hate to see it. You hate it. Well,
I'm just happy to be done by LeBron.
Hasn't done it. You still got 6 hours.
That's true.
Tick. You still got 6 hours.
So if he says it at 12,
tick,
by the way, it goes to like whenever the morning show launches tomorrow.
Oh, you get an extended time here?
Well, yeah.
No. If it happens at 12:01, we're in Joe DeLeon's time.
Overnight includes tonight.
Clock's ticking, buddy. Clock
disagree.
is ticking.
By the way, it only took Mac 3 minutes to get that clock ticking there.
What? I mean, for a clock drop, the timing being off is just it's just too rich for us.
When we come back, we got a thoughtful and calculated response from Jake Volnick on the kerfuffle we had with the station yesterday. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. Football is back. Kind of. As the Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals report to training camp today, both teams will participate in the Hall of Fame game taking place in just over 2 weeks on August 6th. What is the shortest season in sports feels like it has the shortest off season as the NFL takes over more and more of the calendar. And I don't think anyone is complaining. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 216-770-5488, 216-770-5488. Locations in Westlake, Independence, and Beechwood, 216-770-5488.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
recording a 2-run homer and a double. And the Boston Red Sox have officially won 15 straight after their 6-3 win over the Orioles this afternoon. It's only the 17th streak of 15 or more in the last century, and the longest since St. Louis won 17 in a row back in 2021. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Ross Jackson, Locked On Saints in 20 minutes. And then Stephen Holder, ESPN Colts reporter, coming up in 30 minutes. 32 teams in 16 days. I think we're over the halfway point. I could also be wrong on that because math isn't my strong suit, but we're right around there. But did you notice Taco Bell shared today that it is offering a $1 deal for a lettuce-free menu item amid the ongoing Cyclospora outbreak?
Oh, that's nice of them.
Yeah. I am all the way back in. I never left.
I never left either.
Yeah, some people are quitters, but not Nick Wilson when it comes to Taco Bell.
Yeah. Have you avoided any sort of lettuce or anything like that in the process of all this, or you just kind of keep just kind of rolling the dice?
Now, that's actually the funniest part of this is I chose the one time when we had a viral outbreak that was going to give you massive diarrhea if you ate a lot of fresh greens.
Yes, to start getting into salads.
To actually eat healthy the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, so you're adding more greens to the mix.
Yeah, I mean,
at a time when healthy people are getting rid of greens, you're adding greens.
Like multiple times a day, I'm putting greens in my body. Now, here's the other crazy part. I somehow have not won the Cyclospora jackpot. It has not hit me.
No.
Now that I say that, it's going to get me eventually.
I have wondered, what happened. This is different than, having just a problem in the bathroom. This is very serious.
This is ongoing. It is endless, and it is very painful.
I keep having this, this thought that one of us in Berea at Brown's training camp is going to be in a spot where all of a sudden we're undergoing that, and then it's like, what happens?
Okay, in that case,
that sucks. But
Nick Wilson's revenge on the Haslams.
But also,
just blowing up every bathroom in Berea.
You're out in the spot. It's different if it happens in the studio here. Then all right. If you hear me just do a couple of solo segments, understand you got to know what happened, right?
Yeah.
But if we're out in Berea and then all of a sudden you're in it's basically a public porta john and you're just stuck there. Meanwhile, the show is going on.
Oh, see, I'm thinking of it differently. I'm going to be strategic about it.
End up like that guy in Kansas City we talked about.
I'm going to wait until I see J-Dub. And so I see J.W. Johnson, and I'm going to just eat a handful of lettuce right in front of him, do the eyeball thing, and then...
Yeah, and he'll be like, this hasn't touched us rich people yet.
And, no. And then I'm going to find the layout there, a little what's the Tom Cruise movies, Mission Impossible?
Yeah.
I'm going to find the layout that allows me to know where the executive bathrooms are. And then it's just going to be on like Donkey Kong.
And that's where you make your move to the executive bathrooms.
It is going to be a war crime in those bathrooms.
It just seems mean.
Yeah. Well,
what they've done to us has been mean.
Watched a lot of bad football the last 15 years.
Yeah. I like that
Payback's a B.
I like that you're thinking you're getting past security to their executive bathroom,
that is
by
true.
the way.
I'm just messing myself after being tackled.
You got no chance. You're going down, and then it's
the wrong day to wear khakis, big boy.
All over the place. And then JW looks at you like you're a homeless guy as he walks by you.
It is Dumb and Dumberer. The only funny part of that movie is when Bob Saget walks in and says, "There's it everywhere." That'll be me in Berea. But, outside.
But outside.
Where they can hose it down.
Yeah, no, you'll be stuck in the big porta john that everyone gets to go and use. And then I'll just be doing the show like, is Nick coming back? Where's Nick?
What I love about this move from Taco Bell, offering $1 deal for lettuce-free menu item, is it really does push. Are people cheaper? Do we like value more than we like the threat, the perceived threat? Because again, no lettuce.
We'll risk anything for a good $1 like Gordita Crunch.
That's kind of what you can't get anything for $1 now.
No, you kidding me?
And so if you get Cyclospora for $1, that's a deal.
It's just one item. You get one item and that's it.
That's where I think they erred.
Well, so this is like a get you in the door type thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because no one orders just
so then
one
they can get you
thing.
back out the back door.
Is it also, did you get the cheapest item? Is that the idea for $1?
Oh, I hate
would,
that deal.
That would limit me from ordering anything else because I would get the most expensive thing I could for the $1, and then I wouldn't want to get anything else because I don't want to have it offset by like my soft taco that cost $1.49.
I hate when you go to a store and it's like, buy one, get one half off. No, it's always happened. Bookstores do this. One specifically, because there's like one big bookstore left.
Yeah.
But it's like, all right, you get half off the cheapest item.
The cheapest item.
It's like, that's a $6 book. I don't need half off that.
I'm not buying the $6 book because I don't want that to be the half off item.
Yeah, I only buy $100 books because of that.
Who's really winning this?
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, let's see if you can trick me now, clown.
Who's really winning this?
Oh, man. You know I got a free night because Izzy,
Taco Bell.
Well, Izzy's been cooking this week, and so she has
Is this why you were asking me if you should have chicken nuggets or a burger earlier?
Yeah, so Izzy's been cooking all week, and the first 2 things she made could feed the entire Russian and Ukrainian armies. Like she made so much food. Well, today we only got like a 1 1/4 pound roast.
Okay.
For her last 4-H thing. That is not going to feed yours truly. That is just not, especially if I have to wait till like 9 o'clock to eat it because I got to pick Liv up from band.
So you're gonna like supplement the dinner? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, we're not supplementing a damn thing. We're replacing that dinner.
Okay.
Everyone else gets to eat it. Dad's got to skip this one.
All right. Well, you might have some cheap Taco Bell on your hands then.
I really got to know about this deal though. It's upsetting to me.
Well, is it also effective right now?
It said July 22nd. I feel like if I go in there.
Because sometimes you see it online and then you go to the place and then by the time you make it to the place, they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've had that happen a couple times. That always stinks. You're too new to the promotion that they're trying to give off.
They wait 2 days. It's
They're like, we haven't gotten that. And you pull out your phone and you're like, I'll show you the tweet. I'll give you everything you need.
Akron Beacon Journalists right down the road. They're saying I got this.
Yeah, and they're like, no idea. Or you show up and the line is just insanely long. And at what point then is it really worth it?
Well, I am very cheap. Sorry. I am very frugal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fat.
Yeah.
And those 2 things go a long way when it comes to waiting. Like
How long would you wait in a line for Taco Bell for like $1 for a cheap discount?
If you said I could get like 3 quesadillas for $1 each, I'd wait as long as I had to.
What do you mean as long as
there's
a limit? There's an obvious limit here. You're waiting an hour and a half for those 3 quesadillas.
Sounds about right to me.
I don't believe you. Don't believe you for
Those
a
are
second.
$6
Don't
per,
believe you.
at least. Could be $7. That's a $20 meal right there for $3.
Hour and a half to save $15 essentially.
I've waited much longer for much more worthy
things. And it's
things.
not just waiting. It's waiting. You got to wait in your car as you're sitting there just getting frustrated. It's like you're in a traffic jam for $15.
Not really.
That's not. I don't do a traffic jam for $15.
I got some tunes going, a little Turnpike Troubadour, maybe a little Willie Nelson, maybe a little John Prine, maybe a little Zeppelin. I don't know. I can listen to all of Jake Volnick's show if it means I'm getting, oh, hell yeah.
A 4-hour show? A 4-hour show?
Sure.
No way. I don't believe you at all.
Well, no, but for every minute I wait or every hour, I'm getting more. Like, I'm going to make it worth it. I'm going to get 10 $1 quesadillas.
I feel like this should be like a Mr. Beast episode. It's like they pay you by the minute to sit in your car or sit in like a traffic jam setting, and I would just do I would do so bad.
Do I have?
I would do so bad at that. I hate traffic so much. I hate sitting in my car so much.
Why?
What do you mean why? It's not enjoyable.
The kids aren't there, so you get a reprieve from our beautiful children.
But I'd like to be around my kids. I'd like to be around my family.
I would too, but oh no. Traffic. Honey, I'd love to do something about this.
Like, hey,
but I'm in Mr. Beast traffic. What can I do about this?
Why are you such a bad dad? Well, Taco Bell just kept having deals.
No, because Mr. Beast...
I had to be there.
As Mr. Beast caused a traffic jam, and I got to be here for a while.
I do think I could thrive in some of the Mr. Beast stuff.
Like which one specifically?
Okay, like if they said 3 months in a grocery store, and you could only use the supplies in a grocery store, and at the end of it you get $1 million. I'm nailing that.
All right.
Like there's no part of me that's not going to have success doing that.
Which one? Like which kind? Like if you said like a Meijer or a Walmart, I got a grill there. I got fresh steak there.
That's what I'm saying. Like I could spend. I think one of the challenges was like. Maybe you get like $10,000 a day or $5,000 a day for each day that you could. I just live there forever.
See you guys in 30 years.
I could thrive at that.
$10,000 a day. I don't make that on radio.
Or even this guy. Though I think the one challenge was puts you in he put a pilot in a private jet, And then at the end of the 3 months or whatever it was, he actually he got the private jet as his big prize. And obviously you turn around and sell that. So we're talking a lot of money here, right? I can do 3 months in a private jet. I can do 3 months basically anywhere if the end result is I become a millionaire.
Okay, with the private jet.
Basically anywhere. It's an endurance test.
Is my
I can do
wife
that.
allowed to come into the private jet?
I think you're by yourself
couple
there,
times
man.
a week?
No, there's no conjugal visits for the private jet.
Well,
I think the private jet.
I have needs, Mr. Beast.
That can't let you get in the way of becoming a millionaire overnight, or not overnight, over 3 months.
It's got in the way of much lesser things.
That's gonna cave you, though. That's gonna be it.
Men have broken over that for much
This
lighter
is
things.
why I'm telling you I could survive that. I could do 3 months for $1 million.
I
if I
didn't know I was dealing with a Buddhist monk over here.
I'm not signing
The
up.
vow of celibacy.
I'm not signing up for that. But if push came to shove, and you're $1 million, but you got to do something like that, 3 months.
It's the only thing. If you said I have to fast for 3 months,
sure,
I'd find a way to make it work. If you say celibate for
fast for
3
months?
weeks, I couldn't do it. I'd kill someone. I'd tear the damn plane apart.
You're by yourself. You're not killing anybody. You're by yourself.
Celibacy, friend. Celibacy.
You're
all right?
going to invent people to kill? What are you talking about?
I'll rip the plane apart.
Yeah.
I'm still on the plane.
You turn into
it's just in 1,000 pieces.
Just Godzilla all of a sudden. I don't know how that works.
Yep.
I think
makes the blood mean.
I think more people than not could do it.
I think you're wrong.
I have a lot of doubt in you after this conversation. I have a lot of doubt in you.
32 teams in 16 days with Ross Jackson talking Saints football in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
All right. You downplayed Stephen A. Smith stealing the indecision from me.
Okay.
I now have, it cannot be debated proof that another member of the national media has stolen calling LeBron's process the indecision from me.
You have another one?
Yes.
What a turn, by the way. Okay.
So Kevin O'Connor just wrote the headline, The Indecision, What's LeBron James Waiting For? Read this text that I sent Kevin O'Connor yesterday.
All right. Hey, Kevin. Nick Wilson from The Fan in Cleveland. Could you join us tomorrow at 3 for 10 to 12 minutes to talk LeBron and the indecision? This is just clear. And he didn't answer it, though. That's the worst. He's going to steal and didn't answer?
Yeah, it lifted my idea.
He thinks this is commonplace talk, though. He thinks the indecision has just been talked about with everyone. Maybe he saw the Stephen A. clip as well, so he does think he's got it from multiple places. So it's all right to lift it, but that's dirty by Kevin, is what that is.
I mean, that is
filthy.
just...
That's filth is what that is.
At least Stephen A. disguised it in just a lame joke, right? About the sitcom. He at least tried to make it seem like he didn't directly lift it from me. And again, it's more plausible that he didn't. That being said, the indecision rolls on. So does my rage. But to keep the 32 teams in 16 days train a rolling, we're going to head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And welcome on Ross Jackson of the Locked On Saints podcast. Ross, welcome to the show.
Hey, buddy. Thanks so much for having me on. Glad to be here with you.
Well, glad to have you here. Obviously, we don't talk a lot of Saints here, Saints football here in Cleveland. So for those fans in Cleveland that might not have paid attention to the Saints all offseason, what was the biggest storyline for you guys?
Yeah, well, look, I'm going to be honest. It's not like there was a big story like LeBron James indecision or anything. That's mine, by the way. I came up with that. But when it comes down to no, I'm just kidding. But I think the biggest thing around New Orleans is, trying to get on the right track. Do they have the right head coach? Do they have the right quarterback? Kellen Moore coming in last year, that was huge for New Orleans. He was the guy that they wanted after they moved on from Dennis Allen midseason the season before. And then partway through the season, they finally turned things over to Tyler Shuck. He started 9 games, won 5, starting to look like the guy that they were hoping that he would look to be in this New Orleans Saints offense. And so now it's about where they're headed after here. This is a regime change. This is a new era for New Orleans, and it's all pioneered by Kellen Moore and spearheaded by Tyler Shuck. That's kind of the biggest thing that everyone's been looking at when it comes to the Saints here over the course of last year.
All right, so I'm really curious about what you think about Tyler Shuck in general, but does it also irritate you that so many people just do not say his name right?
No, I mean, we're a little used to that down here in Louisiana. We don't have the easiest pronunciations of things. Like I was just driving down Chapatula Street earlier today, and we don't call Burgundy Street Burgundy. We call it Burgundy. And so I'm pretty used to it growing up here. But no, it doesn't bother me at all. But I think that he's the guy so far, just in terms of what I've seen from his play. He's a really promising player. I mean, he is the quintessential quarterback. He's 6'5". He's got a live arm. He can move. He's got that great, athleticism to be able to make plays on the ground as well as make plays through the air. And so for me, like the thing that's been super fun about watching him is that he's just kind of for the first time in a while since the Saints, moved on, or from when Drew Brees moved on, rather, first time in a while that the Saints have really had like a quarterback's quarterback here in the city. And so he's been a lot of fun to watch. We'll see what he turns into over the course of time. But, first look was really promising for the organization.
So would you guys call the lead character from Anchorman Ron Burgundy?
Yeah, Ron Burgundy. Yes, exactly. No, yes, that's exactly right. I think we've actually made that joke a few times while watching that movie.
Who stole from who? Yeah, who stole from who now? How about that?
All right, so last year they go 6-11. I think there was a lot of excitement, not just in New Orleans, but around the NFL for Tyler Shuck. What's the expectation here for year 2?
Yeah, I think the expectation now is for him to be able to take advantage of the new weapons that they put around him. The Saints have been really, really cautious about making any big proclamations around Tyler Shuck. They haven't been saying, yes, we believe he's the franchise quarterback, he's the future or anything like that. But if you look at the moves that they've made, they went and got him Travis Etienne Jr., speaking of another name that people have mispronounced for a long time, including myself. But they went and got him to help solidify the run game and help out in the red zone. They went and they drafted Jordan Tyson in the first round of this year's draft. They've built up that defense as well. And so I think everything that they've done in terms of action shows you that they have a belief in what it is that he can do. Now the next thing is, how does he take advantage of those weapons? And, you're looking for an improvement from year one to year two, which is, of course, always kind of laden with the potential risk of what we would often call the sophomore slump as well. But with all the weapons that are around him, there's not really a reason to see that. And so is he going to be able to show some progress from year one to year two, especially with everything that the Saints have put around him?
Yeah, we were both big Jordan Tyson guys. We both like Jordan Tyson a lot. Between Tyson and Olave. Yeah, I really like what you guys have, and I like the receivers that you guys have. Between Tyson and Olave, there's got to be a lot of optimism about what Chuck can have at least to work with, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And in a Kellen Moore offense, which is built to create explosive plays in the intermediate area as opposed to pushing the ball 40, 50 yards downfield on individual passes, those guys are tailor-made for that, especially a guy like Jordan Tyson who wins so much on sort of those in-breaking routes that challenge the middle of a defense, which is becoming a more vulnerable area of defenses as, those shells across the league become sort of 2 high safety, 4 high defensive back, quarters, all those things. That opens up that middle of the field, that intermediate area. And so the trend around the NFL is to invest in players like this and to have guys, multiple guys that could be top options for you at any point, and try to get one of those strong blockers as kind of your third option. And I think that the Saints did that with Devon Bailey. And so you can expand your offensive line out. You can play that Kellen Moore brand of football that's balanced and unpredictable. The Saints didn't necessarily have the staff, the player staff, the roster to do that last year, but they're building that with him over the course of these 2 off seasons. Now that they've had some really good investments, really good assets to be able to invest in those positions.
Ross, I've been pretty much asking anyone who was within the Browns' range last year this same question, so I'm not singling it out like I'm down on the Saints, but if you had to predict right now who has more wins in 2026, the Saints or the Browns, who would you take?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I think because of the division, I'd have to take the Saints. I don't know if anybody truly ever wants to win the NFC South. They remind me of like the South Park kids who tried to lose so they didn't have to go to state sometimes. And so it's like all of these, just because of the division and because the Browns play in a division with Joe Burrow and the Baltimore Ravens and the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would have to take the Saints in that case, just because the Saints could probably pile up some surprise wins within their own division enough to be able to create a separation there.
Ross, there's no indecision here. You did a great job. We appreciate you. Good luck down on the Bayou this year.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me on. Y'all take care, stay safe, and I hope to talk to you again here soon.
All right, thank you so much. Ross Jackson there of the Locked On Saints podcast on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Yeah, I'm such a hillbilly. I am a hillbilly, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
I said down on the Bayou, and I'm like, is that technically New Orleans, or is the Bayou everything around New Orleans? I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever know unless we just want to Google it really quickly.
That's
but I think you're right. I think you're accurate. I think you're all right.
But to go from one South team in the NFC South to a South team in the AFC South, Stephen Holder of ESPN joins us now on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline to talk about the Indianapolis Colts. Stephen, welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me.
We're doing very well here. We appreciate you joining us. I'm really interested to see where Colts fans were. There was the obvious excitement of the first 10 games last year. There was the Sauce Gardner trade, and then Danny Dimes gets hurt. And then you got to pay him $44 million a year. And then you miss the playoffs and you don't have a first in 2026, a quarterback-laden draft. What's the mentality of Colts Nation heading into this camp?
Oh, I think people are a little on the sour side, and it's really not just about 2025. I think there's really just been a stretch of non-playoff seasons, and that looked like it was the light at the end of the tunnel for a while there, and then to lose 7 in a row down the stretch with, very understandable circumstances, but it's a lot to be able to digest. So it's a big year. It is a big year, and a lot of people's jobs, I think, are on the line, both players and front office and coaching.
Are you surprised that after the offseason chatter, Anthony Richardson is still a member of the Colts?
Mildly surprised, but I also understand that could change still. I think sometimes with these kinds of situations, when you get training camp injuries around the league, that spurs action. And the thing to remember on Anthony Richardson, I've been reminding people this, it's kind of a complicated thing, but he's got a roster bonus that is due, I believe, in the next 10 days or so. Once that's paid, he's owed virtually nothing this year. It's $1 million point something remaining. You could trade for him at that point, and that's all you'd owe him. So that, I think, is going to put him in play here in a couple weeks.
Stephen, I got to say, it was interesting to watch, Carly Ursay-Gordon taking over for her father. The Ursays owned that team going almost back 40 years, and actually going farther back than 40 years. What's interesting, though, is when they were winning, everyone loved what Carly Ursay-Gordon was throwing out there, being on the headset. And the second they started losing, I saw the national media turn on her in a way I didn't expect for them to turn on an owner. Is that what actually happened in Indianapolis proper as well?
Well, I think what happened here, I think the reason, if there is skepticism about her, I think a lot of it traces back to the fact that she decided to stay put with the coach and general manager and even the quarterback to a degree, just because Daniel Jones has the injury history. They are paying him a lot of money. So, there are questions. I don't think people dislike Daniel Jones. I don't think I think they realize he actually brought something to the table, but there's skepticism on all fronts, right? So people wanted change. At least a lot of fans did, and she did not provide that. I would argue this, and this is a little devil's advocate, but I would say it actually took some guts to not give the fan base what it wanted to a degree. It doesn't make it the right choice, okay? But to sit there and take the bullets and to say, you know what, I'll take the criticism. I'm going to stand by these guys, run it back one more time because I think there's something there. That took a lot of guts. It was to some degree easier to give people, what they wanted and say, all right, we're going to clean house. And you could have easily justified it, right? So she did, I think, what was perhaps harder and stuck with these guys, but now she's got to live with that decision.
So I want to start this off by saying I like Shane Steichen. I do. 9-8, 8-9.
That's never a good start.
8-9. I appreciate what he does. I do. I appreciate him as a coach.
Drop the hammer.
But he's also probably started on the hot seat, right? Like, is he on the hot seat?
Yes. Yeah, I think it was pretty clear at the end of the season. In fact, the day after, on Black Monday, frankly, Carly Ursay-Gordon had a press conference, and in that press conference, whether she said the words or not, you walked away knowing this is a do-or-die season for these guys. Him and Chris Ballard, their GM, just as much, who, by the way, is going to be season number 10 for him. Mm-hmm. And so there's a lot of frustration with him. They haven't really had any sustained success under Ballard. So by extension, Shane Steichen is a part of that. I do think they are both on the hot seat for sure this year. And the question then becomes, like, what do they have to do to make it back? And I think it's got to be, they've got to make the playoffs and maybe win a game. I really think it's got to be something bold and something different that changes the trajectory of the franchise.
All right, Stephen, I've been asking everyone who might tangibly be in the realm of the Browns the question this year. You guys are kind of the upper limit in Indianapolis because they were an 8-win team last year. But who has more wins in 2026, the Browns or the Colts?
Wow, that's actually an interesting question.
Okay, what'd you say?
So there's a scenario.
I detected the word actually there, Stephen.
I thought we were throwing smoke all interview.
So real quick, I would say this. I think the Colts, but I can't say I would stake my life on it. I think there's a scenario where both these teams could be good. There are scenarios, right? Both of those scenarios depend on a lot of question marks coming up with positive answers, like a lot of questions about the team, right? They have to find a way to arrive at positive outcomes. And so both teams have a fair amount of talent. that, whether it's in the right places, we'll see. But both teams have a fair amount of talent, and both have a scenario where they could get to a positive outcome. But I think it's just in the NFL, the problem is when you have questions, they just don't all fall your way. They just don't. That just never, ever, ever happens. If you have question marks going in, some of those are going to turn out poorly for you. And so I feel that's going to be the case for both these teams, and they're going to have to make the best of it. I like the Colts a little better, but, yeah, not by much, though.
Steven, really strong stuff, buddy. Really appreciate your time, and we'll catch up with you down the line.
All right, you got it.
Stephen Holder there of ESPN on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. 32 teams in 16 days rolls on tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. When we come back, though, we might get to, in case you missed it, but Kevin O'Connor does have an interesting report that could affect LeBron's future in Cleveland or elsewhere in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Pricing for home internet, rely on 2 lines of Essentials, Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcast on the Odyssey app.
And basketball talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Final segment of the show. Big thanks to our many guests today. John Fanta in the studio, 420, 440 if you want to watch that back. He hit us with a child please. You're going to want to see the video on that on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, of course. Subscribe while you're there and like our videos. We desperately need to be liked. Great stuff with John on the indecision with LeBron. Enjoy that one, Kevin O'Connor. And Daryl Ryder also joining us at 5:40 today. And then Ross Jackson and Stephen Holder in the previous segment. Great stuff with all of our guests. My favorite part was the parts where I talked. However, just with Fanta. However, kind of a big deal here, Kevin O'Connor's piece, which is effectively going into your thought process that LeBron is waiting this long to see if he can shake any other move free, namely if a team's willing to acquire Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. And then the thing that is posited here, the difficulty, is that neither player seems to be available right now. I would trade for either guy if it meant getting LeBron back.
Oh, definitely. And I think a lot of Cavs fans would say, well, a lot of Cavs fans would say instantly no to AD. And just understand, if that is the cost of doing business, if getting LeBron means you trade for AD, then look at it like whatever trade piece you're offering up is really the trade for LeBron.
The LeBron tax?
That's all it is. And that's fine to get a top 20 player in the game. If I get AD and he's hobbled and can't play, which is likely for AD, then okay, so be it. Yep. But if that's what it costs, it's what it costs.
The problem is, wouldn't that cost you Evan Mobley?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Now Washington's playing a hardball game because they can at this point. They know that for teams like the Warriors or even the Cavs, it might be dependent on whether or not Anthony Davis goes there. And so they're going to try to drive a hard bargain. I don't think so. I think it'd be Jarrett Allen and then maybe like another piece, but nothing significant.
I mean, I think Anthony Davis makes more sense than Kyrie, even though James Harden for Kyrie is something I would like to do. I don't know Kyrie and Donovan fit together. Like defensively, you're just going to punt on your backcourt playing any level of quality defense?
It's going to be tough. Yeah, that'd be a tough go. And especially since, Mays obviously knew there in Dallas, and he described Kyrie Irving the other day, watching him play basketball was watching Picasso paint. So like both sides, I think both teams are keenly aware of what might tip the scales, and they're going to play hardball with this. They're going to act as if they love these guys.
I also think this might be LeBron playing hardball, but not with the teams that he's going to sign with. I think LeBron raising the value of those two players in the eyes of the teams that they play for. Anthony Davis on August 6th can sign a contract extension. I think Kyrie can sign a contract extension right around then as well. So it wouldn't be surprised if LeBron's last act before he signed with a team was getting these guys paid, because now all of a sudden the Wizards and the Mavericks think, oh, these guys have more value. Let's go ahead and keep them under contract long term.
I understand that for Anthony Davis. I don't really understand why LeBron would do Kyrie any favors. I just that part escapes me a little bit.
I think LeBron still really has a lot of warmth towards Kyrie.
Maybe this is an olive branch, an easy olive branch to show that warmth.
Well, you would think if anybody is going to put the olive branch, it'd be Kyrie. But I mean, I think LeBron uses his power in a lot of ways. It wouldn't surprise me if he was just trying to get his friends one last payday.
I mean, again, it's a weird relationship. Like Kyrie didn't do anything with the 2016 reunion that they all did and went out and had, and like I don't know where the two of them stand, and so that'd be an interesting development if this was maybe his way of brokering that between the two.
I don't think we have time to play Jake's response, do we?
He says no.
Well, one more shout out. Jake Volnick's coming up. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Even though I might not agree with what Jake did, last night at 7:20 in response to us calling him and a few other people out half the station out yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good radio. I'm really proud of Jake.
I loved it.
Yeah,
I
think his take on LeBron James and not being as excited is absolute, pure, unfiltered garbage. but I loved the way he did it.
I was thoroughly entertained,
Yeah.
and that's the goal, right? I was sitting there in my car, and I'm listening to it, and it was one of those things where I'm listening, and I'm like, I don't even want to get out of my car right now. Let's keep this going, and that's hard to do, and he did it last night. It was great.
Good job out of Jake, and again, thanks to all of our guests there. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, big thanks to Keith for all his help with the videos and whatnot. And again, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Big thanks to Mackenzie Flume. I gave her hell today, but she was a positive member of the team today, even though she tried to take over the show at 5 o'clock.
Big contribution. But you know what? Sometimes we want people to take the ball and run with it, and they never do. So when somebody does, that's kind of nice.
Even if they're running in the wrong direction, they still picked up the ball.
No, yeah, I mean, she might be like the Dion Waiters of the station, but that's fine, you know?
Ooh. I mean, that man played for 7 years in the NBA and made some money.
I'm just saying that. Never met a shot he didn't like either.
If we had just the fortitude that Mackenzie has, we might have just taken over a show on this station.
I think we could have really
10
done
years
some stuff.
earlier.
I think we really could have done some stuff.
Like, we could have just walked in and being like, I guess I'm bull now. Instead of waiting till 2022 to do that.
We would have got there quicker.
Yeah. We could have made some more money along the way.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I'm going to say it right now.
Nicholas?
We were very good today.
I like that. I like hearing that.
Yeah.
Will we be good tomorrow?
Probably not.
Well, we don't know.
That's hard to stack.
We don't know. We can't predict these type of things.
Right?
Well, we'll do it, though. We'll do it tomorrow.
We don't have a choice.
Well, everyone's got a choice.
Not really.
No,
we're backed into a corner. We're family men. We're here.
Yeah,
we're not going anywhere.
Isn't that right?
What options do we have?
We have none.
Yeah. So we'll see you tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow, too.
This is why they don't invite us to broadcasting camps.
I love you. Have a great day.
None of you have any options.
He needs help. You guys are special.
Oh.